Chapter 684 Fifth Level of Golden Core. Bonus chapter for 19,200 monthly tickets. In addition to the contribution amounts corresponding to various spiritual objects, there are also cultivation techniques. However, its value can only be determined after a detailed assessment by the transmission department. Furthermore, if the cultivation technique obtained from the talent tree has already been discovered by someone else and handed over to the sect in exchange for contribution points, then it naturally has no value. As soon as this new policy was introduced, all the foundation establishment cultivators who had obtained cultivation techniques and secret arts from the talent tree were eager to approach the transmission department. According to the rules of the Shenmu sect, these were privately owned assets and could be kept by the individual. Most of the foundation establishment cultivators who were able to enter the sect, because of the new policy, will definitely choose to exchange their acquired merits for contribution points or spirit stones. After all, they need to go to Hongguo to fight desertification for 10 years without pay, and they will definitely be in short supply of various cultivation materials. They will try their best to save some spirit stones before going. It was precisely because of this that the Shenmu sect suddenly gained 13 new secret techniques of the longevity cult. 3 of them are specifically beneficial to spiritual plants, enhancing affinity with spiritual plants, sensing the moisture level of spiritual plants, and helping spiritual plants flower and bear fruit. After receiving the spells, the transmission department assigned a contribution value to each spell that the sect did not possess, using this as a reward, and then submitted it to Chen Mobai for approval. Chen Mobai increased the contribution of 3 spells that were helpful to spiritual plants, setting a benchmark for future exchanges and guiding a positive atmosphere of farming within the sect. After completing these preliminary tasks, Chen Mobai then looked at the list of foundation establishment cultivators within the sect who had applied to enter the Divine Tree secret realm. Because the condition of 10 years of free desertification control was added, the response was not as enthusiastic as during the initial survey. But this is just right for cooling down. Because of the example of Chen Mobai obtaining the longevity sect's inheritance in the Divine Tree secret realm, most of those who are ambitious in forming their core or are older foundation establishment cultivators want to enter the secret realm to try their luck. On the contrary, those foundation establishment cultivators who were neither here nor there felt that it was not worth spending 10 precious years of their time. Chen Mobai looked at the list. The first batch consisted of 26 foundation establishment cultivators. He felt there were too many and wanted to cut some out. But after thinking about it carefully, I realized that these people were the accumulation of the Shenmu sect over the past 100 years, so I decided not to be the bad guy and just let them in all at once, which would save me trouble. After Chen Mobai gave his approval, the transmission department immediately complied. The results came out quickly. What pleased Chen Mobai the most was the discovery of 2 portions of longevity soil, which he designated as a strategic resource on his list. Once the sect disciples discovered these, they were required to hand them over to the sect. However, no one would refuse a price of 100,000 contribution points. After all, foundation establishment cultivators work hard all year round taking on tasks from the Spirit Treasure Pavilion, earning an average of only 3,000 or 4,000 spirit stones. This handful of longevity soil is worth 100,000, so sending them to control desertification for 20 years would be a huge profit. Other items such as the Azure Wood Spirit Heart and the Azure Sun Fire do not have a mandatory exchange requirement. Foundation establishment cultivators can keep it if they need it, or sell it to someone else if someone offers a higher value than the sect's contribution. After all, this is something they earned over 10 years. However, some people did manage to obtain the longevity tree fruit, and quite a few at that, 4 in total. 2 medium-sized fruits, 2 small fruits. Learning from Yue Zudao's experience, all the foundation establishment cultivators who obtained the longevity tree fruit exchanged it for contribution points with the sect, leaving none for themselves. This is definitely a good thing for Chen Mobai. because he can easily obtain large fruits using the wood spirit talisman. With these, you'll have 2 complete sets of longevity tree fruits, enough to cultivate 2 cultivators who have reached the foundation establishment stage of the Longevity Sutra. However, the external pressure on the Divine Wood sect is not so great now, so at Chen Mobai's instruction, Yue Zhudao sealed all the longevity tree fruits with a secret method. For this matter, Chen Mobai even made a special trip back to Jumu Ridge. Afterwards, he copied the cultivation techniques and secret arts that were useful for spiritual plants, and then summoned Liu Wenbai, and together with the 2 portions of longevity soil, sent them to Zhuo Ming, who was far away in the Rainbow Kingdom. After doing all this, Chen Mobai summoned Jiang Xingheng to ask about the unification of the Eastern Wilderness. He learned that Yan Kingdom had conquered Han Kingdom, while the founding army was still being held back by Lei Kingdom at the foot of the plateau. However, according to Jiang Xingheng's estimate, the balance will be broken within this year, and the Shenmu sect will soon face the final battle for unification. Chen Mobai was very interested after hearing this, and wanted to see who would ultimately prevail. But at this moment, he sensed signs of a breakthrough in his pure yang spiritual power. His own cultivation level was of utmost importance, so Chen Mobai could only entrust the matter entirely to Jiang Xingheng before returning to his immortal sect to cultivate in seclusion. Beneath the towering, jade-green parasol trees of Dangxia Mountain, astonishing spiritual energy from heaven and earth constantly gathers and surges forth. The sky was covered with dark clouds, and lightning could be faintly seen. If this were in the heavenly river realm, cultivators would probably be in awe of this celestial phenomenon. However, the immortal sects had already figured it out. This was a phenomenon caused by cultivators rapidly absorbing spiritual energy during a short period of time, resulting in a high pressure of spiritual energy concentration. Counselor Chen's last breakthrough was 7 years ago, wasn't it? He's made progress again so quickly. This is the potential to become a nascent soul cultivator. Perhaps in my lifetime, I will be able to see the first nascent soul cultivator appear in my Dangxia city. Chen Mobai did not conceal his breakthrough. After all, he needed to maintain his persona with the immortal sect from time to time, so the foundation establishment teachers of several academies living halfway up the mountain noticed it. After reaching the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, each breakthrough in cultivation level takes longer than the initial stage. The breakthrough after 7 years was due to Chen Mobai having the best external conditions and the enhancement from the Golden Crow holding the Sun Pill. Otherwise, according to his estimate, it would have taken 10 years to achieve the current progress. Having confirmed that his pure yang spiritual power had been completely purified by the burning lamp technique, and that all the poison had been eliminated, Chen Mobai no longer hesitated and began to circulate the 5th level of the pure yang scroll. In an instant, the already surging spiritual energy of heaven and earth became even more concentrated. Beneath the phoenix tree on the mountaintop, pure spiritual light faintly shone through the leaves, echoing the dark clouds and lightning in the sky, dazzling and eye-catching. This spectacle lasted for 7 days and 7 nights. Subsequently, the fluctuations of spiritual energy atop Dangxia Mountain began to subside, the dark clouds dispersed, and a light rain fell, washing away the overflowing heat after the pure yang scroll's breakthrough. After the rain stopped, Chen Mobai smelled the fresh scent of grass and soil in the air and felt relaxed and at ease. This time he didn't take any pills. He simply held 2 high-grade spirit stones and succeeded naturally. This made Chen Mobai, who had prepared quite a few things, very happy. After all, these things that could help break through the barrier were extremely precious, and even with his status and position, it would be difficult to find more. Even if he didn't need it this time, he will still be full of confidence when he makes his next breakthrough. In a good mood, Chen Mobai activated the valley sounds once again, listening to the jade-green parasol tree beside him. This time he heard even more. Unfortunately, although this spirit tree is a 4th-grade superior tree, its mind is similar to that of a child. Apart from the scene of it taking root on the mountaintop, feeding on the clouds and drinking the dew, and regulating its fire veins, The only other scene is its interaction with Xiqing. In its mind, Shiking was like its older sister, guiding it to grow and awakening its intelligence. Gradually, Chen Mobai heard traces of Xiqing teaching the jade phoenix tree technique. This must be what they mean by flowers bloom in an instant. Chen Mobai immediately wrote all of these down. Unfortunately, his cultivation level was still insufficient, and the power of the fourth-grade superior jade phoenix tree was simply too strong for him. He was unable to hear some of the spell marks engraved deep within its trunk. Chen Mobai was only slightly disappointed by this, since he needed to be at least at the nascent soul stage to use the flower blooming moment technique, which was too early for him, who had only just broken through to the 5th level of the golden core stage. Anyway, the jade parasol tree is right beside him. As long as he progresses step by step in the immortal sect, it will eventually belong to him. Thinking this, Chen Mobai stopped the echoing in the empty valley. He spent another 3 days recovering his depleted spiritual energy and mental strength. After confirming that his realm had been completely stabilized, he smiled and descended the mountain. Although the immortal sects had become numb to his unstoppable progress, Chen Mobai still habitually shared his breakthroughs with Yan Bingxuan. Little did he know, Yan Bingxuan also had some good news to tell him. I've broken through to the 7th level of foundation establishment. Hearing this, Chen Mobai was very happy. The two were classmates. In the year Chen Mobai was about to graduate, Yan Bingxuan successfully established her foundation, and it has been 38 years since then. Although she couldn't compare to the prodigies of the 4 major academies, Yan Bingxuan's foundation was very solid. After all, she also spent some of her energy improving her ice spirit root. She has worked hard since high school, and now her ice spirit root has reached 72 points. At this rate, when she reaches the foundation establishment stage, her skill level will definitely be above 80 points, which will increase the success rate of core formation. Congratulations! Upon hearing Chen Mobai's words, Yan Bingxuan's usually aloof face revealed a rare tenderness, and her cold and beautiful eyes instantly became delicate and charming. I'm finally a little closer to you. This statement made Chen Mobai, who was about to say that he had also made a breakthrough, fall silent. However, he quickly smiled, raised his glass and toasted with Yan Bingxuan, changing the subject. I heard that Xuanchuang Company's profits this year have reached tens of millions of yuan. Yes, it's all thanks to your spirit stones that we were able to make those spirit puppets work and receive even more orders for demonic energy liquid. Speaking of this, Yan Bingxuan beamed and began to tell Chen Mobai about the company's development over the years. Among these, the Yuanqi department, which was originally extremely unpopular, has begun to develop in recent years under the advice and support of Chen Mobai. Because the company guarantees employment upon graduation and offers good pay, many local students from Dangxia City and Yumu City, especially female students who get married and have children after graduation, regard Xuanchuang Company as their first choice for employment. The two, who hadn't seen each other for a long time, were able to relax and confide in each other, a rare treat for them. After spending a wonderful night with Yan Bingxuan, Chen Mobai followed her to Xuanchuang Company the next day. Many employees were very surprised to see him, their hidden boss, arrive. Here, this is what you asked me to do last time. Yan Bingxuan took a sealed box from her safe and handed it to Chen Mobai, who accepted it with a smile. He then accompanied her on a tour of the company's various laboratories before taking his leave. End of this chapter. Chapter 685, Myriad Transformations of Thunder and Water, Divine Sense Light Blade Instrument. Chapter 685, Myriad Transformations of Thunder and Water, Divine Sense Light Blade Instrument. Chen Mobai, who had just returned to Dangxia Mountain from Xuanchuang Company, received a phone call from a friend before he could even open the box. It is Wenren Zuwei. At first, Chen Mobai was somewhat nonchalant when he accepted the invitation, because this friend often talked to him about things like drinking tea and cultivating tea, which are good for one's temperament and character. But as they talked, Chen Mobai's expression grew increasingly cheerful, as if he had heard some incredibly good news. Wenren Zhuwei, the internal meeting of Conking Pharmaceutical Factory that I chaired this time has ended. The Wanhua Leshui you requested will be available next month. After midnight, you can use your Level 3 user privileges to pre-order it. Conking Pharmaceutical Factory is a pharmaceutical factory under the Jumeng Taoist Academy. Every month, they hold meetings to discuss the various pills and spiritual waters to be put on the shelves. Many of these are second or third-order inventory. But there will also be some good things exchanged in the form of personal favors. For example, the myriad transformations thunder water that Chen Mobai needs. He'd been eyeing this for a long time. But it wasn't just him. The entire immortal sect and the forces related to the spiritual plant industry were watching this. Although the myriad transformations thunder water of Jumeng Taoist Temple was monopolized by Peach Blossom Master, she did not dare to truly monopolize it all. Every year, she would still share a portion of it as a token gesture. Myriad transformations thunder water is considered one of the highest-grade spiritual waters in the immortal sects, so it is only put on the market after someone has communicated with the Jumeng Dao Academy. Outsiders will never be able to take it. Given Chen Mobai's background and the help of Wenren Zhuwei, an insider, he had waited in line for 6 years before finally getting this opportunity. Thank you so much. Next time you have time to visit Dangxia City, I'll treat you to tea. Chen Mobai sincerely thanked Wenren Zhuwei. Without her communication with Jumeng Dao Academy and Conking Pharmaceutical Factory, he would never have had the chance to reserve this Wanhua Thunder water. After making the call, Chen Mobai checked his account in the balance. One bottle of Myriad Transformations Thunder water costs 200 million merit points. Fortunately, he was a person with low desires and low consumption in the immortal sect. He saved all the good deeds earned by his 3 companies, so he had enough savings. The Myriad Transformations Thunder water was too important, as it concerned whether he could quickly break through to the late golden core stage. Therefore, Chen Mobai simply put aside everything else and focused on waiting for dawn. Just after midnight, he had already completed the reservation and payment with his phone. Soon, a dedicated customer service representative sent a confirmation message to the customer's shipping address. After completing a series of procedures, Chen Mobai looked at the words "waiting for shipment" and couldn't help but smile. After settling the matter of the Myriad Transformations Thunder water, Chen Mobai finally had time to open the box he had obtained from Yan Bingxuan. Inside was a very sophisticated set of magical artifacts called Divine Consciousness Light Blade Instrument. It is a device in the immortal sects that is specially designed to assist the divine sense in performing various extremely precise operations. Chen Mobai needed this so that he could modify the 3 top-grade spirit stones to make them able to absorb spiritual energy. Within the immortal sects, the key to recharging spirit stones lies in using divine sense to carve and set up a group of arrays that absorb and store spirit energy inside the spirit stone. This array is vast and intricate, requiring masterful craftsmanship to construct a series of formations within a fist-sized spirit stone core, encompassing absorption, purification, fusion, storage, circulation, output, and expulsion of spiritual energy. Those who are able to complete these formation structures generally possess special talents in terms of spiritual sense. These people are born with a more precise and nuanced grasp of divine sense than ordinary people. Even so, completing this structure inside the spirit stone is extremely difficult. Therefore, the immortal sect developed this divine sense light blade instrument. This magical artifact can amplify a cultivator's spiritual sense 100-fold, enabling ordinary foundation establishment cultivators, as long as they have talent in spiritual sense and undergo special training, to complete the array structure of the spirit stone core with the help of the device. Around this, the immortal sect has also developed a profession called photolithography master. The most famous institution for mastering this technology and training lithography engineers is naturally the Bushan Dao Academy. Generally speaking, 9 out of 10 of the most advanced and sophisticated techniques in the immortal sects were developed by the heaven-mending sect. This divine sense light blade device is mainly used on chips. Compared to chips, spirit stones are much larger, so they don't require the most advanced equipment. The set that Chen Mobai had was the one that had been phased out after the Heaven Mending Academy updated and replaced it. It's an antique from 2 eras ago, but it was precisely because of this that it ended up in his hands. This Divine Sense beam knife device has a precision of 20 nanometers, which is already extremely outdated for chip manufacturing. But when used on spirit stones, it is just right. Chen Mobai bought the device because one of the spirit stones he had laundered through the void blind box had developed a problem with its charging and energy storage. This is quite common because the more sophisticated something is, the more prone it is to errors. So many formations are constructed inside spirit stones using the Divine Sense light blade device. After a long period of use, there will inevitably be more or less some problems. In general, when this happens, the car is sent back to the factory for repair, but the price is high and there is no guarantee that it can be repaired. The problem with Xuanchuang Company is that the parts were sent there but not repaired. According to the rules of the immortal sect, it is necessary to apply for scrapping, which can help mitigate some of the losses. Because spirit stone fragments are spiritual essences, their price has always been high in the immortal sect's alchemy market. However, Chen Mobai stopped Yan Bingxuan from destroying the spirit stone and decided to repair it himself. He was a golden core cultivator, and his control over divine sense was naturally a level higher than that of foundation establishment cultivators. Even without the divine sense light blade instrument, he could still barely construct an array inside a spirit stone. If he puts his heart into learning the relevant content, he will definitely be more outstanding than the average lithography artist. After all, the arrays for charging spirit stones are very simple and basic. The difficulty lies in the structure and the hands-on skills required. Chen Mobai used the excuse that every spirit stone was a precious asset of Xuanchuang Company and should not be easily discarded. So he decided to use a lower dimension approach and learn to be a photolithography master under the identity of a golden core cultivator. Yan Bingxuan always listened to him. After Chen Mobai gave the order, she immediately went to the cooperating manufacturer to purchase the Divine Sense light blade device. After several rounds of arduous negotiations, we finally obtained this set of measures. Since the top-grade spirit stone was of great importance, Chen Mobai directly took out his hidden treasure, a third-grade enlightenment tea. The last time he brewed this tea was to entertain Master Yuongsu. Carefully counting the number of tea leaves and confirming that there were enough, Chen Mobai boiled water. 1 month later, Chen Mobai held the 3 top-grade spirit stones floating in his palm and placed them one by one into the specially designed charging socket for adjustment. On the ground all around him were dozens of high-grade spirit stone fragments from his experiments, which he had used before and were perfect for practice. Only after confirming his skill level was high did he use it on these 3 top-grade spirit stones. After trying it out and confirming that it could be charged, Chen Mobai immediately disconnected. After all, top-grade spirit stones absorb spiritual energy too quickly, so we dare not let them absorb it freely. After placing the 3 modified top-grade spirit stones into his own domain, Chen Mobai picked up the spirit stone that he had used as an excuse to discard. By comparing the diagrams and array structure in the instruction manual, he easily found that 3 circuits in the energy storage array were broken. It's true that foundation establishment cultivators can't be repaired. However, Chen Mobai used the more powerful and refined divine sense of a golden core cultivator, along with the aid of the divine sense light blade instrument, to reconnect these broken circuits and complete the repair. If you have any problems with spirit stones in the future, just come to me. I'm the expert now. After calling Yan Bingxuan to tell her that the spirit stone had been repaired, Chen Mobai displayed his confidence and excellence in front of his good friend. That's great, the company can save a lot of costs in this area. Yan Bingxuan was also extremely happy to hear this. Even if there are no problems with these charged spirit stones, they still need to be sent for maintenance after every 300 charging and discharging cycles, which also incurs costs. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai immediately felt as if he had shot himself in the foot. How much good can be done with skincare alone? Isn't this a waste of his precious time? But since he said it himself, he could only manage a forced smile and nod. After waiting for 2 more days and signing for the myriad transformations Thunder Water, Chen Mobai returned to the heavenly river realm. Greetings, sect leader. Upon hearing that Yue Zhudao had emerged from seclusion, he immediately came over. Chen Mobai was surprised to see him enter with Gu Yan, his face glowing with health. You've reached the completion of foundation establishment. Chen Mobai observed Yue Zhudao briefly with his spiritual eye technique and found that Yue Zhudao was radiant and had a smooth and healthy aura. He immediately guessed the reason. Thanks to the sect leader's good fortune, I was able to exchange for 2 third-tier immortal peaches. After consuming and refining them, my cultivation level was restored. Yue Zhudao had already consumed a complete set of longevity tree fruits, and his Danshan and Qi Si had been opened. He only needed to continuously increase his spiritual power. Therefore, he was more suited to refining the immortal peach fruit than Zai Yunqian and the others, because his bottleneck had already been broken. As Chen Mobai's direct subordinate, he had worked diligently and made great contributions over the years. So, while other foundation establishment cultivators could only exchange for 1 immortal peach, Chen Mobai helped him out and gave him 2. The method was simple. He had his eldest disciple, Liu Wenbai, exchange 1 year's worth of immortal peaches for them. Liu Wenbai had already consumed them, so he immediately gave them to Yue Zhudao. Through this incident, Liu Wenbo and Yue Zhudao grew closer and closer, and are now practically best friends. Speaking of which, the immortal peach tree transplanted from Black Cloud Mountain has already helped the Divine Wood sect gain 5 more cultivators who have reached the foundation establishment stage. The others who obtained the immortal peach, such as Yunzhou Wang Shen Yan Yuanhao, also broke through to the late foundation establishment stage. Even Gu Yan, whose cultivation level was the lowest, successfully advanced to the mid-foundation establishment stage thanks to a pill bestowed by Chen Mobai. Almost all the foundation establishment cultivators around Chen Mobai relied on this immortal peach tree to advance 1 realm. This tree is now regarded by most cultivators of the Divine Wood sect as the #1 spiritual plant of Giant Wood Ridge. After all, the 3 famous longevity trees were all occupied by core formation ancestors like Chen Mobai, and the disciples below basically never got to enjoy them. The immortal peach tree produces 1 tier 3 immortal peach every year, which can be obtained with effort. That's why even Chen Mobai himself was somewhat looking forward to it. Because those 4th-tier immortal peaches had just formed into unripe little peaches and were just waiting to ripen. This is also thanks to Zhuoming's all-encompassing maternal energy, which provides the peach tree with the most comfortable soil environment for growth. Otherwise, it would probably only be the beginning of the flowering and fruiting process, and Chen Mobai would have to wait until he was 82 years old to enjoy the mature 4th-tier fruit. Even so, Chen Mobai still felt that the peaches were growing a bit too slowly. That's why I asked Wenren Zuwei for help and got a bottle of myriad transformation thunder water. We hope to use this celestial water to greatly shorten the time it takes for the peaches to ripen. This is also the result of your own hard work. However, there's no rush. It's better to wait until Zhuo Ming, this precious apprentice, returns before taking action. So Chen Mobai waved his hand, beckoning Yue Zhudao over to have some tea together. Sect leader, the last batch of medicinal herbs has been delivered to Huishan Valley. Master Yan said he will start refining pills at the end of the year. Yue Zhudao sat down familiarly and helped brew the green jade tea, while also explaining what he had come to report. What Yan Shayan refined was naturally the golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill. Chen Mobai had been urging Yan Shayan to do this for 5 years, but as he expected, Yan Shayan kept trying to find ways to postpone it. The reason is also very valid. The main ingredient is difficult to collect and takes time. I still have a batch of nirvana pills being refined, so I can't spare the time. Although there are other foundation establishment perfection cultivators in Huishan Valley, Yan Shayan would definitely refine pills for him first, given that he might be able to form a nascent soul. Chen Mobai couldn't force him, so he could only ask Liu Wenbai to urge him from time to time, while also asking Yue Zhudao to collect the medicinal materials needed for the golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill. It wasn't until last year, when Yan Shayan sealed the furnace for his nirvana pills, that he finally couldn't refuse anymore. With the combined efforts of the two major factions in the eastern wilderness, although the ingredients for the golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill were numerous, they quickly collected all the main and auxiliary ingredients they were responsible for, thanks to their extensive experience and the Starry Sky Merchant Guild as a channel. Finally, the jade marrow golden fungus was sent to Huishan Valley. Only when Chen Mobai, the sect leader, personally orders it, will the spirit plant department dare to harvest this precious medicinal herb. Sect leader, this is a letter Master Yan wrote to you. Chen Mobai took the letter from Yue Zhudao, opened it, and couldn't help but smile. That old bastard finally couldn't resist refining the infant nurturing pill. After reading it, Chen Mobai casually placed the letter on the table. Yue Zhudao glanced at it and noticed that a list of medicinal herbs was attached to it. Yue Zhudao, is Master Yan preparing to achieve nascent soul formation? Chen Mobai, after giving him those 3 pill formulas, I've been waiting for this day. Otherwise, given his cultivation progress, it would probably take him several more decades to reach the peak of core formation. Huishan Valley is a very special major sect in the eastern wilderness. Because it is backed by the Xingshan Dao sect, even if Zhou Shenking reaches the nascent soul stage, their Shenmu sect cannot easily take action. However, if they want to unify the eastern wilderness, they will definitely have to deal with Tiangu this time. With Yan Shayan around and the Xingshan Dao sect as a powerful backer, Huishan Valley would definitely not be willing to surrender to Shenmu sect. Therefore, Chen Mobai could only speed things up. End of this chapter. Chapter 686 News from the Eastern Barbarians. Bonus chapter for 20,000 monthly tickets. Chapter 686 News from the Eastern Barbarians. Bonus chapter for 20,000 monthly tickets. It wasn't that Chen Mobai looked down on Yan Shayan, but rather that for core formation cultivators in the eastern wilderness, reaching the nascent soul stage was virtually impossible. It's the kind of probability that's less than 10%. If Zhou Yi, with his heavenly earth spiritual root, hadn't used his hidden strength when forming his core, things might have been slightly better. But if he hadn't cultivated the primordial Dao fruit, breaking through the nascent soul stage would have been certain death. Moreover, there is a heavenly tribulation here in the heavenly river realm. Furthermore, the core formation cultivators here have mostly raised their cultivation level by taking pills, resulting in a weak foundation and mixed spiritual energy. All sorts of negative factors have piled up. Even if Yan Shayan mastered all 3 pill formulas he obtained from Chen Mobai, at most he could only adjust himself to the state of essence, energy, and spirit of a common golden core cultivator in the immortal sect. Even among the most elite members of the immortal sects, such as Gong Ajixu and Duanmu Longrong, the nascent soul pill failed to help them form their nascent souls. Once Yan Shayan takes the step of nascent soul formation, death awaits him. This is also Chen Mobai's acceleration plan. Because Huishan Valley is protected by the Xingshan Dao sect, it's not advisable to kill them openly. However, if Yan Shayan commits suicide, then there will be no problem at all. With Yan Shayan dead, and without a core formation cultivator to oversee things, even with the support of the Star Heaven Dao sect, Huishan Valley could only be relegated to a second-rate power. Whether or not there are core formation cultivators is crucial to the survival of the major sects in the eastern wilderness. Chen Mobai wouldn't even need to lift a finger. Knowing that the wealthy cultivators of Huishan Valley in the eastern wilderness would probably target Huishan Valley's shops and markets throughout the eastern wilderness, and some might even be bold enough to form groups to plunder Xia Kingdom. This accelerated plan had already been laid out when the longevity elixir scripture was delivered, and the time to reap the rewards is finally approaching. Chen Mobai and Yan Shaiyan had agreed that when refining the three kinds of pills, each would contribute half of the medicinal materials, and after the pills were completed, each would take half. Because it concerned his own gains, Chen Mobai had shared all the key points he had found about the three prescriptions with Yan Shaiyan during their previous conversation. Later, because many of the main and auxiliary medicines were not available in the eastern wilderness, he used his knowledge of medicine to provide 2 or 3 substitutes for each, and asked Yan Shaiyan to test them one by one. Because the alchemy system of the immortal sect is so different from that of the heavenly river realm, even an alchemy master like Yan Shaiyan kept failing when he first tried to adjust the medicinal properties of the herbs. But through repeated failures, Yan Shaiyan also demonstrated his skill as the #1 alchemist in the eastern wilderness. During the third attempt to refine the return to truth pill, the first batch of finished product was successfully produced. However, only 4 pills were produced. According to the prior agreement, Yan Shaiyan was supposed to send 2 pills, but after Chen Mobai checked them, he found that the erysipelas content was seriously excessive. Considering his own acceleration plan, he simply used this pill to offset half of the ingredients for the Nirvana pill and returned it all to Yan Shaiyan. Yan Shaiyan was naturally overjoyed. With these 4 returning to truth pills, he only needed to refine one more batch and pay attention to neutralizing the pill poison to raise his cultivation to the peak of core formation. Collect the medicinal herbs on this list and send them to return to Heaven Valley after you have finished refining the golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill. Chen Mobai asked Yue Zhudao to take the letters off the table. After Yan Shaiyan successfully refined the returning to truth pill, he felt he could shake off Chen Mobai and even considered using the power of the returning Heaven Valley to collect materials for the infant nourishing pill. However, after refining the Nirvana pill, Yan Shaiyan discovered that it didn't work. Another batch of Gijin pills and Nirvana pills alone nearly emptied the Huishan Valley's coffers, and the main and auxiliary ingredients needed for the infant nourishing pill are even more numerous than these 2 pills combined. It was precisely for this reason that Yan Shaiyan had no choice but to agree to personally help refine the golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill during the crucial time when he was preparing to form his nascent soul. Because the 3 main ingredients of the infant nourishing pill can be found in the medicinal fields of the divine wood sect: a piece of Changsu immortal mushroom, a jade green spiritual flower, and a rejuvenating herb. When Yue Zhudao saw the 3 kinds of 4th-tier medicinal herbs, which were considered treasures of the sect, on the list, his hands trembled slightly. Sect leader, let's collect the auxiliary herbs first, and then harvest the main herbs when we need them later. Chen Mobai's words relieved Yue Zhudao. Sect leader, I'll be going now. After Yue Zhudao left, Chen Mobai asked Gu Yan to contact Zhuo Ming and have his beloved disciple return to Jumu Ridge to help inject the myriad transformation thunder water into the 4th-tier immortal peach. While waiting for Zhuo Ming to return, Chen Mobai, who had just broken through to the next level, went to the longevity wood dojo next door. Fu Zhangju was manipulating 2 Ziyang puppets to compete against each other. One of them was as easy to use as an arm, while the other was stiff in its movements but more intelligent and seemed to be made of better materials. After Chen Mobai mastered the extreme Yang slash, he could easily cut through 4th-tier longevity wood, so Fu Zhangju, who was previously constrained by this material, began to enjoy it to the fullest. Junior brother, you've come at the right time. This Ziyang puppet is no longer a challenge for me. Now I want to try to recreate the ancestral master's little azure dragon. Can you help me take a look? Upon seeing Chen Mobai arrive, Fu Zhangju stopped adjusting the new Ziyang puppet and beckoned him to his cave dwelling, to the large table in front of it. The entire blueprint of the Fourth Order longevity wood dragon was displayed on it, and many places had fresh ink marks, which were obviously Fu Zongju's own ideas when he was studying it. Since you want to do it, I will definitely support you. Because Fu Zongju had Chen Mobai cut down his own immortal tree, the latter didn't feel any remorse at all. It's a pity that the remains of the little green dragon of our ancestor are in the Hunyuan immortal city. If we had that as a reference, we certainly wouldn't be in this situation, only able to make some marginal scales. However, the fourth-tier longevity wood dragon was beyond Fu Zongju's puppetry limit, so even if he wanted to make a move, he couldn't create the main structure of the wood dragon. When Chen Mobai saw the dragon scales made by Fu Zongju from the bark of the longevity tree, he felt they were incredibly lifelike. He then picked up the branch that the latter had modified to resemble forked dragon horns, and his eyes lit up even more. In the eastern wilderness, most of the puppetry components can only be made by hand, but those made by Fu Zongju are like works of art. Unfortunately, the material of the fourth-tier longevity wood was too hard, and Fu Zongju did not possess the extreme yang slash, so he could not make any major moves against such a material. Chen Mobai is one of the few third-tier puppeteers in the immortal sect, practically a top expert in the puppetry industry. Therefore, when communicating with Fu Zongju, he often made surprising remarks and pointed out many of the latter's doubts about puppetry. Fu Zongju was amazed by this, but he simply assumed that Chen Mobai had obtained the true teachings of the longevity puppet technique. Senior brother, it might be a bit difficult to make this little azure dragon. Why don't we make some other, simpler fourth-order puppets first? Chen Mobai offered some tactful advice, explaining that he had seen the blueprints for the fourth-tier longevity wood dragon, and that only a fourth-tier puppeteer could complete it independently. Although Fu Zongju is already the #1 puppeteer in the eastern wilderness, it would probably take him decades to achieve anything if he wanted to specialize in this area. There are so many other good things to do with that time. Junior brother means the puppets of Mount Rocco. Although Fu Zongju was a tech geek, he was quick to understand and immediately grasped what Chen Mobai was trying to say. That's right. The 6-Ding-6 Jia puppet technique is much simpler than the longevity wood dragon. Moreover, when the sect reclaims the 5-element sect in the future, we might be able to obtain the remains of the little azure dragon from the primordial ancestor Zhou Yi. Why waste time on this, senior brother? Fu Zong, you thought it made a lot of sense. The main reason was that after he completely conquered the purple sun puppet, he became somewhat complacent and wanted to achieve his goal in one fell swoop. However, even though Chen Mobai had cut down enough longevity wood for him over the past year, he could only make some minor and peripheral projects, which made Fu Zongju somewhat discouraged. Now that Chen Mobai has said this, he goes along with it and chooses to put the longevity wood dragon aside for the time being. Haha, both of my junior brothers are here. At that moment, Zhou Shenking's voice came from outside. Without the pressure from the Xuanxiao Dao Palace, he has spent most of his time in the 5-element sect's territory. Several times he disguised himself as an ordinary cultivator and entered the Hunyuan immortal city to observe and explore the changing patterns of the Xuanji 5-elements array. Unfortunately, Zhou Yi had long resided in the center of the immortal city, the place with the strongest formation. Zhou Shenking was afraid that if he exposed his nascent soul cultivation, he would not be able to kill him in one move and would alert the enemy, or even fall into the formation himself. Therefore, he had not made a move. Greetings, senior brother. Zhou Shenking returned this time, because he received news about the Dongyi people. That is, Ku Zhu finally suppressed all the opposing voices in Kongseng Valley and led the myriad cultivators of the sect out of the Great Formation, heading towards Mingjing Mountain, where Xuanxiao Dao Palace was located, in a mighty and imposing manner. Because the 5-element sect's connection with the sunbathing sea was even closer than that of their divine wood sect, the Hunyuan immortal city received the news much faster. Upon learning this, Zhou Shenking immediately rushed back. This is good news. Although Xuanxiao Dao Palace only has 4 core formation cultivators left, Old Ghost Jinfeng is still here, relying on the mountain-protecting formation. Even if they face the army of Kongseng Valley, they can hold out for at least 10 years. After listening, Chen Mobai calmly analyzed the situation. Back then, after he killed Yan Fusheng, Liujia Mountain was able to resist the Shenmu sect's army for nearly a year, even without any core formation cultivators. If Xuanxiao Dao Palace is determined to be a coward, even with 2 nascent soul cultivators in Kongseng Valley to hold the line, it probably won't be so easy for them to break through Mingjing Mountain. Xuanxiao Dao Palace is definitely too busy to take care of itself, so let's take this opportunity to unify the Eastern Wilderness. Zhou Shenking originally only wanted to return to the 5-element sect to prove that he was the most suitable person to inherit the mantle of the primordial ancestor. But over the years, under Chen Mobai's indoctrination, he has also developed a sense of ownership. Their Shenmu sect is the overlord of the Eastern Wilderness. Faced with this unprecedented world, we have the responsibility and the obligation to end this ancient and chaotic situation and bring lasting peace to this land. End of this chapter. Chapter 687, Artificially Ripening Peaches. Chapter 687, Artificially Ripening Peaches. Chen Mobai had a complete plan for unifying the Eastern Wilderness long ago. Now there are only 3 goals and obstacles left. They are the 5-element sect, the returning Heaven Valley, and the Snowfall Palace. If their Shenmu sect were to directly attack Huishan Valley and Chuixu Palace, it would be akin to the powerful bullying the weak. It wasn't that Chen Mobai was unwilling to lose face, but rather that, at present, reclaiming the 5-element sect was the most suitable strategy for the Divine Wood sect, because it possesses an inherent sense of righteousness. When the Shenmu sect attacked the territories of Huishan Valley and Chuixu Palace, that was called invasion. But when they attacked the 5-element sect, that was unification. In addition, returning to Hunyuan Immortal City was also Zhou Shenking's obsession. After returning from the Eastern Wilderness Plateau, Zhou Shenking had been in contact with Nujiang and Sheng Jiaoxi, working together to deduce the changes in the mysterious 5 elements formation. He even personally entered the primordial Immortal City several times to observe and verify it on the spot. Now Zhou Shenking is absolutely certain. To capture the enemy, first capture the king. Once junior brother Mo arrives, I will gather my junior brothers and sisters to enter the Immortal City, stop the operation of the 5 elements grand array, and capture Zhou Yi. Even with Zhou Shenking's composure, he couldn't help but show a slight excitement when he said this. The scene of breaking ties with my master's memorial tablet and angrily leaving the Immortal City with Mo Duguang is still vivid in my mind. Now, we can finally go back with our heads held high. Would you like senior brother Fu and me to lend a hand? Once the 5-element sect is defeated, the Divine Wood sect's unification of the Eastern Wilderness will be virtually guaranteed. Therefore, Chen Mobai also attached great importance to this matter. The sect still needs you to be in charge. Leave this matter to me. Zhou Shenking, however, looked completely confident. Although Nujiang and Sheng Jiaoxi intended not to participate in the battle between Zhou Shenking and Zhou Yi, they wanted to preserve their integrity as the supreme elders of the 5-element sect. However, as long as they helped Zhou Shenking stop the operation of the mysterious 5 elements formation, with the latter's nascent soul realm strength and Mo Duguang's support, taking down Zhou Yi will be more than enough. Then let's wait for good news from our senior brother. Chen Mobai didn't really want to get involved in the affairs between these disciples of the Hunyuan ancestor, but when Zhou Shenking suggested it, he went along with it. After discussing this matter, the 3 of them started talking about Huishan Valley and Fubuki Palace. We will wait until the 7 kingdoms under my sect are unified, and then my disciple will go down the mountain to assist the ruler of the world and send troops to the remaining 12 kingdoms of the Eastern Wilderness. Those 12 kingdoms are definitely no match for the army of the 7 kingdoms. If Huishan Valley and Chuixu Palace want to maintain control over the mortal kingdoms, they must send their disciples to take action. As my disciple, Zhang Heng can invite cultivators from the various families under the Shenmu sect to help. I believe they will all give me that face." Chen Mobai still had some sense of shame. When Jiang Zhengheng emerged from seclusion and unified the eastern wilderness, it was best for the cultivators of their Shenmu sect to refrain from taking action during the great battles of cultivators on the battlefield. However, if the cultivators from Huishan Valley and Chuixu Palace are truly powerful, then he will not be stubborn and will lead the Divine Wood sect's army of cultivators to crush them, prioritizing unification. With a junior brother in charge of the world, it is truly a blessing for our sect. After listening to Chen Mobai's plan, Zhou Shenking couldn't help but sigh. As locals of the eastern wilderness, they have always resolved such matters through combat. Who would have thought that by starting with the mundane and using the grand principle of unity, one could occupy the moral high ground and act with dignity and integrity? Because almost all cultivators were born as mortals, the ideas and education they initially received were all within the realm of the mundane. After the unification of the eastern wilderness, they will receive this message from birth. Before unification, the social order and music of the eastern wilderness collapsed, and the world was in turmoil. Immortal Chen of the Divine Tree sect, unable to bear witnessing the chaos of the world, dispatched his disciples to descend from the mountains to assist the ruler, quell the chaos through war, and carry out the great cause of unification. However, the unification was obstructed by evil factions such as the Five Elements Reversal and Snowfall, which defied the will of heaven. Fortunately, the righteous path received much help, while the unrighteous received little. The righteous immortals, following the will of heaven, joined forces to assist the ruler in sweeping away the chaos and ultimately achieving unification, bringing unprecedented peace and prosperity to the eastern wilderness. After all, although the major sects of the eastern wilderness divided the territory of the 19 kingdoms, they ruled the mortal world with a superior attitude, and there was no clear superior-subordinate relationship between them. Therefore, the Shenmu sect unified the mortal and secular worlds, but in name, it did not invade other major sects. After unification, cultivators from the eastern wilderness who were found to have spiritual roots among the mortals and entered the world of cultivation naturally yearned for the Divine Wood sect. With such a gathering of fish and the flow of people's hearts, the Shenmu sect will grow stronger and stronger. Moreover, the cultivators who joined the sect after unification have a strong sense of belonging and pride in the Divine Wood sect because of the information they received from childhood, and their loyalty is at its peak. After the three finished discussing, Zhou Shenking sent someone to deliver a message to Mo Duguang, waiting for his junior brother to come over. Chen Mobai then summoned Jiang Zhengheng and asked him how the unification of the Shenmu sect was progressing. Reporting to Master, Jiang Yuo has conquered Lei Guo, and Yang Yuo has also taken Xia Guo and Han Guo. We are just waiting for these two countries to determine the victor and decide the ruler of the world. Chen Mobai was somewhat surprised after hearing Jiang Zhengheng's words. How did Jian Guo conquer Lei Guo? Previously, under the leadership of Duan Shuyu, Lei Guo had firmly held off the founding army for 3 years. In Chen Mobai's opinion, even if Jian Guo had an additional 100,000 troops, he would not be able to break through Lei Guo, which was defended by natural defenses. Master, in fact, in the first year that the founding army was blocked by Lei Kingdom, King Han knew that it would be difficult to break through Duan Shuyu's defenses by land alone. So he ordered the second prince to lead the army to attack on the front line, while the third prince mobilized all the craftsmen in the country to build large ships. Because we captured the Yun Kingdom and the Yu Kingdom on the shore of Yunmeng Marsh, with the help of the shipbuilding experts of these two countries, we were able to build enough warships within 3 years. Last month, the third prince led 60,000 naval troops, bypassing Duan Shuyu's defenses by taking the Yunmeng's waterway, and landed directly in the heart of Lei Kingdom. They quickly entered the capital of Lei Kingdom and wiped out the Shengwang clan. At this point, Jiang Zhengheng's face showed regret. King Sheng of Lei was no less wise than King Han, but unfortunately Lei was weak. Even with a peerless general like Duan Shuyu, he still died and his clan was wiped out. With the death of King Sheng, The Giant Kingdom's land and naval forces launched a combined attack on Duan Shuyu, and with the help of the Lei Kingdom's collaborators, Duan Shuyu was powerless to save the day. Even so, he persevered for 2 months until his supplies ran out, at which point he had no choice but to look up to the sky, sigh, and draw his sword to commit suicide. Dead. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai couldn't help but show a look of regret. Even he admired Duan Shuyu greatly, thinking that this man could be left to the ruler of the world as a leading figure to unify the eastern wilderness. He was officially dead, but in reality he was rescued by the Black Dragon guards of Yan Kingdom. The one who committed suicide was a decoy. This kind of thing can be kept secret from ordinary people, but it can't be kept secret from Jiang Zhengheng, who was watching the whole thing closely. In your opinion, between the King of Han and the King of Zhao, who will ultimately be able to conquer the world? Based on apparent strength, Yan Kingdom is naturally no match for Giant Kingdom, but if Duan Shuyu, a famous general of the eastern wilderness, were to submit to King Zhao, things might change. King Han is wise. With him around, Jian Gu only needs to overwhelm with overwhelming force. Even if Yan Gu has Duan Shuyu, at most they can only hold onto a small corner of the land. Jiang Zhengheng gave his own evaluation. After listening, Chen Mobai nodded slightly. Just as the master and disciple were discussing the state of the world, Gu Yan returned with Zhuo Ming. Greetings, master. Haha, no need for formalities. When Chen Mobai saw Zhuo Ming, he couldn't help but smile and gestured for her to get up. Master, I heard you've emerged from seclusion. Junior sister Luo originally wanted to come too, but since senior sister Yin is at a crucial stage in her cultivation, she stayed behind to protect her. After Zhuo Ming got up, he first said something. Yin Qingmei was about to reach the peak of foundation establishment. She had already reached the late stage of foundation establishment, and Chen Mobai had even given her a third-tier immortal peach. Last year, she felt that she had reached a critical moment in her cultivation, so she used her quota to exchange for another one from the Spirit Treasure Pavilion. Sure enough, after taking it, the Azure Emperor longevity scripture showed signs of a breakthrough. Although Luo Yixuan is narrow-minded, under Chen Mobai's many years of teaching and guidance, she can still distinguish right from wrong when it comes to important matters. Knowing that Yin Qingmei's Heavenly Spirit Root Foundation establishment was complete, it basically meant that the Divine Wood sect would have another core formation cultivator, so they kept an eye on her to prevent any accidents. Chuaner, you've worked hard. Chen Mobai was indeed very pleased to hear this. His disciple was sensible, which made him, as the teacher, feel a great sense of accomplishment. Master, what brings you here today? Zhuo Ming asked. She's in Hongguo, and she's so busy every day that she barely has time to rest. Besides combating desertification, there's also the Dahe Purple Rice Project, and occasionally we even have to keep track of the confluence of 2 major rivers. Because Luo Zhuo refined the external golden core, her efficiency in opening up the Mo River greatly improved. She personally took charge and not only caught up with Baijiang, but even surpassed him. During Chen Mobai's seclusion, Zhuo Ming had to deploy more contractors to cooperate with Mo's accelerated progress, striving not to delay the important event of the confluence of the 2 rivers. It was only because Chen Mobai called her that Zhuo Ming was able to find the time to come to Jumu Ridge. I obtained a spiritual liquid called Myriad Transformation Thunder Water, which has the effect of activating all spirits and bringing forth all things. Chen Mobai explained that he wanted Zhuo Ming to help him ripen the 4th-tier immortal peaches. Everyone present was shocked after hearing about the effects of the Myriad Transformations Thunder Water. The longevity cult actually possesses such a miraculous elixir. After the initial shock, Zhuo Ming spoke. Because Chen Mobai often brought out treasures far exceeding the Shenmu sect's resources, his disciples all assumed they belonged to the Changsheng sect, and Chen Mobai simply smiled and didn't refute it. Zhuo Ming's time was precious, so after Chen Mobai spoke, he personally rode the Crimson Cloud silk robe, bringing her, Jiang Zhengheng, and Gu Yan to Zionan Mountain. This place has already been transformed into a fourth-order spiritual vein. Unfortunately, the cultivators of this lineage all have different matters to attend to. So in addition to being absorbed by spiritual plants such as the immortal peach tree, most of the spiritual energy dissipates into the void and is captured and absorbed by the myriad woods array. However, such wasteful practices will not occur in the future. After Chen Mobai landed on the mountaintop, he took out a top-grade spirit stone engraved with a charging array and walked to the highest point, casually placing it on a large rock. In this way, all the spiritual energy that rises and dissipates from Zion and Mountain in the future will be absorbed by this top-grade spirit stone. This is the third piece. The other two pieces of Chen Mobai's would have already been placed in his longevity wood dojo. According to his estimate, if he doesn't compete with it for spiritual energy, it would take about 2 years to fill one of the top-grade spirit stones in the longevity wood dojo. However, in the Zion-Enchen area, because priority must be given to supplying spiritual plants such as immortal peach trees, tea trees, and pure bamboo, it can only absorb some peripheral spiritual energy, which may take 5 or 6 years. Of course, placing top-grade spirit stones in a third-tier spirit vein can also recharge them. However, according to Chen Mobai's estimation, by the time the energy is fully charged, that third-order spiritual vein will probably be completely drained and depleted. We can't do things that drain the pond to catch all the fish, so Chen Mobai's idea is to fill up here for now. In any case, for him, the biggest use of the top-grade spirit stones at this stage is to suppress the fourth-order spirit veins. If things get really urgent in the future, the sect leader can use his authority to infuse all the spiritual energy accumulated in the myriad wood array. But this will affect the cultivation progress of many cultivators within the sect. This kind of action is usually taken when someone in a sect breaks through to the core formation or nascent soul formation stage. After Chen Mobai placed the top-grade spirit stones and adjusted the efficiency of absorbing spiritual energy, he gently stomped his foot, and the Tai Sui appeared. "Keep an eye on this rock." After hearing this, Tai Sui nodded repeatedly. These past few years have been the most comfortable time for it. After Zhuo Ming left and Chen Mobai didn't come, it had no one to command it and spent its days wandering in the fourth-order spiritual vein, living a carefree life. Chen Mobai even saw a faint layer of dark blue light appearing on the Tai Sui's pitch-black body. Within the immortal sect, there exists a fourth-tier Tai Sui, its feathers as green as jade. Each time a piece of it is used as the main ingredient in the 3 spirit medicines for nascent soul formation. Just then, Yan Shayan was about to refine the infant nourishing pill. When Chen Mobai saw the blue light on Tai Sui's body, he couldn't help but have a slight thought, wondering if he could use the pulling up seedlings to help them grow technique to speed things up. However, Chen Mobai wasn't entirely sure whether forcing growth would actually work for such a special spiritual creature as Tai Sui. So he hesitated for a long time, but still didn't take action. "Master, which immortal peaches do you want to ripen?" At this moment, Zhuo Ming, who had finished communicating with the immortal peach tree, took the myriad transformation thunder water that Chen Mobai had given her, flew to the branch of the tree that was full of unripe fruit, and asked him a question. Chen Mobai flew over to take a look and found that, thanks to the spiritual veins of Zion and Mountain and Zhu Ming's mother Qi of all things, a total of 12 fourth-order immortal peaches had been produced. The myriad transformations thunder water sold at Jumeng Academy is not much. It can only be poured into 9 peaches at most. Chen Mobai recalled his experience of consuming a third-tier immortal peach. Each person should take a maximum of 5 pills before it becomes ineffective. 2 pills offer the best value for money, and taking a third pill is somewhat wasteful. Thinking it wouldn't be a waste, Chen Mobai chose 5 of the largest unripe peaches and had Zhuo Ming infuse them with myriad transformation thunder water. End of this chapter. Chapter 688 Tea Tree Advancement, bonus chapter for 20,800 monthly tickets. Chapter 688 Tea Tree Advancement, bonus chapter for 20,800 monthly tickets. Under the influence of the spiritual connection of all things, Zhu Ming precisely controlled the dosage of the myriad transformations thunder water. Ensure that the 5 peaches selected by Chen Mobai have received the maximum amount of spiritual liquid. And so, to everyone's astonishment, the peaches, which were originally green and jade-like, began to turn red and yellow at a speed visible to the naked eye, becoming brightly colored. During this process, the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth, along with sunlight and moisture, was continuously absorbed by the 5 peaches, causing the originally unripe peaches to gradually become plump, like beating hearts, surging with vitality and life. Master, these 5 peaches are almost ripe, but there is still some of the effects of the myriad transformation thunder water that has not been digested. We can wait another month for the fruit to fully ripen and fall off naturally. Zhu Ming used the all-encompassing insight technique to communicate with Chen Mobai and reported the results. All right, Minger, you've worked hard, hahaha. Chen Mobai looked at the 5 plump and bright red peaches on the branch and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Although he didn't know if consuming a 3rd-tier immortal peach would affect the efficacy of a 4th-tier immortal peach, Chen Mobai felt there wouldn't be any problem. The theories of the immortal sects have always been that higher-level theories can cover lower-level ones. He has just broken through to the 5th level of the golden core stage. After consolidating his realm, consuming these mature 4th-tier immortal peaches will greatly shorten the process of accumulating pure yang spiritual power. I just don't know how much it can help him improve. Master, there is still nearly half of the spiritual liquid left. After completing the ripening process for the immortal peaches, Zhu Ming handed the myriad transformations thunder water to Chen Mobai. My enlightenment tea tree has been stuck at the 2nd level for many years. Minger, why don't you try to help it advance to the next level? Chen Mobai had waited in line for so many years to finally obtain this myriad transformations thunder water, so naturally he wanted to use it to its fullest potential. The reason Wenren Zuwei was able to upgrade her enlightenment tea to the 3rd tier so quickly was not only because she fed it with various tea tree essences, but also because she was able to obtain the myriad transformation thunder water. Wenren Zhu only told him about this after the two had become more familiar with each other. Yes, master. After hearing this, Zhu Ming was also very curious about whether the myriad transformations thunder water would be beneficial for the advancement of spiritual plants. Because this immortal peach tree was forcibly promoted by pulling up the seedlings, it no longer has the possibility of advancing to the next level, so the juice was directly injected into the fruit to accelerate its ripening. The group of 4 soon arrived at the tea plantation halfway up the mountain. Zhu Ming once again used her all-encompassing spiritual connection, and then carefully took a spiritual liquid equivalent to 1/6 of the ripening peach and dripped it into the roots of the tea tree. Subsequently, Zhu Ming used her Earth Mother technique to help the tea tree digest the heavy burden of the myriad transformations thunder water. The myriad transformations thunder water that Chen Mobai bought is of 4th-tier quality. Of course, it could also be a 5th-tier item, but Master Peach Blossom would definitely not sell one of that quality, nor could he afford it. For a 4th-grade immortal peach, the quality of the 4th grade is just right for ripening, but for a 2nd-grade superior enlightenment white tea, it is a bit beyond its digestive capacity. When encountering this situation, the immortal sect usually dilutes the solution and injects it in several doses. Chen Mobai was unaware of this, but fortunately, he summoned Zhu Ming, the top spiritual plant expert of the Divine Wood sect. After ripening the immortal peaches, Zhu Ming communicated with the tea trees and discovered the problem. Therefore, only a small amount of Wan Huilei water was used for drip irrigation, and the mother energy of all things was used to draw on the earth energy of Zion Enchen to help the tea trees digest. After this happened 3 times, Chen Mobai saw the bark of the tea tree suddenly crack open, and then it grew twice as many branches, which grew and sprouted at a speed visible to the naked eye, expanding to a whole size. Suddenly, an even richer aroma of tea filled the air, making people feel refreshed and relaxed. Master, I have not failed you. Seeing this, Zhuo Ming happily released her right hand from the tea tree trunk and gently wiped the glistening sweat from her forehead. After all, she was only at the foundation establishment stage, so it was very difficult for her to help the tea tree refine the fourth-order myriad transformation thunder water. Now we are almost completely depleted of spiritual energy. Minger, you've worked hard. Go and rest for a while. Chen Mobai also noticed this and took out a high-grade spirit stone for her. Zhuo Ming did not stand on ceremony, took it, and went to the wooden house on the mountaintop to meditate and recover her depleted spiritual power. Chen Mobai asked Gu Yan to go and take care of the tea trees, while he stayed in the tea garden to observe the tea trees that had just been upgraded. Although it is not as good as Wenren Zuwei's tea tree in terms of quality, this tea tree definitely has greater potential. After all, Chen Mobai will soon become the ruler of the entire eastern wilderness and will be able to collect tea trees all over the world. After breaking through the bottleneck from the second to the third stage, as long as there are enough different types of tea trees, it is possible to upgrade to the third grade superior grade very quickly. It should be noted that Wenren Zuwei, with the help of Jumeng Dao Academy, collected all the tea tree resources of the entire immortal sect, and that's all she could cultivate to that level. Thinking of this, Chen Mobai felt that the immortal sect should not be let off the hook either. He would then use the excuse of opening a tea garden and upgrading the tea trees to have Wenren Zuwei send over a batch of the tea seeds she had collected, so he could reserve a piece of land in Dangxia Mountain to plant them as a cover. Secretly, they could have Zhuo Ming plant the tea seed on Zionan Mountain, striving to cultivate this enlightenment white tea into a third-grade superior variety in the shortest possible time. By then, we won't have to count the tea leaves like we do now, and we'll be more frugal. The thought of being able to freely drink third-tier enlightenment tea in the future made Chen Mobai laugh out loud. While Zhuo Ming was recovering his spiritual power, he even took the initiative to listen to the newly advanced enlightenment tea tree using the sound of the empty valley, drawing more spiritual and earth energy to help it consolidate. By evening, Zhuo Ming's spiritual power had recovered to about 70–80%. Just then, Jiang Zhengheng also returned with ingredients such as spirit rice, spirit chicken, and spirit fish. Zhuo Ming skillfully took out the kitchen utensils and started cooking. Gu Yan, who had been by Chen Mobai's side for many years, had also been trained in cooking by the latter and helped him prepare the ingredients. Master, I saw Tai Sui today. It has the innate power of earth escape and can easily travel underground. It's a waste for it to stay in Zionan Mountain. Why don't I take it to the eastern wilderness plateau when I go back this time? As Chen Mobai was eating the third-tier pure bamboo spirit rice, Zhuo Ming suddenly said something that made him slightly taken aback. Minger, you rarely ask your teacher for anything. Since you've asked, I will naturally grant your request. Chen Mobai had originally thought about whether he could use the myriad transformations thunder water to cultivate Tai Sui to the fourth rank. But after thinking about it carefully, he realized that Tai Sui might be able to break free from the contract with him after reaching the fourth rank, so he gave up the idea to be on the safe side. Anyway, if Yan Shayan wants to refine the infant nourishing pill, it will definitely have to be after he refines the golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill. We'll talk about it when we need it. Chen Mobai didn't hide this from Zhuo Ming. After all, she would be able to observe Tai Sui at all times in the future, and see if she could find a way to cut off a piece and cultivate it into a fourth-tier one, using the myriad transformation thunder water to use as the main ingredient in the infant nourishing pill. Yes, master. Although Zhuo Ming didn't know what the infant nourishing pill was, considering that it required a fourth-order Tai Sui as the main ingredient, it must be at least a fourth-order pill. Thinking about the pill's name, she roughly guessed that it might be related to the nascent soul realm. So when Chen Mobai spoke, she immediately nodded solemnly. Take this myriad transformations thunder water. Use some to help Qingmei upgrade her natal spiritual plant to the third tier. Consider it a gift to congratulate her on achieving foundation establishment. After acquiring the fourth-tier immortal peach fruit, the myriad transformations Thunder Water became useless to Chen Mobai, and he then thought of his goddaughter, Yin Qingmei. Over the years, she has worked tirelessly alongside Zhuo Ming, using the pulling up seedlings to help them grow, technique to plant trees and control desertification on the eastern wilderness plateau. Now that she has completed her foundation building, she should be properly rewarded. The jade parasol tree was originally in Baiyuan City. After conquering Liujia Mountain, Chen Mobai personally took action and, together with Zhuo Ming, transplanted it to a fourth-order spiritual vein there. Over the past 10 years or so, with the support of fourth-order spiritual energy and the sunlight gathered by the Haitian mirror, it has been upgraded to a second-order superior grade. If it were to be irrigated with myriad transformation thunder water, it could be upgraded to a third-order tea tree, just like the Enlightenment tea tree. Those who practice the Azure Emperor's longevity scripture can also experience the transformation of their natal spiritual plants as they evolve. This will be of great benefit to Yin Qingmei when she achieves her golden core in the future. It's like experiencing a different kind of core formation ahead of time, similar to Chen Mobai and Meng Huanger's dual cultivation, resulting in a leap and transformation in their spiritual consciousness. As someone with a heavenly spiritual root and a practitioner of the Azure Emperor's longevity scripture, Chen Mobai had high expectations for Yin Qingmei. Hopefully, she can form her core without using the resources of the heavenly spiritual root. In that case, the Divine Wood sect might have another nascent soul cultivator in the future. It was for this reason that Chen Mobai had already reserved one of the golden elixir jade rejuvenation pills that Yan Shayan had refined for Yin Qingmei. Experiencing the transformation of the jade phoenix tree, coupled with the golden elixir and jade rejuvenation pill, and if she also has her own personal teachings on core formation, Yin Qingmei should be able to overcome the core formation hurdle without relying on her foundation. Master, if senior sister Yin knew, she would be very grateful to you. Zhuo Ming took the half-full bottle of myriad transformation thunder water, already imagining Yin Qingmei's surprised and delighted face after learning about the effects of this spiritual liquid. Once the jade phoenix tree advances to the third tier, have Qingmei come to Baiyuan City to find me. Besides her insights on core formation, there are many secrets about core formation of the heavenly spirit root that I need to remind her of. Zhuo Ming nodded and kept Chen Mobai's instructions in mind. Early the next morning, Zhuo Ming came to the Longevity Wood Dojo to say goodbye, as she was going to take the teleportation array back to the eastern wilderness plateau. Seeing his beloved apprentice so busy, Chen Mobai felt a pang of guilt. But when she thinks about the major tasks she is currently in charge of, she can only lament that she has too few talented people under her, and there is not a single one who can replace Zhuo Ming. By the way, how's your apprentice training going? Just as Zhuo Ming was about to leave in a hurry, Chen Mobai thought of the third-generation disciple he had chosen. Zhai Ling, she's preparing to establish her foundation. End of this chapter. Chapter 689, Primordial 5 Elements Extinction, Divine Thunder. Chapter 689, Primordial 5 Elements Extinction, Divine Thunder. Han Zhiling, a third-generation disciple, possesses outstanding spiritual talent and is hardworking, making her a perfect fit for the style of the Xian lineage. Chen Mobai did some calculations and felt that the training was sufficient, and he could be entrusted with important responsibilities. Since Xian had been deserted for a long time and was somewhat abandoned, after discussing it with Zhuo Ming, we decided to have her come here to establish her foundation. Thank you, Master. At the summit of Xian Mountain, Han Zhiling, who had just returned from the eastern wilderness plateau, respectfully bowed to Chen Mobai. You have a solid foundation and outstanding talent. In addition, with the fourth-order spiritual vein here, there will be no problem for you to establish your foundation. Chen Mobai used the formless puppet to help Han Zhiling deduce the process of foundation establishment, which was very smooth and successful. Afterwards, he pointed out the confusion she had accumulated during her daily cultivation and helped her build confidence. After hearing this, Han Jiling's expression indeed relaxed slightly, because she knew that the patriarch in front of her was known as the great sage teacher in the eastern wilderness, and he had said that no cultivator who could establish a foundation had ever failed. When Chen Mobai left, he gave her another talisman, which was used to control the cloud and mist array of Zion and Mountain. However, with her current cultivation level, she could only manipulate a portion of its functions. If you need anything, you can contact Gu Yan. Chen Mobai then considered that he might be in seclusion for a long time, or that he might be going to Baiyuan City instead of Jumu Ridge, so he asked Han Jiling to add Gu Yan's contact information for the Tongxiani. After settling Han Jiling, the third-generation disciple, Chen Mobai returned to his longevity wood dojo. He replaced the formless puppet with a high-grade spirit stone and set it aside to perform automatic deductions. After Han Jiling has achieved foundation establishment, she will begin practicing the Crimson Flame sword technique. Chen Mobai naturally had no objection to this, as it was the best choice. With his master, who had reached the pinnacle of the Crimson Flame sword technique, Han Jiling could get the most accurate answers to any questions she might have. The only problem now is to deduce a connecting and transforming technique between the Molten Fire technique and the Crimson Flame sword technique. This would be a very difficult thing for others, but for Chen Mobai, it was just a matter of spirit stones. Since Han Jiling's relevant data has already been entered into the Wuxiang puppet, all that's left is to leave it running and wait. Half a month passed quickly. Zhou Shenking and Mo Duguang returned somewhat awkwardly that day. What's going on with you two senior brothers? Chen Mobai asked, somewhat puzzled. Zhou Shenking left with grand ambitions, so why is he silent now that he's back? Sai, I never expected that before Master passed away, he would condense a primordial 5 elements extinction divine thunder for Zhou Yi. No wonder that kid basically never leaves primordial immortal city. Zhou Shenking spoke with a hint of helplessness. At this moment, Fu Zanju also came over. Hearing this unfamiliar term, he also looked puzzled. This primordial 5 elements extinction divine thunder is the strongest thunder technique secretly passed down by the One Yuan Dao Palace. Zhou Yi's thunder is even forged together with the fourth-order spiritual vein of the primordial immortal city and is bound to his life. Once activated, the spiritual energy of the 5 elements of heaven and earth will be activated. The spiritual vein will explode, mountains will collapse, and the earth will crack. It is estimated that most of the Ming Kingdom will sink, all living beings will be extinct, and all things will die in silence. After hearing Zhou Shenking's explanation, Chen Mobai and Fu Zanju both gasped in shock. They never expected that the primordial ancestor would have such terrifying methods. At this point, Zhou Shenking also began to recount the specific details of the operation. The 4 of them passed through the medium-sized teleportation array in Fengyuwu without any problems and entered the Hunyuan Immortal City. Then they stopped the operation of the Xuanji 5 Elements Array. Then Zhou Shenking, full of confidence, took Mo Duguang to Zhou Yi, wanting to prove that he was the most outstanding disciple of the Hunyuan ancestor. Zhou Yi was quite straightforward. Knowing he was no match for him, he immediately unleashed the primordial 5 elements extinction divine thunder. If this divine lightning were to explode, Zhou Shenking might survive thanks to the 4th-tier magic weapon, but Mo Duguang, Nujiang, and Sheng Jiaxi would certainly be reduced to ashes. After weighing the pros and cons, Zhou Shenking naturally did not want them to be buried with Zhou Yi, so he could only give up with a reluctant expression. Didn't senior brother talk to Zhou Yi? After listening, Chen Mobai asked Zhou Shenking with some surprise. What's there to talk about? I just want to kill him. Zhou Shenking's answer was very much in line with the character of the locals in the eastern wilderness, and Chen Mobai could only give him a thumbs up. Since Zhou Yi possesses the primordial 5 elements extinction divine thunder, it means we cannot resolve this with violence. We need to resolve the dispute peacefully through negotiation and see what conditions Zhou Yi needs to give up the 5 elements sect and the primordial immortal city. He can negotiate this. Zhou Shenking was shocked upon hearing Chen Mobai's words. Not only him, but Mo Duguang and Fu Zhanju also had the same expression. In their view, the five elements sect and the primordial immortal city were Zhou Yi's lifeblood. Since the primordial ancestor had passed these things on to the latter, he would rather die than give them up. In their view, discussing these things with Zhou Yi was tantamount to a public humiliation. How do we know it won't work if we don't talk about it? Maybe Zhou Yi is just waiting for you senior brothers to talk to him. If he really is a fiery-tempered person, why didn't he unleash the primordial five elements extinction, divine thunder the moment he saw you? Chen Mobai's words caused Zhou Shenking and Mo Duguang to fall into deep thought. After returning to Hunyuan Immortal City, the two of them were quite excited and hadn't really thought about this issue. Then should I go again? Zhou Shenking said something after some hesitation. Absolutely not. But Chen Mobai immediately shook his head. Zhou Yi's willingness to negotiate is only a possible assumption. He has the primordial five elements extinction divine lightning. What if he really decides to take my senior brother down with him? Chen Mobai is always a steady person. If he had faced Zhou Yi directly before, he could have tried to resolve the issue through negotiation if there was no other way. But now that they've all returned, and knowing the power of the Hunyuan five elements extinction divine thunder, it's definitely impossible for them to allow high-level cultivators from the Shenmu sect to set foot on Ming territory again. Even if there's only a 1% chance, Chen Mobai wouldn't let Zhou Shenking, a strategic-level nascent soul cultivator, be put in danger. In your opinion, junior brother, how should we proceed with the recapture of the five elements sect? Or should we put it on hold and take over returning Heaven Valley and Snowfall Palace first? Zhou Shenking humbly sought advice. Judging from what senior brother said, the power of the primordial five elements annihilation divine thunder is centered on the primordial immortal city. Once activated, it shouldn't exceed the territory of the Ming kingdom, right? Chen Mobai asked more carefully, and Zhou Shenking immediately nodded. As the disciple who had followed the primordial ancestor the longest, he knew this thunder technique best. In fact, it is the area that the fourth-order spiritual vein of the Hunyuan immortal city can flow and affect, which should be most of the Ming kingdom. Moreover, the power of the divine lightning is the greatest at the center, and I estimate that even I would have a hard time resisting it. But when it reaches the edge, I should be able to block it with the help of the golden orchid pearl. Hearing this, Chen Mobai was relieved, but he asked Zhou Shenking another question. Senior brother, do you really want Zhou Yi to die? Zhou Shenking was puzzled. What do you mean by that, junior brother? Chen Mobai made a hypothetical question. If Zhou Yi were willing to surrender, hand over the Hunyuan Dao fruit, acknowledge that the orthodox lineage of the five elements sect is the wood vein, and only ask to live, would senior brother be willing to spare his life? Zhou Shenking couldn't believe such a good thing existed, and immediately nodded. As long as he admits that Master passed on the five elements sect to me before he passed away, not only will I spare his life, but I can even let him continue to be my good junior brother and take charge of the earth veins. With those words, Chen Mobai felt relieved. He took out a sand table map of the eastern wilderness, circled the Ming kingdom where the Hunyuan immortal city was located, and then pointed to the other kingdoms belonging to the five elements sect. The Mist Kingdom, the Flame Kingdom, the Jai Kingdom, the Hao Kingdom, the Spring Kingdom, and the Sunny Kingdom. The biggest problem with Zhou Yi's divine lightning is that he can't move. We'll first take over the five elements sect's territories around the Ming Kingdom to let him know that the situation is hopeless. Then I'll use a puppet body to enter the Hunyuan immortal city and negotiate with him. If he's willing to release the divine lightning and hand over the Hunyuan Dao fruit and the five elements sect, we'll give him a chance to realize his mistakes and turn back to the right path. Zhou Shenking and the others were all confused after hearing Chen Mobai's words. The fall of just 6 mortal kingdoms, could it shake Zhou Yi's resolve? The cultivators in the eastern wilderness regard mortals as worthless, especially those core formation cultivators who stand at the pinnacle. They are old fogies who have witnessed mountains of corpses and seas of blood, and their Dao hearts are unwavering. Let's wait and see, my 3 senior brothers. Besides, by fighting our way through the countries one by one, we can make senior brother Nujiang and senior sister Sheng surrender to us legitimately. Chen Mobai said with a smile, and Zhou Shenking immediately asked for his advice. Nujiang and Sheng Jiaxi had no particular interest in the five elements sect's orthodoxy. They could accept either Zhou Yi continuing to sit firmly in Hunyuan Immortal City or Zhou Shenking, the Dragon King, returning. The reason they didn't split up the family back then, besides the orders from the primordial ancestor, was that they didn't want to bear the infamy of splitting the sect. Given how much they valued their reputation, and with Zhou Shenking's plans not going smoothly, Chen Mobai arranged a grand surrender package for them. When the time came, Nujiang and Sheng Jiaxi personally went into battle against the core formation, cultivators of the Divine Wood sect for the sake of the Five Elements sect. In the end, they were outnumbered and suffered a crushing defeat. Subsequently, Zhou Shenking or Mo Duguang, as senior brothers, would step forward to persuade the enemy to surrender. Nujiang and Sheng Jiaxi initially refused outright, but because Zhou Yi's support from the earth vein was delayed, they struggled for a while before their kingdom fell and their formation shattered. Later, in order to cover the retreat of the disciples from the water and fire veins, they were captured by the cultivators of the Divine Wood sect. Under those circumstances, Nujiang and Sheng Jiaxi's decision to surrender to the Shenmu sect was perfectly justifiable, both from the perspective of sect loyalty and personal morality. When people hear this, they can only admire their unwavering loyalty and indomitable spirit. Junior brother's plan is good. I'll go and talk to them about it right away. Zhou Shenking was overjoyed when he heard Chen Mobai's plan for Nu Sheng and the other man to surrender. When the mysterious five elements array stopped operating in Hunyuan Immortal City, Nujiang and Sheng Jiaxi did not show up, but Zhou Yi must have known about it. So when Zhou Shenking slunk away from Hunyuan Immortal City under the threat of the Hunyuan Five Elements extinction divine thunder, he was quite embarrassed. After all, before the operation, he patted his chest and said that there would be absolutely no problem. Although Nujiang and Sheng Jiaxi didn't say anything when they left, Zhou Shenking felt very ashamed. Now that Chen Mobai has portrayed the two as loyal and courageous in surrendering, Zhou Shenking feels that this is a perfect way to make up for their defeat. So after hearing that, I couldn't sit still. After Zhou Shenking left, Mo Duguang did not stay at Giantwood Ridge. However, before boarding the teleportation array, he, who was usually silent, said to Chen Mobai, "I'll leave the rest to you, junior brother." Chen Mobai was slightly surprised, but still smiled and nodded at Mo Duguang. Year 6525 of the First Era. The second prince, who had just founded the kingdom, led an army of 200,000 men to the eastern wilderness plateau, his forces aimed directly at the kingdom of Yan. King Zhao personally led an army of 100,000 to deploy in Beiyan Valley and confront the founding army. The decisive battle on the battlefield was incredibly fierce. But with their fierce courage and fighting spirit, the 100,000-strong army of Yan Kingdom managed to hold the line. King Zhao, in particular, stood alone against the enemy, displaying his profound and domineering martial arts skills. The two sides fought for half a year, with countless deaths and injuries. Even though the Jianguo army was stronger, it encountered a situation similar to the invasion of Leyline and could not advance even half a step. However, Jianguo once again resorted to his old tricks, with the third prince leading his navy to land in Xiao Kingdom. However, here they encountered Duan Shuyu, who had surrendered to King Zhao. The latter led the Yan Kingdom's army, which had been waiting in Xiao Kingdom for a long time. After the Giant Kingdom's navy had landed and marched 100 miles, they surrounded the navy in a well-rested manner. When the navy encounters a peerless general like Duan Shuyu on land, it is naturally destined to suffer a crushing defeat. The third prince led his navy in a desperate escape, trying to get back to his ship. However, after finally breaking through the encirclement and reaching the shore, the third prince only saw the wreckage of the ship burned to ashes and Duan Shuyu waiting there. In this battle, the 60,000-strong navy of the newly established state, along with the third prince, were completely annihilated. Duan Shuyu, avenged the great grudge of the Shang king being wiped out by the third prince's clan. The morale of Iwakuni is booming. When news of this reached Jiangguo, the elderly King Han, who had lost his son, suddenly fainted. Jiang Xingheng, who had a comprehensive view of the situation, felt that his judgment was wrong. Just when he thought that King Zhao might be the true ruler of the world, King Han woke up. He left the eldest prince to oversee the country, mobilized all the able-bodied men of the Yun and Yu kingdoms that had been established and ruled for 5 years, prepared an army of 300,000, and personally led the expedition to the front line. Faced with the overwhelming force of an army of 500,000, even the king of Zhao, a martial arts master, was powerless to reverse the tide. Beiyan Valley has fallen, and the Yan Kingdom's 100,000-strong army has been routed. If it weren't for Duan Shuyu leading elite troops to provide support, King Zhao would probably have already died on the battlefield. After this battle, the founding army advanced with unstoppable momentum. Within a month, they conquered 12 cities of Yan Kingdom, and their army marched directly to the capital of King Zhao. Despite this desperate situation, King Zhao did not admit defeat. On one hand, he lit the beacon fires to call on all the feudal lords to come to his aid. On the other hand, he fully trusted Duan Shuyu, handing over all military power to him and letting this unparalleled general of the eastern wilderness defend the city. The founding of the nation saw a massive army of 500,000 men launch a 3-month blitz, yet they could not breach the city. End of this chapter. Chapter 696 Level of Golden Core. Chapter 696 Level of Golden Core. The year 6526 of the Yuan dynasty. The founding army conquered the Zhao Kingdom and the Han Kingdom. With the exception of a small territory in Yan Kingdom, which is headed by the capital, the rest of the entire Chen Mobai's territory has fallen into King Han's trap. Faced with the onslaught of hundreds of thousands of troops, although Duan Shuyu's defense was unparalleled, it gradually began to falter over time. Just when Jiang Xingheng thought the situation was settled, King Han died. It is the will of heaven. After hearing Jiang Xingheng's story, Chen Mobai sighed and uttered 4 words. Master, after the death of the King of Han, there may be a battle between the eldest prince and the second prince for the throne. Jiang Xingheng also looked regretful. King Han was just 1 step away from becoming the ruler of the world. After King Han died, Jiang Xingheng personally examined his body and confirmed that it was neither an accident nor a dirty trick by the Yan Kingdom. Rather, it is death due to the exhaustion of one's mind and body, the end of one's lifespan. King Han should have had a few more years to live, but the death of his son stirred his heart and made him muster his strength to personally lead an expedition, which exhausted his life force. In this situation, there was no cure, and Jiang Xingheng had no solution. You handle it. Chen Mobai, however, entrusted all these mundane matters to Jiang Xingheng because he had more important things to do. After a year of continuous use of the burning lamp technique, his cultivation at the 5th level of the Golden Core stage has been completely consolidated, and he is now preparing to pick and consume the 4th-tier immortal peach. Chen Mobai rode the crimson clouds in smoke robe to Zion Mountain. Before they even landed, they saw a surge of spiritual energy rising from the mountaintop, and in the center, they could see a slender figure with a pale red flame shining through it, like a red flower. Seeing this, Chen Mobai stopped to avoid disturbing Han Jiling's foundation establishment. He closed his eyes, used the sound of the empty valley, and listened to the melody of the transformation of the spiritual energy aggregate on the mountaintop. About 3 days later, as the last bit of spiritual energy was refined, the melody began to fade away until it was completely still. The spiritual energy dissipated, and the firelight subsided. Han Jiling opened her eyes with a look of joy, feeling the liquid spiritual power in her dantian that was many times stronger than before, and was about to try it out. Then she saw the boy drinking tea under the peach tree not far away. Greetings, master. Han Jiling was startled and immediately got up and went to Chen Mobai's side, bowing respectfully to him. Get up, You are the first third-generation disciple of Zion Enchen to reach the foundation establishment stage. As the patriarch, I have prepared 3 gifts for you. Chen Mobai smiled and spoke, then with a flick of his sleeve, 3 items landed on the tea table. They consist of a Qingyang fire seed, 2 jade slips and a branch. Master, isn't this too precious? Han Xialing didn't know what the jade slip and the branch were, but she did know about the Qingyang fire seed. This item is worth at least 10,000 spirit stones in the Shenmu sect's market. Moreover, they are available but not for sale. If you want to cultivate the Crimson Flame Sword technique, this wooden fire is the foundation. Actually, I originally wanted to give you a complete one directly, but that would be too high a starting point for you, lacking the necessary integration with the Azure Yang fire, which would actually hinder you when you reach higher realms in the future. Chen Mobai pointed to the purple Azure Yang fire seed in front of him. He had originally grown this seed within the magic treasure tree, and then painstakingly improved it using the pure Azure technique. In this process, the seed grew and advanced together, laying a solid foundation for cultivating the Azure Flame Sword Demon. It was arranged by the founder, so it can't be wrong. Han Xialing took every word Chen Mobai said as a wise saying. After listening to it, she began to dream about her invincible style after she mastered the Sword Demon. Of these 2 jade slips, one is the Crimson Flame Sword technique that I deduced is suitable for you, and you can cultivate it to the point of core formation perfection. The other part is my understanding of this sword technique over the years, with corresponding sword realms and related insights into sword talisman drawing. You can decide which path you want to take. This last branch is a piece of longevity wood that I cut off when I mastered the extreme Yang slash. Senior brother Mo Duguang obtained something similar in the Divine Tree Secret Realm, and it is now the longevity sword that is famous throughout the eastern wilderness. It is also my expectation for you. Chen Mobai's 3 gifts are enough for Han Xialing to use them up to the core formation stage. In the entire eastern wilderness, only he could pull off such a grand gesture. Upon hearing this, Han Xialing blushed with excitement and was speechless. She could only bow down repeatedly to the handsome young ancestor sitting under the peach tree. I will then teach you the pure Azure technique for refining Azure Yang flame. Chen Mobai then gave Han Xialing pointers on various common-sense points to keep in mind after she established her foundation, and taught her some minor spells before sending her to find Gu Yan. After breaking through her cultivation level, Han Xialing's identity in the Divine Tree sect needs to be re-registered and changed to receive her various benefits. She also needs to apply to go to the Divine Tree Secret Realm. Considering there were many things to do, Chen Mobai called Gu Yan over and asked her to take Han Xialing to handle these trivial matters. After the 2 women left, Chen Mobai looked up at the 5 brightly colored and plump peaches on the peach tree. These 4th-tier immortal peaches ripened very easily thanks to the effects of the myriad transformations Thunder Water. But at that time, Chen Mobai had just reached the 5th level of the Golden Core stage, so he stabilized himself and waited until now, after confirming that his realm was completely consolidated and his foundation was solid, before coming to pick the fruit. Chen Mobai listened to the sound of the empty valley and chose the one that was the most complete. In fact, each one contains almost the same amount of energy. After picking it, he took a bite right away. The taste was no different from that of the 3rd tier, melting instantly upon entering the mouth, like a gentle, pure spiritual liquid flowing through the 12-story building, seamlessly integrating into every part of the body, and being refined into vast spiritual power by Chen Mobai with the pure Yang scroll. Under his divine sense, the 4th-order spiritual energy at the mountaintop surged forth like wisps of air, and in an instant, its power surpassed that of Han Xialing when she was at the foundation establishment stage by dozens of times. Soon, the entire mountain was covered with a misty spiritual aura, like a fairy mountain in the clouds. As spiritual energy flowed in and was refined, Chen Mobai discovered that his pure Yang spiritual power was rapidly increasing. A few short breaths are equivalent to 1 or 2 months of breathing exercises. The efficacy of the fairy peach fruit was only about 1% consumed. Suppressing his joy, Chen Mobai began to focus on absorbing spiritual energy to refine the peach fruit. But soon he discovered a problem. That is, there seems to be a lack of spiritual energy. Because Chen Mobai had just broken through to the immortal sect, he did not go to Dangxia Mountain this time to avoid any signs that might trigger his breakthrough. After all, a year is far too short a time. Even the talent of a nascent soul cultivator cannot explain this. Isn't this just blatantly announcing to the immortal sects that he has an extraordinary opportunity? Although Chen Mobai likes to show off, this is a bit too high-profile. In fact, if one were to break through the fourth-grade low-level spiritual vein of Zionin Mountain in the usual gradual manner, there would be no problem. However, after Chen Mobai consumed this fourth-tier immortal peach, he was able to refine the spiritual energy needed for a year or even several years in a very short time. This has led to a shortage of spiritual energy in Zionin. However, Chen Mobai is very experienced in this area. Two methods immediately flash through my mind. One method is to seal the effects of the immortal peach fruit within the body and gradually refine them over time. The second method is to use spirit stones to replenish the insufficient spiritual energy. Generally speaking, cultivators would choose the first option, as it would not only solidify their foundation but also prevent their spiritual energy from becoming unstable. Moreover, the physical body would be unable to withstand the rapid refining of spiritual energy in such a short time and would be injured. But Chen Mobai chose the second option. He possesses the lamp-burning technique and the longevity body, so these hidden dangers can be remedied later. Those who follow the realm-building path will definitely seize any opportunity that allows them to quickly improve their realm. But just as he was about to pour out a pile of high-grade spirit stones from the realm, he remembered the top-grade spirit stone that he had placed here a year ago. With a thought, Chen Mobai had already captured it in his palm. At his current level, one high-grade spirit stone is definitely not enough. Using this top-grade spirit stone, which is half-charged, can save you the trouble of replacing the spirit stone. Moreover, it can be recharged after use, which is economical and environmentally friendly. Without further hesitation, Chen Mobai began to absorb the vast spiritual energy within the top-grade spirit stone. In the blink of an eye, a month has passed. Sitting atop Zionin Mountain, Chen Mobai, relying on his immortal body, worked tirelessly day and night, and finally refined the entire fourth-order immortal peach. At this moment, the pure yang spiritual power within his body had already reached its peak and could no longer be increased. This is a sign that we've encountered another bottleneck. Feeling his current level of mastery, Chen Mobai smiled. He never expected that a fourth-tier immortal peach would directly bring him to the perfect fifth level of the golden core realm, which he had just broken through to. According to his own estimation, even with all external resources at their maximum, plus the golden crow holding the sun pill, it would still take at least 10 years to reach such a level. The fact that a single peach saved Chen Mobai from 10 years of hard work only strengthened his belief that his path was the right one. He looked up at the remaining 4 fourth-tier immortal peaches still hanging on the branches, and his smile widened. With a thought, the pure yang purple chi and the blood spirit pill emerged from the void. Because this time it was achieved by using external aids to reach the fifth level of the golden core, it was impossible to initiate the breakthrough on its own. It could only be achieved by using elixirs. Among these, the blood spirit pill is used by the heavenly river realm to break through from the early to the middle stage, and from the middle to the late stage. However, Chen Mobai preferred to use this pill rather than the pure yang purple chi. Because the blood spirit pill has a low probability of helping people break through the bottleneck of the mid-stage core formation stage, it is said to be only 10% to 20%. It might be just right to use it here. However, Chen Mobai was already mentally prepared to use up the pure yang purple chi as well. After all, once external things are used, you can find ways to accumulate more. But if you get stuck in a certain realm, you'll waste too much time. Despite not allowing himself to have so many resources, Chen Mobai was still trapped by the bottleneck of the mere fifth level of the golden core stage. With that thought in mind, Chen Mobai no longer hesitated and swallowed the last blood spirit pill. Another month passed quickly. The light of the top-grade spirit stone in Chen Mobai's hand had dimmed considerably, and it looked like it was about to be completely exhausted. Two bright eyes pierced through the clouds on the mountaintop. Feeling the pure yang spiritual power in his dantian and sea of qi, and with the last trace of the blood spirit pill's medicinal power, Chen Mobai broke through the bottleneck and showed a look of relief. He had already held the glass tube of pure yang purple energy in his palm, ready to open it. Fortunately, we managed to save money in the end. He's reached the 6th level of the golden core stage. Soon, the joy of breaking through his cultivation level welled up in his heart, and Chen Mobai couldn't help but burst into laughter. He stood up, looked at the clouds drifting across the sky and the rice paddies stretching like a sea below, and took out his phone. I looked up the biography of Yuanyang Ieyasu. When Chen Mobai saw that Yuan Yang Patriarch had broken through to the 6th level of the Golden Core realm at the age of 66, the smug look on his face immediately disappeared. He is also 66 years old this year. Unexpectedly, after using so many resources, I can only be on par with ancestor Yuanyang. I really need to work harder. Thinking of this, Chen Mobai looked up at the remaining 4 immortal peaches. This immortal peach, once you take the second one, only has half the effect of the first one, and the third one has only half the effect of the second one. In other words, even if Chen Mobai took all 4 remaining pills, the combined effect would only be 94% of the first pill. Even a small amount can save 9.5 years of hard work. Without further hesitation, Chen Mobai picked all 4 peaches, intending to consume and refine them after his cultivation level stabilized and the poison from the blood spirit pill dissipated. After sealing the peach, Chen Mobai put the now much duller top-grade spirit stone back into its charging position. Then the cloud and mist formation was activated. Han Xialing and Gu Yan had been waiting for a long time in the tea garden, halfway up the mountain. Seeing that the mist on the mountaintop had dissipated, the 2 women waited for a while longer until Chen Mobai summoned them with his divine sense before they dared to go up. Gu Yan, greetings sect leader. Han Xialing, greetings ancestor. Chen Mobai had already sat down under the peach tree again, and he gestured for them to get up. After Gu Yan got up, she immediately came to his side and helped him prepare tea. Han Xialing then recounted her experiences in Shenmu City after she achieved foundation establishment. As a third-generation disciple of Xiaonanshan, and with Gu Yan's guidance, she obtained the best courtyard and shop in Shenmu City. The Spirit Vein Department will even give her a cave dwelling with a third-grade superior spiritual vein as her place of cultivation, although the place is a bit small, and she will need to take care of the nearby 100 acres of medicinal fields. However, Han Xialing had Xiaonanshan to take care of, and felt that she didn't have the energy to look after him, so she politely declined. After receiving the courtyard and shop, Yue Zhudao and Quan Shanlin personally invited her to join the 2 halls of rewarding good and punishing evil. Besides them, the other 12 departments also had prominent figures involved. These high-ranking cultivators from the sect, who had previously appeared dignified and imposing in Han Xialing's eyes, were now more enthusiastic and welcoming than ever before when facing her. This made her deeply realize that the improvement of cultivation level brought about a leap in social class. Although she was a third-generation disciple of Xiaonanshan before, she had not reached the foundation establishment stage, so everything was in vain. Now that she has reached the foundation establishment stage, she is recognized by everyone as the true core disciple of the Xiaonanshan lineage. Chen Mobai, the 3 palaces and 12 departments, where do you want to go? End of this chapter. Chapter 691, The Art of War, the Submission of Water and Fire Veins. Chapter 691, The Art of War, the Submission of Water and Fire Veins. Reporting to the ancestor, I wish to go to the alchemy department. When Chen Mobai asked her a question, Han Xialing thought for a moment and then revealed her truest thoughts. Inheriting the father's business. Not bad. The Xiantian lineage is just lacking an outstanding alchemist. After hearing this, Chen Mobai also looked approving. The only weakness of the Shenmu sect right now is that it doesn't have any fourth-level alchemists. Zheng Woyu's potential has been exhausted. This is how his life will be. Yan Jinai had been trained for a long time, but according to Chen Mobai's observation, he would probably only reach the foundation establishment stage. Now that the Shenmu sect has obtained the Xuanqi Danjing, it already possesses a fourth-tier alchemy inheritance. It's time to focus on cultivating one of its members. It just so happens that Han Xiaoling has an outstanding fire spirit root and is also my grand disciple. If he is trained well in the future, we will no longer need to ask outsiders to refine the golden elixir and jade rejuvenation pill. Before long, Zheng Woyu, who had received Gu Yantong's message, arrived at Xiantian. Over the years, Yan Jinai has successfully refined authentic foundation establishment pills several times. As Zheng Woyu gets older, the head of the alchemy department plans to hand over the task of refining several batches of foundation establishment pills needed for this sect competition to his disciple. Zheng Woyu planned to dedicate the last years of his life to cultivation, hoping to experience the beauty of core formation. He had mentioned these thoughts to Yue Zhudao, the person in charge, several times, and thought that Chen Mobai had summoned him because of this matter. When he learned that Han Xiaoling wanted to join the alchemy department and asked him, the head of the alchemy department, to mentor her, Zheng Woyu immediately nodded. The sect leader has obtained the alchemy scripture of the longevity sect, and his alchemy skills are the best in the sect. It is truly a cause for celebration that junior sister Han will inherit your mantle. Although Chen Mobai had never personally demonstrated his alchemy skills within the sect, Zheng Woyu knew that even 10 of himself combined couldn't match his alchemy abilities, so these words came from the bottom of his heart. After settling Han Xiaoling in, Chen Mobai dealt with the accumulated miscellaneous matters within the sect before heading to Beiyuan City to oversee the overall situation. Jiang Xingheng happened to be in Yan Kingdom at the time. Upon hearing that Chen Mobai had arrived, he immediately reported on the progress of the unification of the mortal realm, which he was in charge of. After the death of King Han, the eldest prince and the second prince began to fight for the throne. The previously recovered territories such as Yun, Yu, and Lei also broke out in rebellion, and the once great kingdom of Jian was disintegrated in an instant. King Zhao of Yan, having escaped the calamity of his kingdom's destruction, immediately displayed the magnanimity of a ruler. He took advantage of the second prince's retreat with the body of the king of Han to reclaim the occupied territory of his country. King Zhao originally intended to reclaim the kingdoms of Xiao and Hong, but Duan Shuyu suggested concentrating forces to seize the kingdom of Lei. Because Lei Kingdom controlled the gateway between the plateau and the plains, Duan Shuyu was able to defend against an army several times his size without making a single breach. If it weren't for the subsequent raid on their base, the founding army might still be stuck outside Lei Kingdom's walls. Once we conquer Lei Kingdom and close the gap, we can slowly recover our strength and observe the internal strife within Jian Kingdom. Sooner or later, the territories of Xiao Kingdom and Han Kingdom will also fall into the hands of Yan Kingdom. King Zhao accepted the advice and appointed Duan Shuyu as Grand General. During the time Chen Mobai was in seclusion refining the fourth-tier immortal peach, the Yan Kingdom had already conquered the entire eastern wilderness plateau and was recuperating and preparing for the Great War of Unification. A sign of a ruler. After listening, Chen Mobai commented on the king of Zhao and then asked about Duan Shuyu. Master, I was just about to tell you this. Not long ago, the king of Zhao sent someone to invite me to come out of the mountains. The one leading the group was Duan Shuyu. I discovered that he was born with a spiritual body. Upon hearing Jiang Xingheng's words, Chen Mobai immediately became interested. He has been in the eastern wilderness for nearly 50 years and has never met anyone with a naturally born spiritual body. Can you determine what attribute it is? Gold. The Longevity Academy was located outside Baiyuan City, and it had all kinds of magical artifacts for testing various spiritual roots and bodies. Jiang Zhengheng discovered that Duan Shuyu was full of spiritual light and fierce energy, so he immediately took him there to verify his thoughts. Sure enough, they discovered that Duan Shuyu was born with a golden spirit body. What does Zhengheng think of this person? Chen Mobai asked a question, and Jiang Zhengheng, knowing his master's personality, did not hesitate and directly expressed his thoughts. The disciple wishes to take him as his apprentice. Given the current state of affairs, it is foreseeable that the young and vigorous King Zhao will become the ruler. Although Jiang Zhengheng is a man of great learning, he will definitely focus his main efforts on the battle against immortal cultivators in the future. The mortal army still needs a reliable confidant. Duan Shuyu is undoubtedly the #1 general who has emerged in the eastern wilderness during these years of great battles. Although he is not young, he is a born spirit, and as long as he survives this calamity in the mortal world, with the support of the Xiaonanchan lineage, he should have no problem establishing his foundation. Moreover, if Duan Shuyu is successfully trained, the Shenmu sect will not have to worry about leadership issues when facing off against other major factions in the future. You can be accepted as a disciple on a nominal basis, just like Wenbai. This is the Qi refining chapter of the White Emperor's military elephant scripture. Take it and teach it to that Duan Shuyu. If he can master it and establish his foundation, he might become the one in charge of warfare and killing within the Xiaonanchan lineage in the future. Chen Mobai's love for talent is well known. In the past few years, amidst the unification of the mortal world, the name he heard the most was Duan Shuyu, which left a deeper impression on him than those monarchs who seemed to have the makings of a ruler. Now that he heard that he was born with a golden spirit body, he immediately thought of the Longevity sect's golden immortal scripture, which was hidden at the bottom of his storage bag. Before the celestial venerable attained enlightenment, he was merely a spiritual plant. What I remember most vividly, and what I fear most, is autumn every year. Autumn is associated with punishment and is yin in nature. It is also a military symbol, and metal is used in military operations. This is the righteous energy of heaven and earth, and its heart is always filled with solemnity and killing. The White Emperor's military elephant scripture was created by the heavenly venerable to overcome his own weaknesses, condensing a chilling aura of heaven and earth to hone himself. It is said that the celestial venerable was able to detach himself from the spirit plant's original form and travel in disguise, because he used the fully realized killing energy of heaven and earth to cut off a branch from his original form. Jiang Zhengheng respectfully accepted the White Emperor's military elephant scripture and left. With Chen Mobai's approval, Xiaonanchan has gained another disciple of the third generation. Year 6527 of the First Era. After the civil war ended, the second prince staged a coup, stormed the capital, and killed the eldest prince. Just as the second prince was preparing to ascend the throne, the Yan Kingdom's army, having completed its rest and recuperation, marched out of the Lei Kingdom. Under the leadership of Duan Shuyu, they captured 27 cities in just 3 months and marched directly into the territory of the Jian Kingdom. Faced with internal and external troubles, the valiant second prince had no choice but to take drastic measures and carry out a great purge, killing all those who disobeyed him and forcibly suppressing all dissent. He then led the remaining army of the newly established kingdom to engage in a final battle with Duan Shuyu in the wilderness. One battle decided the fate of the nation, and the founding of the country suffered a crushing defeat. The second prince was forcibly taken back to the capital by his subordinates, but that very night, he drew his sword and committed suicide in front of the coffin of the king of Han, who had not yet been buried. 7 days later, Jiangyu surrendered the city. Year 6528 of the First Era. King Zhao dispatched Duan Shuyu to suppress the rebels of Yun and Yu. After half a year, he officially incorporated the territories of these two countries into his own territory. With this, the 7 kingdoms under the Shenmu sect were unified. Subsequently, King Zhao personally came to the outside of Baiyuan Immortal City, and kowtowed to invite the immortal master to descend the mountain. A month later, Jiang Xingheng took over the position of Grand Tutor. During his tenure, the Grand Tutor emphasized agriculture and sericulture, rewarded military merits, standardized weights and measures, established the prefecture system, and ruled the country by law. He quickly consolidated the rule of Yan Kingdom and established a vast empire that was unprecedented in the eastern wilderness. Year 6530 of the First Era. The Yan Kingdom, which had been recuperating, launched an attack on the Wu Kingdom and the Yan Kingdom. During the war, the monarchs of these two countries saw an opportunity and sent troops to occupy a lot of the fertile lands of the Rain Kingdom. Despite repeated urgings from the Rock Kingdom, they have not returned the lands. Du and Shuyu, acting on the orders of the Grand Tutor, led a large army on an expedition, breaking through the combined forces of the two countries within a month, and even penetrating into the homelands of the Fog Kingdom and the Yan Kingdom. In this critical moment, the monarchs of both countries had no choice but to seek help from the Five Elements sect. What followed was a planned battle between cultivators. First, the Qi refining disciples of the Water Vein and Fire Vein were defeated by the Rain Kingdom immortal cultivation family invited by Grand Tutor Jiang. Then, the Foundation Establishment disciples were dispatched, which finally attracted the two largest disciples, Nujiang and Sheng Jiaxi. Faced with core formation cultivators, the righteous cultivators of the Yan Kingdom suffered repeated defeats. Grand Tutor Jiang had no choice but to go to the Divine Tree Immortal sect to ask his master, Immortal Venerable Chen, the leader of the righteous path in the eastern wilderness, for help. At this moment, Chen Mobai had just finished refining the remaining 4 immortal peaches, and his cultivation was close to the perfect 6th level of the Golden Core stage. It should be understood that even after 200 years of arduous cultivation, Nujiang and Sheng Jiaxi had only reached this level. It's worth mentioning that this 4th-tier immortal peach fruit increased Chen Mobai's wood, water, and earth spiritual roots by 8 points each, exactly double that of the 3rd-tier immortal peach fruit. He didn't pay much attention to the wood and water spiritual roots, but he did use this opportunity to raise his earth spiritual root to 60 points. Of course, he also didn't forget to go to the Divine Tree Secret Realm to obtain 4 new great techniques. Historical records state that, for the sake of all living beings and to quell the ravages of war, Immortal Venerable Chen led 3 core formation cultivators, Luo Mingluo, out of the Immortal City and down to the plateau. They also invited Master Mo, the Sword Master of Jin Guang Cliff, to help them. The 5 core formation cultivators joined forces to break the water and fire formation. The 2 masters, Nu Sheng and his companion, were defeated and captured while covering their disciples' retreat, but they refused to submit to the consequences. Immortal Chen ordered their release and challenged Nu Sheng and his companion to a duel on the Yunmeng Marsh. He then defeated them both single-handedly with his sword. In the end, the 2 core formation cultivators from the water and fire branches of the 5 Elements sect were convinced and changed their allegiance, acknowledging the wood branch as the main branch of the 5 Elements. Without the support of the 5 Elements sect, the 6 kingdoms of mist, flame, clear sky, brightness, spring, and sunshine, though they organized a coalition to resist, collapsed at the first touch when faced with Duan Shuyu's army. 6 kingdoms were conquered in one battle. At this point, the Divine Wood sect had already occupied the territory of 13 of the original 19 kingdoms of the eastern wilderness. Upon hearing the news of the 5 Elements sect's crushing defeat, the cultivators of both the returning Heaven Valley and the Snowfall Palace were filled with dread. They were terrified that their own sect would be the next target of the Divine Wood sect. That Zhou Yi Gai is really useless. The primordial ancestor left behind such a rich legacy, and he squandered it all, leaving only the Ming dynasty. Back in Tiangu Valley, Yan Shayan lamented that despite the illustrious reputation of the Hunyuan ancestor, his judgment in choosing a successor was so poor. Master, after Duan Shuyu conquered the 6 kingdoms, in addition to besieging the Ming kingdom with his main force, He also sent an army to train on the opposite side of the border of our sect's flower kingdom. He Jintang reported a piece of news that made Yan Shuyan frown, but he did not believe that the Shenmu sect would dare to take action against the flower kingdom. Although this place is nominally their Huishan Valley, it is actually used by the Xingqian Dao sect to grow Panlong spirit rice. Even when the primordial ancestor was alive, they still had to give face to Tiangu because of this. Tell the people from the Xingqian Chamber of Commerce about this, and let them question the Shenmu sect. He Jintang immediately obeyed and went downstairs. When he was all alone, Yan Shuyan sighed, looking as if he had aged considerably. After Nujiang and Sheng Jiaoxi surrendered, the number of core formation cultivators in the Shenmu sect was even greater than that of the Five Elements sect at its peak. Even with his support as a master alchemist, the second core formation cultivator has yet to emerge in Tiangu. If we want to preserve the legacy of Huishan Valley, it seems that only I can take that step. Thinking of this, Yan Shuyan's expression hardened. This was the only way he could think of to break the deadlock. If successful, he could even swallow up the Shenmu sect and create a superpower that surpassed the three major sects of Dongyi. He wasn't the only one with this thought. Inside the forbidden underground cave, Kong Lingling endured the excruciating pain of her stomach being ripped open, her gaze burning as she stared intently at the monster crawling out of the wound beneath her ribs. The baby was yellowish-green all over, with transparent wings on its back, bulging eyes like red pearls, and teeth growing out of its lips. It's neither human nor ghost. Kong Lingling felt disgusted when she saw the monster's appearance, but sensing the powerful earth and fire spiritual energy contained within it, she immediately suppressed her disgust and gently called out to it. "Child, come here, I'm your mother." The monster looked up at Kong Lingling and, following the connection of blood, instinctively crawled towards her. Baiyuan City. Chen Mobai is currently meeting with representatives from the Xingqian Chamber of Commerce. Sect leader Chen, our sect has spent over 1,000 years of painstaking effort to cultivate 10,000 acres of Panlong spirit rice in the Flower Kingdom. Several grand elders have also frequently inquired about it. Lu Zuolong was not very interested in the internal strife within the Five Elements sect. He didn't believe the Divine Wood sect would dare to invade the Flower Kingdom, but since the returning Heaven Valley had come to complain, as the current person in charge of the Eastern Wilderness, and since the Rainbow Kingdom's great sun purple rice was starting to sprout, he took the opportunity to emphasize the importance that the Star Heaven Dao sect attached to the Panlong spirit rice when he brought people over to inspect it. This is a misunderstanding. Apart from reclaiming the Five Elements sect, our sect will never take the initiative to attack other comrades in the Eastern Wilderness. Chen Mobai naturally denied it, saying that he would at least have to wait until he reached the nascent soul stage before confronting the Star Heaven Dao sect. The main thing now is to create some momentum, put pressure on Yan Shuyan, and accelerate things a bit more. That's good. Both Shenmu sect and Huishan Valley are good partners of our Chamber of Commerce. I don't want a war to break out between you. After receiving the assurance, Lu Zuolong stopped talking about the matter. After the two drank tea for a while, Zhuo Ming arrived via the teleportation array. Chen Mobai, Minger, Master Lu has come specifically to check on the heading of the Great Sun Purple Rice. I have other important matters to attend to, so I'll trouble you to take him to the Rainbow Kingdom. Zhuo Ming, yes, Master. Lu Zuolong did not come alone this time, but brought a team of spiritual plant growers from the Xingqian Dao sect. They will conduct a comprehensive assessment of the cultivation of the Great Sun Purple Rice. After the group left, Jiang Xingheng, who had been waiting, entered. End of this chapter. Chapter 692, Nirvana Pill, Golden Elixir Jade Rejuvenation. Chapter 692, Nirvana Pill, Golden Elixir Jade Rejuvenation. After the Five Elements sect's water and fire branches surrendered, the invincible Yan Kingdom army was suddenly stopped on the Ming Kingdom's border. Suddenly, Duan Shuyu's reputation, which had been at its peak, suffered a setback, and he was even impeached by the court. However, this is mainly because the Shenmu sect, and the Five Elements sect have not yet reached an agreement. Jiang Xingheng personally went to the front line to negotiate with Chen Su, the leader of the Five Elements sect, on behalf of Chen Mobai. At first, Chen Su was adamant that unless the Shenmu sect returned the territories of the Six Kingdoms, and also returned the two elders, Sheng Jiaxi and Nujiao, who had been captured by the Shenmu sect, everything else was off the table. Jiang Xingheng did not respond to these conditions. Since the Five Elements sect is still too proud to admit its mistakes and can't face reality, let's give them a good beating first. Even if the Ming dynasty were 10 times stronger, no ordinary army could stop Duan Shuyu, a peerless general. With Jiang Xingheng's orders, Duan Shuyu was like a tiger unleashed from its cage. He quickly conquered most of the Ming dynasty's territory, and within a month, he led his army to the Ming capital. At this point, the army was stopped, because the cultivators of the earth vein of the Five Elements sect made their move. Under these circumstances, Jiang Xingheng personally came to the front line and summoned the cultivators from the 4 mountains and 5 peaks who had surrendered to the Shenmu sect, launching another great war among cultivators. Although Zhou Yi possesses the primordial 5 elements extinction divine thunder, this is currently the only thing that makes the divine wood sect wary. In order to maintain this deterrent effect, Zhou Yi would inevitably be unable to leave the Hunyuan immortal city. Even with core formation cultivators not making a move, the 5 Elements sect's earth vein cultivators are slightly inferior in number and strength to Grand Tutor Jiang's side. This is because Chen Mobai is not ruthless enough to give Zhou Yi the possibility of taking away his family fortune accumulated over decades, so he did not send any foundation establishment cultivators from the Shenmu sect. Apart from Jiang Xingheng, this disciple is crucial for coordinating efforts at the front lines. Without him, it would have been impossible to summon so many cultivators willing to help the Shenmu sect. Jiang Xingheng volunteered for the task. Although Chen Mobai could have stopped him, he knew that this was the core of this disciple's Tao heart. If he didn't complete it, he would not be able to overcome the mental demon that hindered his core formation. After agreeing, Chen Mobai gave Jiang Xingheng a small teleportation talisman and a 4th-order spirit leaf talisman infused with his own spiritual power. Because Chen Mobai had only heard about the power of the primordial 5 elements extinction divine thunder, he didn't know if these talismans were useful, but they were the best life-saving items he could give. Jiang Xingheng decided to personally go into danger because he understood the situation very clearly. Knowing that the Ming dynasty is the only and biggest obstacle to unifying the eastern wilderness, the sooner it is resolved, the better. The key to the Ming dynasty was Zhou Yi. As long as he remains in Hunyuan Immortal City, none of the core formation cultivators of the Shenmu sect will dare to set foot on the territory of the Ming kingdom. If he could exchange his life for that of Zhou Yi, a core formation cultivator, Jiang Xingheng would be willing to give his life for the unprecedented cause of unification. Clearly, Jiang Xingheng's influence is insufficient. Before reaching the capital of the Ming dynasty, cultivators from both sides engaged in a fierce battle. Without the assistance of foundation establishment cultivators from the Divine Wood sect, the difference in strength between the two sides was not significant. But as time went on, more and more cultivators came to help Jiang Xingheng, drawn by the wisdom of those who are virtuous. Soon, most of the cultivation families and sects in the eastern wilderness sent people to Grand Tutor Jiang's camp. Even cultivators from the territories of Huishan Valley and Chuixu Palace traveled thousands of miles to serve him. Under these circumstances, the Grand Formation jointly set up by the 5 Elements sect and the Earth Vein sect only lasted for 3 months before being completely destroyed. After the Ming capital was captured, Jiang Xingheng, not content with his position, once again led his army of cultivators to seize the most crucial medium-sized spirit stone mine of the 5 Elements sect. The 5 Elements sect has 2 medium-sized spirit stone mines, one of which is in Yan Kingdom and is guarded by Sheng Jiaxi. The other one is located in this Ming Kingdom, and it is also the largest source of spirit stones in the entire Hunyuan Immortal City. Although the Five Elements sect has accumulated a considerable amount of spirit stones over the years, the Fourth Order Grand Formation needs to be activated regularly in preparation for a major war. Such consumption can probably only last for about 20 years at most. This incident also made the Earth vein of the Five Elements sect understand something. The tide has turned. However, they had already been defeated in a direct confrontation, and now only had the strength to defend the city. Chen Mobai did not dare to lead the territorial cultivators to the location of the spirit stone mine, unless Zhou Yi makes a move. However, faced with Jiang Xingheng's suicidal act, this core formation cultivator from the Five Elements sect remained unmoved and extremely cautious, not venturing out of the city. A month later, Jiang Xingheng sent another letter to negotiate with Chen Mobai. At this point, Chen Mobai's attitude changed completely. All we ask is that the Ming Kingdom remain independent. We'll cede the Six Kingdoms and the water and fire veins. We'll even cede the rest if they can take back the medium-sized spirit stone mine on Ming's mainland. But now it's Jiang Xingheng's turn. He demanded that the Five Elements sect cede the Earth vein to the primordial immortal city, and even the entire Ming Kingdom in exchange for allowing them to leave the eastern wilderness via a teleportation array. That means I want them all. Chen Mobai was so angry that he overturned the table. The stalemate lasted for another 2 months, and no cultivator who left Hunyuan Immortal City was able to return. Even though the medium-sized teleportation arrays within the Immortal City are still operational, all the markets that can be teleported to are controlled by the Divine Wood sect, and they are unable to purchase the spiritual rice and other supplies needed by cultivators. Although there is no spiritual rice or fasting pills, they can only last for a few years at most. Chen Mobai had never regretted it so much. Why didn't she stock up on more Bigu pills? A whole bottle of these pills could be bought for just 1 spirit stone. There are still 2 hidden teleportation arrays as a backup plan, but most of the eastern wilderness has already been taken over by the Divine Wood sect. Even if their Five Elements sect's earth veins are able to leave the primordial immortal city, they will end up in these places. Even so, Chen Mobai still sent out people in the hope of escaping the Shenmu sect's pursuit, entering the territory of Huishan Valley, purchasing enough Bigu pills, and preparing for a protracted battle. But reality soon dealt Chen Mobai a heavy blow. One of his direct disciples, Feng Zicheng, went directly to Jiang Xingheng to surrender after leaving via the teleportation array. Subsequently, one of the 2 teleportation arrays that allowed travel outside Hunyuan Immortal City was sealed off. Under these circumstances, Chen Mobai dared not use the other teleportation array either, because he felt that if Feng Zicheng could betray him, then no one else could be trusted either. Desperate, he had no choice but to go to Zhou Yi again. Doesn't Chen Mobai realize that he has no bargaining chips left when facing Jiang Xingheng? But without Zhou Yi's approval, his agreement doesn't count. After making 3 trips a day for half a month, Chen Mobai finally received a letter written in Zhou Yi's own handwriting. Subsequently, Jiang Xingheng personally delivered the letter to Baiyuan City. After reading it, Chen Mobai casually handed it to the disciple next to him. Jiang Xingheng respectfully accepted it with both hands and read what was written on it. Please invite sect leader Chen to Hunyuan Immortal City for a discussion. After reading it, Jiang Xingheng only said one sentence. Master, your body is of utmost importance. You must not risk your life personally. If you have any requests, I am willing to go to Hunyuan Immortal City to convey them to you. After the water and fire lineages surrendered to the Divine Wood sect, Zhou Yi had no means to turn the tide. The reason why we can still sit peacefully in the primordial immortal city is simply because of the primordial 5 elements extinction divine thunder. Jiang Xingheng felt that the huge gap between the 5 elements sect and the impending complete takeover by the Divine Wood sect might cause Zhou Yi to do something irrational. What kind of identity does Chen Mobai have, leading the Shenmu sect to its peak, and perhaps even surpassing the Hunyuan ancestor? Even if there is only a 1 in 10,000 chance, we cannot entrust our master's life to Zhou Yi. This is a puppet avatar of mine. I can divide my mind and spirit to take control of it. You take it to the primordial immortal city. Chen Mobai took out the Wuxiang puppet that he had prepared in advance and handed it to Jiang Xingheng. The latter's eyes lit up when he heard this, never expecting that there would be such a mysterious puppet. It's important to understand that in the eastern wilderness, the farther the puppeteer is from the puppet, the more rigid the puppet becomes. Therefore, when puppeteers are engaged in combat to unleash the puppet's peak power, the puppeteer's true form is always hidden nearby. It was precisely because of this that Nan Shidao was killed by Mo Duguang's sword on the battlefield. Jiang Xingheng had never heard of a puppet like the formless doll, which could function normally even across almost the entire eastern wilderness. After Jiang Xingheng left, Chen Mobai met with another person. Yi Bagui from Huishan Valley came to deliver the elixirs. Greetings, sect leader Chen. When Chen Mobai formed his corps, Yi Bagui represented Huishan Valley to offer his congratulations, so he was already acquainted with Chen Mobai. It's been many years since we last met. Junior nephew, he has also reached the foundation establishment stage. Perhaps he can become one of our fellow Taoists soon. To everyone's surprise, after hearing Chen Mobai's words, Yi Bagui shook his head with a wry smile and told a story from his own past. I dare not hide it from sect leader Chen. I took the golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill 10 years ago. I failed to form the core, but luckily I survived. Upon hearing Yi Bagui's words, Chen Mobai recalled the batch of golden elixir jade pills that had helped him form his core, resulting in 4 pills. Shen Muzang divided the pills into 2, which he and Chu Zuoshu took. Of the 2 pills from Huishan Valley, it's only been said that he Jintang used one, but there's still no news about the other one. As more and more cultivators in the divine would sect reach the foundation establishment stage, Chen Mobai had even considered purchasing some from the returning Heaven Valley, but he hadn't expected that they had already been used up. As long as I'm alive, I have a chance. Maybe I can achieve the same level of cultivation as my 2 cultivators, Meng Luo and others, and even master the outer path golden core. Chen Mobai offered a casual word of comfort, but Yi Bagui's heart stirred upon hearing it, and he began to think deeply. But since Yan Shaiyan was still there, he suppressed his wild thoughts and handed a bottle of pills to Chen Mobai. There are 2 nirvana pills inside, which is the official reason for his visit. According to the oath between Chen Mobai and Yan Shaiyan, the 3 pill formulas obtained from the longevity elixir scripture were to be divided equally between the 2 parties, with each contributing half of the materials. The nirvana pill was completed long ago, but the toxicity content was too high and there were flaws when it was made. Therefore, it needed to be sealed with the secret pill-forming technique of Huishan Valley. It was only this year that it met Yan Shaiyan's standard. However, Chen Mobai felt that the nirvana pill should have been started long ago. It must have been seeing the fate of the 5 elements sect that Yan Shaiyan felt heartbroken and sent Yi Bagui to deliver it. There's too much erysipelas, but it's barely usable. After examining the nirvana pill, Chen Mobai made a somewhat critical comment. Nirvana pills are used by immortal sects to transform the physical bodies of cultivators. They can not only repair physical defects and remove impurities such as pill toxins, but also enhance the body tempering techniques cultivated to a higher level. However, due to the grade of the pills, the physical strength can only be improved to the peak of the 3rd rank at most. Moreover, it can only resolve the accumulated toxins in the body, and is useless against impurities in spiritual energy. In addition, Chen Mobai discovered another problem. That was the nirvana pill refined by Yan Shaiyan. Although it was relatively rare compared to other alchemists in the eastern wilderness, it still contained some toxins. In other words, even if this pill resolves the accumulated poison in the body, one will still be infected by the poison from this pill. However, this was not a big problem for Chen Mobai. The toxicity of 3rd-tier pills falls within the range that Green Chan Spirit Tea can neutralize. Moreover, he possesses the lamp-burning technique. If all else fails, he can wait until he reaches the 2nd level of the Phoenix Rising Sun diagram, where he is immune to all poisons before consuming it. After more than 20 years of continuous refining of the longevity due, Chen Mobai's longevity body has barely been raised to the peak of the middle grade of the third rank. Because he no longer has any wood attribute spiritual power in his body, he can't speed up his cultivation of this body tempering technique no matter what. If one cultivates step by step, even with an endless supply of longevity due, it would probably take at least 30 years to reach the third stage of perfection. However, if one takes this nirvana pill, 30 years can be saved directly. Because Chen Mobai's physical body has no defects or poisons, the medicinal power of the nirvana pill can be used entirely to enhance the strength of his physical body. So he commented, barely usable. After hearing this, Yibagui dared not refute it, because he was one of the people who had personally listened to Chen Mobai instructing Yan Shaiyan in alchemy. He knew that the sect leader in front of him had received the true teachings of the longevity sect in alchemy, and was also an absolute master of alchemy. Sect leader Chen, the golden liquid jade rejuvenation pill has also been successfully refined. My master was quite lucky this time, producing 6 pills. 5 of them are of perfect quality, while one has a slight flaw and needs to be sealed in the furnace and nurtured for a period of time. After delivering the nirvana pill, Yibagui brought up the second thing he had come for. Thank you for your hard work, Master Yan. After hearing this, Chen Mobai calmly said a polite remark. According to the contract, their Shenmu sect would receive 3 pills. 1 pill was pre-selected for Yin Qingmei, and if Zai Yunqian and others fought over the remaining 2, it could cause a significant upheaval within the sect. If all 6 grains belonged to their Shenmu sect, that would be wonderful. As Chen Mobai was thinking this, Yibagui began to reveal the true purpose of his visit. After the golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill, my master is preparing to refine the infant nourishing pill. I hope that sect leader Chen can help collect the other half of the medicinal materials that were agreed upon earlier. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai's eyes lit up. This has finally accelerated the process to the pace he wanted. If Yan Shaiyan doesn't prepare for nascent soul formation soon, he'll be tempted to have Jiang Zhengheng take action. The auxiliary ingredients in the infant care pill are manageable, but the main ingredient is far too precious. We can't afford to fail even with a single batch. But on the surface, Chen Mobai's tone remained heavy, as if he were somewhat unwilling. Yibagui, my master said that as long as sect leader Chen is willing to help, he is willing to give up a golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill as a token of gratitude. Chen Mobai, in that case it's not something we can't consider. Yibagui 2 grains. Chen Mobai. End of this chapter. Chapter 693, Confluence of the 2 Rivers. Chapter 693, Confluence of the 2 Rivers. Chen Mobai simply wanted to express how difficult it was to collect the materials for a batch of infant nourishing pills, and to help Yan Shaiyan strengthen his resolve. Little did he know there would be an unexpected gain. Even if he hadn't offered the golden elixir and jade rejuvenation pill, he would have eventually agreed. But since they've offered it to us, how can we refuse? With these 5 golden elixir jade rejuvenation pills, we can at least somewhat balance the situation for the foundation establishment cultivators in the sect. Thinking this way, Chen Mobai found Yibagui more and more pleasing to the eye. Thinking that when Yan Shaiyan dies in the future, and he returns to Tiangu to surrender, he can let this kid take over. After Yi Yun sent Yibagui away, Chen Mobai began to instruct Yue Zhudao in Jumu Ridge to start collecting the medicinal materials for the infant nourishing pill. The auxiliary medicines are fine, but the 12 main medicines are all rare and precious treasures. According to the contract, the Shenmu sect is responsible for 6 of them. Because Chen Mobai had given prior instructions, Yue Zhudao was basically ready and just waiting for his order to start harvesting. However, the sect only has 3 types, and is still lacking the 4th tier Tai Sui meat, the 4th tier Ice Heart Divine Lotus, and the 4th tier Sky Blue Silver Light Grass. Among these, the Ice Heart Divine Lotus is a treasure of the Snowfall Palace. Chen Mobai had Yue Zhudao negotiate with it in advance. At first, Zhu Jinyu disagreed, but after the Divine Wood sect took over the water and fire branches of the Five Elements sect, her attitude suddenly changed. The contract was signed last year, so I can get it whenever I want, and I don't need to pay spirit stones. All I need is for Chen Mobai, the sect leader of the Divine Wood sect, to make a promise. That means the cultivators of the Divine Wood sect cannot attack the Snowfall Palace. Chen Mobai readily agreed, stating that as long as the Snowfall Palace adhered to the righteous path and did not commit any heinous acts, no member of the Divine Wood sect would ever take the initiative to invade the Snowfall Palace. The azure silver grass is not found in the eastern wilderness, but the Sun family in eastern Wu has it. Chen Mobai wrote a letter and asked Yu Lion to deliver it to Nujiang at Fengyu, hoping that Yu Lion could help negotiate with Dongwu. The only remaining option is fourth-tier Tai Sui meat, which Chen Mobai will have to figure out himself. However, collecting the 6 main medicinal ingredients was relatively easy for them. It should be noted that in the immortal sect, the most important ingredient for the infant nourishing pill is the 5th-order vermilion fruit, which is unavailable here. Therefore, after discussing it, Chen Mobai and Yan Shaiyan chose the 5th-order sun sacred fruit from the sun-bathing sea as a substitute. This is also the most precious and the most difficult to obtain among the 12 main medicines. However, Chen Mobai was also straightforward, stating that their Shenmu sect and Yu Rai Hai had only a so-so relationship and definitely couldn't obtain this. If Master Yan wanted to refine the infant nourishing pill, he would find a way to get the sun sacred fruit. Yan Shaiyan initially disagreed, but then realized that he himself definitely needed the infant nourishing pill more, so he reluctantly agreed. Now that Yan Shaiyan plans to refine the infant nourishing pill, he must already have a way to obtain the sun's sacred fruit from the sun-bathing sea, or he may have already obtained it. It's unclear whether it was Yan Shaiyan's own connection, or the influence of the Xingshan Chamber of Commerce. However, Chen Mobai quickly put the matter out of his mind, because he still needed to find a way to upgrade the Tai Sui meat in his hands. The Tai Sui is in Zhu Ming's hands, but she is currently receiving people from the Xingtian Chamber of Commerce and doesn't have time to bring the Tai Sui over. Chen Mobai originally wanted to go to Hongguo in person, but then he remembered that he had just told Lu Zuolong that he was busy, and going now would be a bit embarrassing. So he decided to wait until they finished observing the flowering of the great sun purple rice and left before making a decision. Chen Mobai had no worries about Zhu Ming's skill in cultivating spiritual plants. He remembered that Gu Zhiqin, the core formation cultivator from the Star Heaven Dao sect who came to guide the planting of great sun purple rice, was extremely arrogant. He thought that without their full process supervision and help, how could such a precious spiritual rice possibly survive in the small sects of the eastern wilderness? But Zhu Ming easily shocked Gu Zhiqin. After watching the process of planting great sun purple rice once, she had already learned it. After practicing it 2 or 3 times, she was able to do it better than the Xingshan Dao sect disciples that Gu Zhiqin brought. When Gu Zhiqin left after 2 years of guidance, he asked Zhu Ming if she wanted to switch allegiances. Zhu Ming naturally refused outright. Zhu Ming herself told Chen Mobai about this later, and the latter, while feeling proud, also remembered the name Gu Zhiqin. This was the first time he had encountered someone who dared to poach his employees. We can't afford to offend the Star Heaven Dao sect right now. We'll settle the score later. That's why Chen Mobai didn't want to have too many connections with the people of the Star Heaven Dao sect, lest it be difficult to deal with them if they turned against him in the future. Anyway, we have to wait for news from Nujiang. Yue Zhudao will also need some time to collect the remaining auxiliary medicines, so we'll just have to wait a bit longer regarding the Tai Sui meat's upgrade. Just then, another joyous event occurred. That means the 2 great rivers have finally been completed and are now converging. The mega project, which was originally planned to take 2 or 3 decades to complete, was completed almost half the expected time. 16 years have passed since the 2 major rivers were opened up. In the first 5 years, Zhuo Ming and the others had little experience and were figuring things out on their own. Although Yi Yun hired rogue cultivators from Baiyuan City to help them, their progress was still slow. In the following 5 years, the spiritual rice began to be harvested in large quantities, attracting disciples of the Divine Wood sect and various cultivation families to participate. The progress began to catch up with the plan and flourished. 5 years later, Chen Mobai personally oversaw the major interventions, causing the foundation establishment and elite qi refining disciples of the Divine Wood sect to remain on the eastern wilderness plateau. In addition, Luo Zhuo refined the outer path golden core, and Luo Yixuan no longer needed to conceal her core formation strength. With the two of them working together with all their might, the excavation progress of the two great rivers was more than 3 times that of before. In the last year, preparations were actually made for the confluence of the two rivers. Today, it is finally completed. As the sect leader and the person in charge of this project, Chen Mobai naturally rushed to the scene immediately. The completion site, where the two rivers meet, happens to be the border of the Xiao Kingdom, the Yan Kingdom, and the Han Kingdom. This was the most accomplished project the sect had undertaken in a century, aside from war. Moreover, it was personally overseen by Chen Mobai, the sect leader, so on this day, all the garrison commanders from the 3 kingdoms brought their subordinates with them. The day was sunny and the sky was clear. Standing on the bank where the two rivers meet, Chen Mobai looked down at the turbulent stream flowing endlessly and nodded in satisfaction. On his left and right were Luo Yixuan and Luo Zhuo, 2 female cultivators from the sect who had reached the core formation stage. Because Luo Yixuan was condensing a ghost pill, Chen Mobai, in order to prevent Gu Ziqin, who was sent by the Xingtian Dao sect to give guidance, from seeing through her secrets, used the excuse of insufficient manpower to call this disciple to replace Zhuo Ming in opening up Beijiang. The original plan was to come here temporarily for 2 years to avoid trouble, and then go back after Gu Ziqin left. However, Chen Mobai later discovered that having this disciple saved him a lot of trouble, so he let her continue to manage the opening up of the two rivers. Following the 2 women were Yi Yun, Zhou Wangshan, and Yan Yuanhao, the 3 garrison commanders. Further out are 46 Shenmu sect foundation establishment cultivators who have devoted much effort to this mega project. At first, they only wanted to curry favor with the sect leader's lineage and earn some more spirit stones, but over the years, they have forgotten their original intentions. As they look at the rushing stream where the two rivers meet, a hint of pride appears in their eyes. The outermost group consists of contractors from various families and sects. They have made indelible and enormous contributions to this mega project, so they were invited to attend the ceremony. Chen Mobai delivered a passionate speech, which drew rounds of enthusiastic applause. Then Zhou Wangshan eagerly took out a huge stone, placed it on the bank, and asked the sect leader to name the river that would flow into the Rainbow Kingdom after the confluence of the two rivers. Chen Mobai thought for a while. I initially thought of Xuan, Chinese letter, but now I feel it's not grand enough. He picked up the sun-chasing pen that Zhou Shenking had given him and paced back and forth in front of the stone. No one dared to disturb him. They were all waiting for the sect leader to finish writing. Before long, Chen Mobai stopped and stood in front of the boulder, picking up his brush and writing 2 characters. Blackwater. No one understood what he meant. However, Mo and Beijiang didn't understand either. Anyway, whatever the sect leader wanted to call them, that's what they got. From this day forward, the great river that flows into the Rainbow Kingdom after the confluence of the two rivers will be named Black Water. Only Luo Yixuan, standing to the side, felt a mixture of excitement and disbelief upon seeing the words Black Water. Could it be that Master named it for me? On the way back, Luo Yixuan rode in Chen Mobai's crimson cloud silk robe, returning together. Master, why is it called Blackwater? She asked, her heart pounding with a mixture of anticipation and fear of disappointment. Upon seeing his disciple's expression, Chen Mobai thought for a moment and understood her feelings. He smiled slightly and continued speaking in accordance with her expectations. Ming'er came to the eastern wilderness plateau to open up the two rivers. I only feel at ease because you are protecting me. At the beginning, many dangerous and key waterways of Beijiang were only able to be opened up because of your help. Later, Ming'er went a Hongguo to control desertification and plant spirit rice. As I was in seclusion for many years, I was unable to take care of her. It was thanks to your hard work and dedication, leading the sect disciples and various contractors, that this project was successfully completed. It can be said that your contribution to the confluence of the two rivers is greater than that of Ming'er and junior nephew Luo. Therefore, I hope that future generations will remember you, the great hero behind the scenes, in the name of Blackwater. As soon as Chen Mobai finished speaking, Luo Yixuan became excited. Her fair and delicate face couldn't help but lift up. She wanted to be proud but also thought of being reserved, which made her cheeks blush. All the hard work she had put into digging the river for many years was swept away at this moment, and she couldn't help but volunteer. Master, leave the task of opening up the Blackwater to me. I guarantee that there will be no shortage of water when Senior Sister's Yu is working on desertification control. Hearing this, Chen Mobai was overjoyed. Good, good, Xuaner, you are indeed my most caring disciple. Only you can handle this important matter so that I can feel at ease. End of this chapter. Chapter 694, Mysterious Heavy Water, Entering the Immortal City for Negotiations. Chapter 694, Mysterious Heavy Water, Entering the Immortal City for Negotiations. The reason Chen Mobai chose the name Blackwater was because he remembered a sentence he had seen in the cultivation world before. The black waters surge and sweep away the entire world. It feels very imposing. I hope that this black river in the Rainbow Kingdom will one day be able to sweep away the boundless sea of sand. Luo Yixuan is currently cultivating the black water technique, because after reaching the core formation stage, this technique allows one to condense all spiritual energy into netherworld heavy water. This mysterious and heavy water, even a single drop of it weighs 1,000 pounds. 1 jun is 30 jin, and 1,000 jun is 30,000 jin, which, according to the immortal sects, is 15 tons. Ordinary magical artifacts are basically smashed when they encounter this mysterious heavy water, not to mention talismans and defensive spells, which crumble upon contact with it if they are of the same level. It was precisely because of her yearning for the mysterious and heavy water that Luo Yixuan chose this water attribute cultivation technique when she was a child. Therefore, after Chen Mobai passed on the Yuhai Xuan Gong Chinese letter that he obtained from Xuan Shu to her, she still wanted to first master the Yaoxuan heavy water Chinese letter of the black water Gong Chinese letter before converting it into a different technique. This is mainly because she has confidence. Although Luo Yixuan's core formation realm also followed a crooked path, unlike Meng Hong and Luo Zuer, she was considered a true core formation cultivator with an 8-year lifespan, a core formation level avatar, and a 4th-tier magic weapon. Therefore, she was not in such a hurry to improve her realm. Master, after I opened up the White River, I had a vague feeling that I was about to break through to the 14th level of the black water technique. I happen to have some questions I'd like to ask. Chen Mobai was slightly surprised after hearing this. The 14th level of the black water technique is the completion of the foundation establishment stage. Although Luo Yixuan's ability to adapt to the lower levels at the core formation stage is twice as effective, the speed at which she has achieved this is already beyond his imagination. After all, only 19 years had passed since she condensed the ghost core. At that time, she had just gotten rid of the troubles caused by the Yellow Spring spiritual power, and her black water technique was only at the early stage of foundation establishment. According to Chen Mobai's estimation, although Luo Yixuan had no bottleneck in improving her spiritual power, she could only improve her spiritual sense through her own hard work and cultivation. At this time, she should have just broken through to the late stage of foundation establishment. Has anything been different from usual during your recent practice? Chen Mobai's heart stirred, and he probably understood the reason, which was why he sent Luo Yixuan to open up the Blackwater. Faced with her master's concerned question, Luo Yixuan thought carefully for a while, but she really couldn't think of anything unusual, so she shook her head. Chen Mobai immediately told her to release Granny Ming, as there were some things that Luo Yixuan, with her low cultivation level, couldn't perceive, but she might have discovered something. Reporting to the Holy Sun, since Miss Luo came to this eastern wilderness plateau, her cultivation speed has been increasing day by day. Granny Ming possessed Luo Yixuan's shadow and had no freedom in her daily life. She could only observe Luo Yixuan's cultivation and the people and things around her, so she actually discovered some clues. It really is because of the opening up of Beijiao. After hearing this, Chen Mobai nodded slightly, agreeing with his thoughts. Although the merit of opening up the great river on the eastern wilderness plateau is certainly not as great as that of controlling desertification, it is still a merit. He, as the chief engineer, deserves half the credit for these two great rivers, while Luo Yixuan, as the cultivator who contributed the most in the actual execution, is second only to him. This subtle influence caused Luo Yixuan's cultivation to begin to improve rapidly. However, because so many cultivators contributed, the rewards, once distributed, did not have the effect of enabling cultivators to directly comprehend the Tao. Moreover, in addition to opening up the two major rivers, there are also supporting humanistic undertakings such as cultivating sacred fields, which will further dilute the resources available to the population. However, the lion's share will definitely still go to the master and his disciples. Once you've finished cultivating the black water, you should be ready to truly form your core. After answering Luo Yixuan's questions about the black water technique, Chen Mobai spoke to her confidently. "Yes, master, I will certainly not disappoint you." Luo Yixuan felt praised after hearing Chen Mobai's words, and her face and eyes were full of joy. After she led the Shenmu sect army to destroy the Nangshuan sect, Luo Sankai, who had reached the foundation establishment stage of the Luo family, traveled a long distance to personally seek her out and establish a relationship. Although he was several generations older than her, he addressed her as ancestor and wanted her to visit the Luo family more often when she had time. Accompanying Luo Sankai was her brother, Luo Yixiu. However, the once cherished prodigy of the Luo family is now completely aged. After failing to establish his foundation twice, he has become a steward in the Divine Wood sect, helping the younger generation of geniuses of the Luo family to handle sect relations. If it weren't for his own qi refining level 9 cultivation, he probably would have been sent back to have children long ago. Luo Sankai thought that Luo Yixiu and Luo Yixuan would have a very good relationship since they entered the sect at the same time and were siblings, so he specially brought him over to try and get closer to them. Seeing Luo Yixiu so cautiously in front of her, afraid of saying the wrong thing, Luo Yixuan recalled how she herself had been just as timid and hesitant in front of this older brother before she became a disciple of her master. After the roles were reversed, Luo Yixuan initially felt a surge of exhilarating joy. However, as she enjoyed the moment, she suddenly felt bored and disillusioned when she saw her family's foundation establishment cultivators, whom she had revered as gods in her childhood, now looking trembling with fear in front of her. When she stood at the highest point of the eastern wilderness, she realized that the many grievances she had vividly remembered from her childhood were actually nothing special. At that moment, Luo Yixuan's state of mind was elevated. Subsequently, the Luo family, which had originally occupied a corner of her heart, began to fade away, and Zaya Anenshin gradually occupied her entire mind and body. 2 years ago, Luo Yixuan's mother passed away. From then on, Zaya Anenshin was all she could think about. That's why Chen Mobai's compliment made her so happy. Because that's all she cares about now. Since Chen Mobai had nothing else to do, he took Luo Yixuan on a trip along the planned route of the Blackwater River. In the land of rainbows, yellow sand stretches as far as the eye can see. But thousands of years ago, this place was also a place of green hills and clear waters. If the goal is to control desertification, the Blackwater needs to flow through most of the Rainbow Kingdom's territory, and these flows need to be integrated with the local spiritual veins. because the land here is flat and receives plenty of sunshine. If developed into spirit fields, there would be vast expanses of them. When planting, tending, and harvesting, large puppets could be used, allowing a single cultivator to oversee hundreds or even thousands of acres. According to Chen Mobai's estimate, if the desertification control is completed and the entire Rainbow Kingdom is developed, the area of spiritual fields alone will be equivalent to the combined 30 million mu of the Zio Kingdom and the Yan Kingdom. However, Chen Mobai planned to use this place as the granary of the entire eastern wilderness, so that he could plant more crops without being restricted by spiritual veins. He planned to first plant some ordinary rice that contained only trace amounts of spiritual energy, and then provide it to all the mortals in the eastern wilderness through the unified Zhao dynasty. 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. After generations of people's bodies are improved by sufficient spiritual rice, more and more children will be born with spiritual roots, getting closer and closer to the small immortal sect in Chen Mobai's mind. Chen Mobai led Luo Yixuan across most of the Rainbow Kingdom. Thanks to the efforts of Yan Yuanhao, Zhu Ming, and others, a complete sand control and protection forest has been formed on the border. The boundless sea of sand that had been relentlessly encroaching day and night was now being kept out of the Rainbow Kingdom. With external threats eliminated, the remaining task is to improve the internal sandy environment of the Rainbow Kingdom, which has been eroded over thousands of years. Water is essential to achieving this. This is precisely why black water is so important. If Luo Yixuan can complete the opening of this black water, her future merits, even if not as great as Zhu Ming's, will not be too far behind. While the master and disciple were traveling in the Rainbow Kingdom, Jiang Xingheng also returned to the Ming Kingdom with the formless puppet. Zhou Yi soon received a handwritten reply from Chen Mobai. 3 days later, Chen Mobai easily entered the Hunyuan immortal city through the teleportation array that Feng Zicheng had betrayed to Jiang Xingheng. When he stepped out of the teleportation array, a middle-aged man with a square face and serious eyes was waiting for him. This person was Chen Su, the leader of the Five Elements sect. His skills, cultivation, and mental techniques were all top-notch. He was previously hailed by Chen Mobai as the cultivator in the eastern wilderness most likely to form a core formation. Sect leader Chen, this way please. When Chen Su saw Chen Mobai, his expression was complicated and his brows were furrowed, but in the end he still led the latter to see Zhou Yi. In the same courtyard built around the lake, the refined and handsome Zhou Yi sat in the pavilion, with his beautiful maid, Lu Zhu, beside him. Upon seeing Chen Mobai enter, a hint of surprise flashed in both of their eyes. After all, Zhou Yi had refined the primordial 5 elements extinction divine thunder, so Chen Mobai's willingness to come over meant that he had entrusted his life to him. But soon, Zhou Yi realized something. He then used the Hunyuan Dao fruit to investigate and found that Chen Mobai had only brought a puppet. Zhou Yi raised his hand, signaling Chen Su to leave. Chen Su opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he bowed his head and retreated. Sect leader Chen's use of a puppet to meet you shows a lack of sincerity. Hearing Zhou Yi's words, Chen Mobai smiled slightly, sat down opposite him, and asked a question in return. If you were in my position, would you be willing to come and negotiate in your true form? Of course not. Upon hearing this, the two exchanged a glance and burst into laughter, while Green Pearl, standing to the side, was somewhat bewildered. Shouldn't the two be mortal enemies, ready to fight at any moment? Even if they don't actually fight, they should at least exchange barbs and rebuke each other. It feels like two good friends are catching up. Green Pearl, the guests have arrived. Why haven't you served tea yet? Zhou Yi spoke up, but Chen Mobai shook his head, indicating that he was a puppet and could not enjoy it. Let's get straight to the point. After we take over your 5 Elements sect, I still need Zhang Heng to attack the mortal kingdoms of Returning Heaven Valley and Snowfall Palace to unify the eastern wilderness. Chen Mobai's words startled Zhou Yi. Although he had been contemplating the movements of the Divine Wood sect these past few days and had guessed this, he was still very surprised when it was actually confirmed. Why did someone of your stature have to fall into the wood element of second senior brother? Heaven truly favors second senior brother. Zhou Yi's words made Chen Mobai somewhat smug. After all, it was praise from the enemy. Let me state my requirements first. The primordial Tao fruit is the bottom line. Since Zhou Yi didn't want to speak first, Chen Mobai, who had a huge advantage, didn't hold back anymore. After all, every day the army stayed in Ming territory meant another day of attrition. The primordial Tao fruit is crucial to his nascent soul formation, and he must obtain it no matter what. As long as Zhou Yi is willing to hand over this, Chen Mobai feels that everything else is negotiable. Yes, the 5 elements and 5 meridians are all direct descendants of Master. If I pass on the primordial Tao fruit to you, it won't be considered a violation of the Tao heart oath I made back then. Zhou Yi's words made Chen Mobai frown. So easy to talk to. What are your requirements, Master Zhou? Zhou Yi smiled slightly and said something that almost made Chen Mobai jump up. Help me destroy the Sun family of Eastern Wu, and I will not only hand over the Hunyuan Tao fruit to you, but I will also leave Hunyuan Immortal City and swear that I will never set foot here again in this lifetime. I'm sorry, I cannot comply. Chen Mobai refused quite decisively. Although the primordial Tao fruit is very important, he would not launch an interdomain war for it. Moreover, the Sun family of Eastern Wu is in charge of half of Yunming's territory. Before Chen Mobai is absolutely certain that he can kill that poisonous dragon, he certainly won't fight his allies. I ask for nothing more than this. When Zhou Yi heard Chen Mobai refuse, his smile faded and his tone became calm. Chen Mobai did not see Zhou Yi's gesture of seeing him off, so he knew that Zhou Yi was testing his bottom line. Therefore, he spoke again. It is more satisfying to take revenge personally. Why doesn't Master Zhou go and destroy the Sun family of Eastern Wu after he has formed his own nascent soul? Zhou Yi, what do you mean by that? Chen Mobai, does Master Zhou think that this Hunyuan Immortal City can stop our sect's army? Zhou Yi, no, but if we want to break through this immortal city, my second senior brother will definitely come. Could it be that you want me to drag him down with me so that you can dominate the wood vein? Chen Mobai, Master Zhou, you are judging a gentleman by your own petty standards. I just want to say, if I still leave this Hunyuan Immortal City to you for cultivation, and you remain the supreme elder of the 5 elements earth vein, would you be willing? Zhou Yi, what do you mean? Chen Mobai, aren't senior brother Nujiang and senior sister Sheng Jiaxi examples? As long as true person Zhou is willing to submit to my wood clan and acknowledge that our wood clan is the true lineage, not only can we resolve the war, but we can also preserve everything. From now on, we, the 5 elements and 5 clans, will still be as close as brothers, sharing the same roots and origins. This Hunyuan Immortal City and the 4th grade superior spiritual veins here will still belong to you for cultivation. You can even use the resources of our 5 elements and 5 clans to cultivate the Hunyuan Tao fruit, and perhaps you can even form a nascent soul in the future. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yi's heart skipped a beat. Do I only need to give up the primordial Tao fruit? Chen Mobai, if Master Zhou, as the master of the 5 elements earth vein, were to surrender to our sect, his reputation might suffer some damage. It's just empty fame, I don't care. Zhou Yi started to make demands instead. Will the core formation cultivators from the other 4 lineages sacrifice their spiritual power to help me cultivate the primordial Tao fruit? Chen Mobai immediately shook his head upon hearing this. I won't force them to help you. After all, cultivation is mainly something you have to do yourself. Zhou Yi, if that's the case, I don't feel the sincerity of sect leader Chen. Chen Mobai, now I'm giving you a decent way out, not begging you. These words silenced Zhou Yi completely. End of this chapter. Chapter 695, Obtaining the Primordial Tao Fruit. Chapter 695, Obtaining the Primordial Tao Fruit. Zhou Yi had not experienced this kind of humiliation for nearly a century. I wanted to turn against them, but I couldn't win with my fists. After Nujiang and Sheng Jiaxi surrendered, the Shenmu sect now has 1 nascent soul cultivator and 8 core formation cultivators. On his side, he was all alone. The enormous difference in strength forced him to bow his head. Although Zhou Yi was confident that he could take everything away by unleashing the primordial five elements extinction divine thunder, firstly, the other side wouldn't be that stupid, and secondly, he wasn't ready to die yet. If you can live, who wants to die? So after Chen Mobai laid everything out on the table, Zhou Yi realized that he had no choice at all. It certainly gave him a decent way to live. Zhou Yi, I can agree to these conditions, but I hope that Headmaster Chen and all the senior brothers and sisters will make a vow of Dao heart. After hearing this, Chen Mobai did not immediately agree. Although he felt that Zhou Shenking and the others wouldn't have any objections, it would still be better to confirm it. There's one more thing. Zhou Yi spoke again, and Chen Mobai couldn't help but frown slightly, feeling that this guy was going too far. Sect leader Chen should know about the 1 Yuan secret realm, right? Chen Mobai, who was about to refuse, couldn't help but exclaim in surprise upon hearing this. He recalled what Zhou Shenking had said before. In the Hunyuan immortal city, there was a secret realm left behind by the 1 Yuan true monarch, which was known as the Divine Tree Secret Realm. It is said that the primordial ancestor received the inheritance of the 1 Yuan true lord in this secret realm. Please continue. Chen Mobai was intrigued and urged Zhou Yi to continue. Zhou Yi, help me open it. Chen Mobai, didn't the primordial ancestor leave the secret realm to you? Why can't you open it? Zhou Yi, it requires the combined efforts of the 5 elements and 5 lineages. If you agree to this, I am willing to immediately summon all the 5 element sect cultivators in Hunyuan immortal city to issue a decree of self-reproach, taking all the sins of the 5 element sects division upon myself. Chen Mobai, what's inside the secret realm? Zhou Yi, I haven't opened it and I'm not sure. Chen Mobai, if there are any gains, how should they be distributed? Zhou Yi, how about we each get half? The secret technique to unlock it is in my hands, and it requires primordial chaos true qi. After listening, Chen Mobai thought for a while and made a slightly excessive request. Before opening the 1 Yuan secret realm, you must first pass on the Hunyuan Dao fruit to me. Zhou Yi's expression showed a slight struggle, but he finally sighed and said, okay. Hearing this, Chen Mobai realized that all his demands during the negotiations had been met, and the 1 Yuan secret realm was an unexpected bonus, a nice bonus. After signing an agreement with Zhou Yi, Chen Mobai stayed in Hunyuan immortal city and had Jiang Zhengheng deliver the contents of the negotiation to Zhou Shenking. When Zhou Shenking heard that Zhou Yi had actually humbled himself and was willing to take the blame for the 5 element separation, he was overjoyed and authorized Chen Mobai to handle the matter entirely. 7 days later, as the Supreme Elder, Zhou Yi issued a self-reproach edict to all cultivators of the 5 elements sect's Earth branch, acknowledging his unworthiness and his obstruction of the 5 elements unification. His second senior brother, Zhou Shenking, possessed both virtue and talent, and was a kind and benevolent elder. Therefore, the rightful successor to the 5 elements lineage should rightfully be him. After issuing the edict of self-reproach, Chun Yu-Su, the leader of the 5 elements sect, opened the city gates wide. Jiang Zhengheng, who had already besieged the city, led his immortal masters into the Hunyuan immortal city. Without any ambush, after the 3 high-level cultivators reached an agreement, no matter how many people opposed it, they could not change the fact that the 5 elements sect was unified by the Divine Wood sect. This event shook the eastern wilderness. The 5 elements sect, which had been separated for nearly 100 years, was so easily unified by the Divine Wood sect. Why didn't Zhou Yi even put up a fight? Upon hearing this news, Yan Shayan's hair turned much whiter, and he once again ordered the return to Tiangu Valley to expedite the collection of the necessary medicinal materials for the infant nourishing pill. Meanwhile, inside the Snowfall Palace, Kong Lingeling felt her child growing stronger and stronger, and hoped to have more time to capture more prey. Baiyuan City. Lu Zuolong, who had just finished inspecting the heading of the Great Sun Purple Rice, made a special detour here to talk with Chen Mobai for a while, wanting to know what the Divine Wood sect planned to do next after the reunification of the 5 elements and 5 veins. At this point, even if Zhou Shenking's nascent soul stage had not been revealed, the strength of the Divine Wood sect was already unparalleled in the Eastern Wilderness, and could even rank among the top 5 in the 3 realms of the Eastern region. After Zhou Yi surrendered, there were now 9 core formation cultivators on the surface. If the Divine Wood sect wants to unify the Eastern Wilderness, then their Star Heaven Dao sect will also need to adjust its strategies accordingly. However, their interests in the Eastern Wilderness must not be harmed under any circumstances. Lu Zhuolong came here this time specifically to emphasize this point. If Huishan Valley intends to submit to our sect, how will your sect respond? After hearing this, Chen Mobai asked a question that made Lu Zhuolong pause slightly. This is absolutely impossible. Lu Zhuolong couldn't imagine that Huishan Valley might surrender to Shenmu sect. After all, with their Xingshan Dao sect as their backer, they could earn millions of spirit stones every year just by relying on Panlong spirit rice. If Yan Shaiyan were a normal person with any backbone, he would never switch allegiance to Shenmu sect. It's just a hypothesis. Chen Mobai smiled, but Lu Zhuolong thought of the weak strength of Huishan Valley and the possibility that their Xingshan Dao sect was too far away to reach them. He couldn't help but frown slightly and emphasize something. Sect leader Chen, our sect attaches great importance to the 10,000 acres of Panlong spirit rice in the Flower Kingdom. If any accidents occur, a nascent soul ancestor might personally descend and unleash his thunderous wrath. The eastern Yue region, where the Xingshan Dao sect is located, is mostly mountainous and hilly, making farming difficult. Therefore, the 3rd and 4th grade spirit rice of many elders in the sect mainly comes from the Eastern Yi, Eastern Wu, and Eastern Wilderness. In particular, the tens of thousands of acres of Panlong spirit rice in the Flower Kingdom have been cultivated by the Xingshan Dao sect for over 1,000 years, allowing them to harvest continuously. If it were truly damaged due to the war, it could very well attract the attention of a nascent soul cultivator from the Star Heaven Dao sect. Please rest assured on this point. As long as our sect remains the overlord of the Eastern Wilderness, we will send people to protect your sect's 10,000 acres of Panlong spirit rice, even if Huishan Valley cannot protect it. After probing and learning of Xingtian Dao sect's determination regarding Panlong spirit rice, Chen Mobai uttered a meaningful remark. That's good. Please remember these words, sect leader Chen. Lu Zhuolong seemed not to have grasped the hidden meaning in his words, and took his leave after finishing speaking. Chen Mobai watched his departing figure, then looked at the map of the Eastern Wilderness placed in the main hall, his gaze falling on the location of the Flower Kingdom, his eyes filled with a deep, unsettling light. Hunyuan Immortal City. Chen Mobai's puppet body was comprehending the Hunyuan Dao fruit that Zhou Yi had just taught him. As expected of the supreme divine power left behind by the One Yuan True Lord, it was indeed profound and mysterious. After returning, I need to use the Enlightenment Tea to thoroughly comprehend it. Thinking this, he opened his eyes. He is still in Zhou Yi's courtyard, where the latter is also leisurely feeding the fish, while Chen Mobai is comprehending the Hunyuan Dao fruit. After issuing an edict of self-reproach and taking all the blame for the separation of the 5 elements and 5 lineages, Zhou Yi felt a sense of boundless freedom. From now on, he no longer needs to pay attention to trivial matters such as the 5 element sect, nor does he need to worry about the other 4 sects joining forces to attack. He only needs to focus on his own cultivation. In his edict of self-reproach, he declared that he would seal himself in the immortal city and would never leave the city until he had absolved his sins and karmic debts. However, this was just a polite remark. Zhou Yi knew perfectly well that he only had the greatest deterrent power within the Hunyuan immortal city. After he surrendered, Chen Mobai treated him with respect. He remained the supreme elder of the earth branch of the 5 element sect and a good junior brother of Zhou Shenking and others who had realized their mistakes. But once the 5 elements and 5 veins are unified, the people of their Divine Wood sect will definitely be in charge of the actual operation of this immortal city in the future. As for Zhou Yi, all he needed was to cultivate in the fourth-tier spiritual veins here and maintain the deterrent effect of the primordial five elements extinction divine thunder. If he achieves nascent soul in the future, it will mean that his sins have been cleansed and he can leave the city. After thinking it through, Zhou Yi even regretted not surrendering sooner. Junior brother Chen, how is your comprehension going? Seeing Chen Mobai get up, Zhou Yi put down the bait in his hand and asked him very warmly. Some progress has been made. Although they now address each other as fellow disciples, Chen Mobai certainly wouldn't reveal his true identity to Zhou Yi and only said a polite remark. Junior brother Chen is indeed a peerless genius. When Master taught me the Hunyuan Dao fruit, it was like hearing a heavenly book. It was only after listening to Master's explanation for 100 days that I began to understand it. Even now, I have only just entered the realm. Zhou Yi took it seriously, genuinely believing that Chen Mobai had already grasped the essence of the primordial Dao fruit in just a few days, and couldn't help but look amazed. Senior brother Zhou, are you sure you have no problem with the key to opening the 1 yuan secret realm? Chen Mobai immediately changed the subject and talked about what Zhou Yi cared about most. Yes, before my master passed away, he taught me the method to activate it, but it requires collecting 5 tokens and then activating it with primordial true qi. As Zhou Yi spoke, he took out a piece of earth-yellow jade pendant. When the primordial ancestor bestowed each of his 5 disciples with a jade pendant when they reached the core formation stage, each pendant belonged to one of the 5 elements and served as the key to unlocking the primordial secret realm. Zhou Shenking was unaware of this matter and thought it was merely a symbol of being a Hunyuan disciple. After the passing of the primordial ancestor, Zhou Yi was not yet secure in his position, so naturally he would not tell others about this secret matter. When the family split up later, they would never say anything more. At the beginning, I was quite ambitious. I wanted to win over all my senior brothers and sisters, inherit my master's last wishes in the secret realm, and bring the 5-element sect to a higher level. Zhou Yi placed his earthen yellow jade pendant on the table, his tone filled with emotion. Chen Mobai then took out 3 jade pendants, 1 cyan, 1 fiery red and 1 golden, and placed them together with Zhou Yi's. These belonged to Zhou Shenking, Sheng Jiaxi, and Mo Duguang. After hearing about this matter, the 3 of them were also very interested in opening the 1 yuan secret realm. However, they did not dare to come to Hunyuan Immortal City, so they only sent their disciples to deliver their jade pendants. Of these, the Nujiang River is the only one missing. It's not that he's unwilling. Instead, Nujiang happened to accept Chen Mobai's request and went to Eastern Wu. The 4 jade pendants were placed together, but there was no reaction. Chen Mobai and Zhou Yi were both somewhat disappointed. It seems we still need to collect all 5 pieces before we can proceed. I wonder what kind of rare treasures are hidden in that secret realm. This secret realm was only accessible to the primordial ancestor during the 5-element sect's time. Therefore, although Zhou Shenking and the others knew that there must be great opportunities inside, they never had the chance to learn the details. Before passing away, the primordial ancestor left his legacy to Zhou Yi. For the sake of the secret realm, he decisively passed on the primordial Dao fruit to Chen Mobai first, which means he must have known what was inside. This secret realm is a small world where the 5 elements of spiritual energy are balanced. At its center is an extremely precious 5-element spirit tree. The 5-element spirit fruits that we 5 disciples consumed when we formed our cores were picked from it by Master Hunyuan. Both parties had already made vows of faith, so Zhou Yi didn't hide anything and told them what he knew. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai was greatly surprised. There's actually a 5-element spirit tree. In the heavenly river realm, although there are spiritual objects that can assist in core formation, in ancient times, practitioners of the 5 elements techniques would consume the corresponding 5-element spiritual fruits to cross the major realm of core formation. However, the 5-element spirit tree has a very demanding growth environment, requiring all 5 elements of the spiritual veins to be present, and with almost identical spiritual energy content. This is why spiritual veins and caves suitable for the growth of the five-element spirit tree are extremely rare. Only the super sects of the eastern lands possess such rare treasures. I never expected that there would be one in this Yuan secret realm. I heard my master say that most of the five-element spirit trees in the eastern land were created by ancient cultivators, using great supernatural powers to forcibly create a small world with all five elements of spiritual energy so that they could be nurtured. This plant in the One Yuan secret realm was planted by a powerful figure from the longevity sect when he created a small world. Later, it was found by the One Yuan true monarch, who used it to perfect the primordial Tao fruit. Then, Master obtained the inheritance jade pendant of true monarch Yi Yuan, came here to open this secret realm, and based on this, established the Hunyuan immortal city and founded the five-element sect. The five-element spiritual fruits condensed from the five-element spiritual tree are the purest and most exquisite five-element spiritual essence. In addition to helping cultivators of five-element spiritual power form their cores, they are also the best treasures for my cultivation of the primordial Tao fruit. If Zhou Yi hadn't told him, Chen Mobai would have had no idea about these things. The five-element spirit tree bears fruit every 2 Jiazi cycles, and each time it produces 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. It has been 102 years since the passing of the Grandmaster Hunyuan. In other words, once the secret realm is opened, there is a high probability that there is a complete set of mature 5-element spiritual fruits inside, and there may even be more than one set. Following Zhou Yi's train of thought, Chen Mobai quickly understood why he had included this condition in the Tao Heart Oath. If he opens the One Yuan secret realm and uses the 5-element spiritual fruit to cultivate the primordial true qi, he might actually be able to cultivate the primordial Tao fruit in a short period of time. At most, there will only be one set of 5-element spiritual fruits, because the previous ones have all been used by Master Hunyuan to cultivate Hunyuan Tao fruits and for us to use when forming our cores. Zhou Yi, however, said something that made Chen Mobai feel slightly relieved, but it was regretful. According to the contract, he can take half of the things in the secret realm, and Zhou Yi can take a maximum of 2.5 of the 5-element spirit fruits. This way, at least Zhou Yi's cultivation progress can be delayed. After 2 encounters, Chen Mobai discovered that Zhou Yi was a very pragmatic person. If he achieves nascent soul in the future and is confident that he can suppress Zhou Yi, then he can try to accept him. After all, among all the core formation cultivators in the entire eastern wilderness, he is the most likely to reach the nascent soul stage. But that won't work now, we need to suppress it. End of this chapter. Chapter 696, The Great Technique. The Transformation of Jia Wood, bonus chapter for 21,600 monthly tickets. Chapter 696, The Great Technique. The Transformation of Jia Wood, bonus chapter for 21,600 monthly tickets. Hong Country. Chen Mobai brought Luo Yixuan to Liujia Mountain. Upon receiving the news, Zhuo Ming and Yin Qingmei immediately came over and bowed to him. Minger, your qi is perfectly balanced and your spiritual power is complete. It seems you will break through to the late foundation establishment stage soon. Chen Mobai told the 2 women in front of him to stand up. They quickly noticed Zhu Ming's unusual behavior. After observing her carefully, they couldn't help but clap their hands and laugh. It is thanks to the master's excellent teaching and the abundance of spiritual rice and stones that I have achieved such success. Zhu Ming was very happy to hear this. Chen Mobai's judgment in this regard was very accurate and never wrong. Since he said that he could break through, then it was basically a sure thing. If Chen Mobai remembered correctly, Zhu Ming broke through to the mid-foundation establishment stage 20 years ago with the help of a third-tier immortal peach. From the perspective of the eastern wilderness, 20 years is considered a very good time to progress from the mid-foundation establishment stage to the late foundation establishment stage. After all, some foundation establishment cultivators are stuck at the mid-stage bottleneck their entire lives and cannot break through it. For example, Even the renowned Yuan Hongyuan was able to break through with the help of the Yellow Spring sacred fruit. However, for Chen Mobai, who was used to seeing geniuses, it could only be considered barely acceptable. After all, there was Yin Qingmei, who had reached the peak of foundation establishment, as a comparison. However, considering that Zhuo Ming spends most of his time being at his beck and call, digging rivers, controlling desertification, and farming on the eastern wilderness plateau, while also taking care of the cultivation of the nine Ren Dharma body, it is already remarkable that he has made such progress. Therefore, Chen Mobai did not hesitate to praise Zhuo Ming, boosting her confidence. Master, did you come here to check on the growth of the Great Sun purple rice? I tried to combine this Great Sun purple rice with Jade Sprout Spirit rice and found that the hybridization was successful, but I don't know what grade of spirit rice it will grow. Zhuo Ming was overjoyed by the praise and excitedly wanted to take Chen Mobai to see her latest achievement. Cultivating third-tier spirit rice that can be grown on a large scale has always been Zhuo Ming's wish, and she has not forgotten her original aspiration even after leaving Xianenshan. The Great Sun purple rice seeds provided by the Star Heaven Tao sect, as a third-grade superior spiritual rice seed, are the best subject for observation and experimentation. Although most of the seeds were sown, due to Zhuoming's high efficiency and excellence, there were more seeds than were originally expected to be replanted due to losses. When Gu Zikin returned, he did not collect the seeds. After all, there were not many seeds, and they could only be planted once, so there was no need to worry about them being lost. However, Zhuoming used these seeds to conduct round after round of hybridization experiments, and finally completed the adaptation with Yuyiling rice, which is the most widely available and easiest to grow in Donghuang. It was only just completed this year, and we don't know if it will reach the third stage after it finally heads and bears fruit. Is this matter being kept secret? Chen Mobai listened with a serious expression. Master, don't worry. I started the experiment after the spiritual plant master from Xingshan Dao sect left. Moreover, the experimental field is not in Liujia Mountain. This time, Master Lu led the team here, and after observing the flowering of the Great Sun purple rice, he left directly. Zhuo Ming knew what Chen Mobai was worried about. Although this third-grade spirit rice was the result of her hard work in hybridization experiments, one of the original varieties was the Great Sun purple rice. If the people of the Star Heaven Tao sect discovered it, they would definitely use it as an excuse to suppress it or even directly take possession of the achievement. Well, since it's not in Rocco Mountain, I'll go check on it after I finish what I'm doing. Chen Mobai's words puzzled Zhuo Ming and the other two women. They came to Liujia Mountain not to see the spirit rice, but to see how to control desertification. At this moment, Chen Mobai had already sensed the location of Tai Sui through the power of the contract. As his powerful divine sense surged forth, a massive black mass, neither stone nor flesh, emerged from the earth. Tai Sui, harnessing earth elemental power, arrived at Chen Mobai's feet and rubbed against his trouser leg with a somewhat aggrieved expression. Chen Mobai noticed that it had lost a lot of weight and couldn't help but look at Zhuo Ming. Master, Tai Sui was a great help in making this hybridization successful. Zhuo Ming's words made Chen Mobai realize that she must have taken a lot of the Tai Sui's juice. However, even if 10 of these things were combined, they wouldn't be as important as his precious disciple. So Chen Mobai didn't say anything and directly used the sound of the empty valley to listen to Tai Sui. He needs fourth-tier Tai Sui meat. There are 3 options. One method is to take a portion of the Tai Sui and then drip it into the myriad transformations thunder water. According to his estimation, there is a 70–80% chance that it can be upgraded to the 4th rank. Yin Qingmei wanted to consolidate her cultivation level, so she hadn't yet asked Zhuo Ming to use the myriad transformations thunder water to help her natal spiritual plant advance its rank. According to Zhuo Ming's communication with the spirit of all things, there will still be some of the myriad transformations thunder water in her hands after the Jade Phoenix tree is upgraded from the 2nd to the 3rd level. However, Chen Mobai felt that it was more important for Yin Qingmei to form her core, and it would be better to leave all the myriad transformations thunder water to Bu Wudang to avoid any accidents later. The second option is to use the technique of pulling up seedlings to help them grow, to enlighten the Grand Duke Jupiter and elevate its rank. Based on Chen Mobai and Zhuo Ming's experience, they were about 50–60% confident. After all, although this Tai Sui could not be considered a spiritual plant, it did possess some of the characteristics of spiritual plants. With the guidance of a great technique, it could at least trigger signs of advancement. However, there are three problems. First, there will be a heavenly tribulation. Second, it will be impossible to advance to the next level. Third, Tai Sui is not a tree with weak spirituality and gentleness. Once it is upgraded to the fourth level, its demonic energy and spiritual power will increase exponentially. At that time, the grievances of being bullied for many years will surge into its heart, and it may break free from the contract and become enemies with them. However, this is easy to solve. We can invite Zhou Shenking to suppress it. The third method is a powerful technique that Chen Mobai recently obtained from the Divine Tree Secret Realm, called Jia Wood Transformation. This great technique has some connection with Chen Mobai. He once created a spell called Jia Muju. This technique allows a single Crimson Sun wood to absorb the essence of 99 other woods of the same rank, upgrading it to a second-rank Azure Sun wood. However, since Qingyang wood was not a precious thing to Chen Mobai, this spell was useless to him, and he basically never used it after obtaining it. He felt from the beginning that the Jiamu formula was incomplete. There should be a follow-up section where Qingyang wood is upgraded to Jinyang wood, and Jinyang wood is upgraded to Changsheng wood. This Jiamu technique evolved from the Jiamu transformation technique. This great technique has only one function: to use quantitative change to trigger qualitative change, and then to transform. To refine the infant nourishing pill, all that is needed is a piece of fourth-order Tai Sui meat about half the size of a palm. Chen Mobai observed the size of the Tai Sui at his feet and decided that cutting off half of it and scaling it 100 times would be just right. Chen Mobai used the voice of the empty valley to communicate this matter with Tai Sui. The latter naturally strongly disagreed, but under Chen Mobai's gentle persuasion, it still had no choice but to give in. Tai Sui possesses the magic of splitting, but its spirituality will only enter one of the split pieces. If those split pieces of flesh absorb the earth's energy for a long time, they may nurture another spirituality. When Chen Mobai made his move, Tai Sui tried to resist, forming a barrier of dark yellow earth elemental energy on its body. Seeing this, Chen Mobai frowned slightly and then did some more ideological work with Tai Sui, saying that he would definitely help it advance to the next level when he formed his nascent soul. Perhaps the conditions were right, so Tai Sui painfully split off a large piece and ran back into the earth to absorb the earth's energy to recuperate. Zhuo Ming immediately took out his Wanwu-Haod cauldron and collected all the Tai Sui juice that had been spilled in midair. In midair, Chen Mobai held the sliced Tai Sui meat in his palm, and then led the three women to the top of Liujia Mountain. Here stands Yin Qingmei's jade-green parasol tree. Chen Mobai and she sit beneath this spiritual tree, skillfully practicing their cultivation techniques together. This transformation of Jia wood also requires the spiritual power of the Azure Emperor's longevity scripture to be performed. After obtaining this great technique, Chen Mobai had already reached the fourth level through the old method of empowerment. Now, by using Yin Qingmei's spiritual power as a catalyst, he was able to perform it with great ease. The piece of Tai Sui meat he held in his palm slowly shrank under a ball of azure spiritual light. Gradually, the originally pitch-black flesh of the Tai Sui began to show a bright green luster. The aura of the fourth rank spread out, causing the Tai Sui, which had been burrowing into the earth, to emerge from the ground and face the part of itself that had been cut off in Chen Mobai's palm, expressing a sense of doubt. After 3 days and 3 nights, the originally enormous piece of Tai Sui meat had been completely condensed into the size of a palm. The vibrant, emerald green light filled the three women with wonder. Even the Tai Sui had crawled over at some point, looking at the piece in Chen Mobai's palm with a covetous expression. It felt that if it ate this, it should be able to trigger a transformation of the vast demonic energy and spiritual power within its body. But Chen Mobai would definitely not consider upgrading it before he formed his nascent soul. They also need to suppress it. After sharing this idea with Zhuo Ming, the latter's eyes immediately lit up, and she had already envisioned how to use the Tai Sui sap to cultivate more spiritual fields. The techniques of the longevity cult are indeed quite impressive. Chen Mobai examined the piece of Tai Sui meat in his hand, which had completely transformed into a fourth-tier Tai Sui after the great spell was cast, and nodded in satisfaction. But at that moment, a soft panting sounded in my ear. Turning around, I saw that Yin Qingmei's face was slightly pale, and she seemed much weaker, with barely any spiritual energy fluctuations. For Chen Mobai, performing the longevity sect's great technique at high intensity for 3 days and 3 nights was as simple as eating and drinking. But for Yin Qingmei, who had only just reached the foundation establishment stage, it was an unbearable burden. Fortunately, she was under the jade phoenix tree, which allowed her to share half the burden with the help of her natal spiritual plant. Otherwise, she probably wouldn't have been able to hold on much longer. Qingmei, thank you for your hard work this time. Chen Mobai spoke gently to Yin Qingmei, who immediately waved her hands repeatedly, indicating that it was her honor to be able to serve the sect leader. During this fellow cultivation session, I feel that your spiritual power has reached its peak and no longer needs to be consolidated. Since I happen to have some time recently, I will help you experience the advancement of your natal spiritual plant. At the end of the year, Huishan Valley will send over the golden liquid jade rejuvenation pill, which has been sealed and nurtured. I have already reserved one for you. As soon as Chen Mobai said these words, Yin Qingmei was as if she had taken a great tonic. All her weakness disappeared and she became radiant. End of this chapter. Chapter 690, 7-5 Elements Cultivation. Chapter 690, 7-5 Elements Cultivation. Yin Qingmei needed some time to recover her spiritual power, so Chen Mobai took his 2 disciples to the core of the spiritual vein of Liujia Mountain. The 4th-tier spiritual herb of the divine tree sect, the Changsu immortal mushroom, is planted here to suppress the spiritual veins. This celestial mushroom has been harvested and used many times, and only the last mature piece remains, which is about to be cut off and used as the main ingredient in the infant nourishing pill. However, the roots are still there, and over the years a new ring of sesame seeds has grown, but it's unknown when they will mature. If only there were an endless supply of myriad transformation thunder water. As Chen Mobai sighed, he thought of the blueprints for the myriad transformations thunder pool that Wenren Zuwei had given him. Now that the water veins had surrendered, he could try to set up this large project at Fengyuwu. However, even in the immortal sects, the myriad transformations thunder pool is an extremely difficult project. I wonder if it can be restored here. Chen Mobai kept this matter in mind, planning to find a reliable person to handle it in the future. Then, he took out a top-grade spirit stone and used it to replace the Changsu immortal mushroom in front of him as the core of the spiritual vein. The main ingredient of the infant nourishing pill is too precious, and there are also 5 golden liquid jade rejuvenation pills, which are related to whether the next generation of the divine wood sect can flourish. Therefore, Chen Mobai thought about it and decided to make a trip to Huishan Valley himself. After the core of the spiritual vein was replaced, Zhuo Ming immediately used the spiritual rhinoceros of all things to calm the somewhat turbulent land and mountains. Seeing the Changsu immortal mushroom, its spiritual light dimmed and somewhat listless after the last piece of mushroom was picked, Chen Mobai squatted down and placed its roots on the top-grade spirit stone next to him. Then Zhuo Ming immediately grabbed a handful of slightly blackened soil and buried the roots in spirit stones, then guided the spiritual energy to nourish them. This place has been blessed with the power of the primordial mist, and under the nourishment of strong spiritual energy, it is now a 3rd-tier longevity soil. According to Zhuo Ming's estimate, it should be able to upgrade to the 4th tier around the year after next. We can arrange to transplant the Golden Sun spirit tree from the sect. After hearing this, Chen Mobai dug up a handful of soil, felt the fertile energy it contained, and nodded in satisfaction. The most crucial element of this Yuanxi Yuanwo technique, besides the seed of longevity soil, is the need for a continuous supply of earth energy and spiritual energy. Only a fourth-order spiritual vein can nourish a fourth-order longevity soil. Yes, Master. Zhu Ming was very happy to hear this. Her Earth Mother technique made further progress in the process of cultivating the longevity soil, and she even sensed an opportunity to break through the limitation that the Mother Chi of all things could only cultivate third-order spiritual soil. After looking at the longevity soil, Chen Mobai went to see the 100 acres of ripening purple rice. These experimental fields adopted the same cooperative model as Huishan Valley. Shenmu sect provided a guidance fee of 100 high-grade spirit stones, and only 30% of the harvest would belong to them. However, after Zhu Ming mastered all the procedures for planting de Rai Zai Mi, Chen Mobai and Lu Zhu Long reached another cooperation agreement. That is to purchase the seeds of Great Sun purple rice at the price of 1 high-grade spirit stone per acre. Whether the crops will survive or how much they will yield depends entirely on the Shenmu sect. Lu Zhuolong, who had come to know the level of Zhu Ming Lingjai over the years, felt somewhat regretful about this. He never expected that in the remote eastern wilderness, there would be a sect that could cultivate such a talented spirit plant master. But despite his regret, Lu Zhuolong quickly came to a realization. After the Great Sun purple rice is grown, it can only be sold to the Starry Sky Merchant Guild or for the Shenmu sect's own use. Therefore, the more Shenmu sect grows, the more they will reap the rewards in the future. It might even be better than a 30-70 split. With this in mind, Lu Zhuolong, representing the Xingshan Chamber of Commerce, signed a second contract with Chen Mobai this year. Zhu Ming has already begun to cultivate a new third-tier spirit field. However, the spiritual veins of Mount Liujia were unstable before, so she didn't dare to go all out. Now that the core of the spiritual veins has been replaced with top-grade spirit stones, she no longer needs to worry about this aspect. If all the spiritual veins of Mount Liujia were dispersed and used to cultivate spiritual fields, the area could reach 3,000 acres. However, considering that this fourth-order spiritual vein would be the place where Zhu Ming and Yin Qingmei cultivated for a long time, Chen Mobai only allowed Zhu Ming to cultivate another 1,500 acres of spiritual fields. These spiritual fields are not opened up all at once, but are controlled to be 100 acres every 2 years. Besides the fact that the Hall of Rewards and Benevolence could not provide so many high-grade spirit stones, this also ensured that the harvest could be completed every 2 years when the seeds ripened, thus guaranteeing the daily supply for core formation cultivators. Lu Zhuolong brought the first batch of 100 mu of De Rai purple rice seeds with him when he led a team to observe the heading process. When the summer sun is at its strongest in Hangguo, Zhuoming will start diverting water to plant seeds. Master, following your method, Senior Sister Yin used the Haitian mirror to draw upon the all-encompassing divine light of the Great Sun fire, which indeed had a very strong promoting effect on the Great Sun purple rice, causing it to sprout and grow ears about twice as fast. Zhu Ming then mentioned something else. The divine light of universal illumination has the effect of promoting the growth of spiritual plants, and this Great Sun purple rice needs to absorb the sun's vital energy to grow. So Chen Mobai asked Zhu Ming and Yin Qingmei to try it when they had time. However, in previous years, the spiritual plant masters of the Xingshan Dao sect were in Liujia Mountain, and they had never tried it in order to avoid being exposed. Only recently did we have the opportunity to test it, and we found that the all-encompassing divine light emanating from the Haitian mirror could double the growth rate of the Great Sun purple rice. Good, good, good. In that case, the time it takes for the Great Sun purple rice to mature, which is originally 30 years, can be shortened to 15 years. Chen Mobai was overjoyed upon hearing this. In this way, the 1,500 mu of spiritual fields they cultivated in Mount Liujia will be able to harvest 100 mu of third-grade da rai zai mi every year after 15 years. Even if they are not sold, they can be absorbed internally. After all, their Shenmu sect now has 9 core formation cultivators. If they suppress Zhou Yi, that makes 8, which would only amount to 1250 jin per person. After observing the spiritual fields and spiritual rice of Mount Liujia, Chen Mobai followed Zhuo Ming to a third-tier spiritual vein 100 miles away. This is an oasis called Kangshan Lake. Originally a villa on Mount Liujia, Zhuo Ming transformed all the spiritual veins here into spiritual fields, planting a new variety that she had created by hybridizing Great Sun purple rice and Jade Sprout spirit rice. After landing, the master and apprentice immediately landed in the field and began to comment on the vigorous and thriving rice seedlings. Luo Yixuan, who had been following along, pretended to be very interested as well, following behind the two of them and nodding occasionally. Zhuo Ming, based on current observations, this new rice variety is like a weakened version of the Great Sun purple rice. In addition to absorbing spiritual energy, earth energy, and water vapor, it also needs abundant solar energy to grow. Chen Mobai. In my experience, this new type of rice should be at the third grade low grade when it matures, making it very suitable for cultivation in an environment like Hongguo. When he was in school, Chen Mobai was first in agricultural science, which was the only one of his first-place achievements that he didn't have any special advantages over others, and he has always been very proud of it. Within the immortal sects, there are many methods to determine the grade of spirit rice when it matures, even before it is fully ripe. Although there may be some slight errors in the final result, it will be basically accurate. Chen Mobai recalled this long-unused knowledge and came to a conclusion that delighted Zhuo Ming. Zhuo Ming, that's great. This third-grade low-level spirit rice is just right for some foundation establishment cultivators to digest. If it is promoted in the future, it can greatly enhance the strength of the sect. Chen Mobai, Minger has made a great contribution. Thousands of years from now, every cultivator in the sect who will be able to taste this spiritual rice will be grateful to you. After hearing this, Zhuo Ming smiled sweetly, and then asked Chen Mobai to name this new third-grade spirit rice. Let's call it Purple Jade Spirit Rice. Chen Mobai decided that all the core spiritual rice researched by the Xiaonanchan lineage in the future would be named Jade. From the initial green jade to the current purple jade. Hopefully, in the future, we will be able to develop a fourth-order spirit rice suitable for large-scale cultivation in the eastern wilderness. As for fifth-grade spirit rice, Chen Mobai had no intention of even dreaming about it. After all, with the technology of the immortal sects, the highest grade of spiritual rice is only fifth-order immortal rice. This is not something Zhuo Ming could research. After inspecting the purple jade spirit rice at Kangshan Lake, the three of them stayed there for one night. There was a kind of spirit fish in the lake. Although its spiritual energy was weak and it was only at the first level, its flesh was tender and its bones were sweet and crisp. Inside Luo Yixuan's storage bag were also pieces of spirit ox and spirit mutton that she had frozen using her own cultivation technique. In addition to these, she also took out a handful of red willow branches, all of which were of Tier 3 quality. They were taken from a red willow forest that was discovered when the Beijiang River was being excavated. These precious spiritual materials, which are highly valued by those in the qi refining and foundation establishment stages, are merely tools for skewering meat in Luo Yixuan's hands. Chen Mobai snapped his fingers, and instantly a purple flame floated in midair. The temperature of the flame is just right to roast the red willow branches until they release their juices. These juices seep into the meat, not only breaking down the gamey smell, but also releasing the unique fragrance of the willow branches into the heart of the meat. As Chen Mobai watched his two apprentices, one cooking fish and the other grilling meat, he suddenly felt a sense of aging and the prospect of enjoying his retirement. But upon closer reflection, he is now 70 years old, which is indeed considered old for a qi refining cultivator. After enjoying the fish and meat, the three of them went to visit the desertification control experimental field in the Rainbow Kingdom. Zhu Ming used the juice of the Tai Sui to prepare a kind of spiritual water, which, when dripped into the sand, can give it a water-locking property. The biggest problem in desert farming is insufficient water. Even if a cultivator were to use the art of rainmaking, the water would quickly seep away due to the properties of the sandy soil, unable to remain on the surface. As a result, plants would wither and die from lack of water. In the past, the main solution to this problem was to select plants with particularly well-developed root systems, or drought-resistant plants, and to water them constantly. When Zhu Ming arrived, he discovered that even if all the cultivators from the entire Chen sect were brought here, they still couldn't plant plants all over the Rainbow Kingdom and improve the soil. So before the Blackwater was opened up, she thought of many methods and conducted many experiments. These are all habits she developed after being guided by Chen Mobai in Xianshan. Finally, after the arrival of Tai Sui, she discovered the key to the solution. The spiritual water, diluted with the essence of the Tai Sui, combined with sand and gravel, will possess the properties of soil, able to retain and lock in water without leakage. In this way, only one rain-making spell is needed to lock in the water in the sand and gravel on the ground, which can keep drought-resistant plants from lacking water for several months. After round of the death and revival of green plants, the originally withered and lifeless sand and gravel will turn green, grow grass and microorganisms, and gradually begin to recover into real soil. Once the Blackwater is opened up and flows through all parts of Rainbow Kingdom, with sufficient manpower and resources, Zhu Ming is confident that within 20 or 30 years, Rainbow Kingdom, which was originally desertified, can be transformed back into a land of green mountains and clear waters. Minger, you may be a divinely ordained person sent by heaven to save this land. Chen Mobai had been busy in seclusion to improve his cultivation and unify the eastern wilderness in recent years, and hadn't paid much attention to Zhu Ming's activities in the Rainbow Kingdom. He really didn't know that she had actually used Tai Sui to achieve such a feat. The more he looked at Zhu Ming, the more he felt that his apprentice was extraordinary. It's all thanks to Master's excellent teaching. Zhu Ming waved her hands repeatedly, indicating that without Chen Mobai, she might still be an ordinary qi refining cultivator, or perhaps she wouldn't have even broken through to the late stage of qi refining and would already be old and frail, needing to prepare her coffin. Without Master, my senior sister, and I wouldn't be where we are today. Luo Yixuan, who was standing to the side, finally found an opportunity to interject and immediately expressed her loyalty and gratitude to her master. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai burst into laughter. The three of them spent another half a month traveling around Hongguo. Feeling that Yin Qingmei should have recovered enough, they returned to Liujia Mountain. Greetings, sect leader. As expected, Yin Qingmei was already eagerly anticipating it. Upon seeing the colorful clouds flying in from the horizon, it immediately flew up and bowed to Chen Mobai. Chen Mobai asked her to extend her hand, took her pulse, and nodded after confirming that her energy and spirit had recovered to their peak. The four of them then landed under the jade-green parasol tree on the hilltop. Minger, you go. Chen Mobai spoke up, and Zhu Ming immediately took out the myriad transformation thunder water and began to help the jade wudong advance its level. During this time, Chen Mobai taught Luo Yixuan cultivation techniques. This time, with the jade phoenix tree advancing to the next level, he used the technique of simultaneous cultivation to control the overall situation, allowing the three women to experience the transformation of the spiritual plant and face the pressure of the heavenly tribulation. Among them, Chen Mobai and the two women, Zhu Ming and Yin Qingmei, were already very familiar with the process of cultivating spiritual power together, while only Chen Mobai and Luo Yixuan had not tried it yet. Luo Yixuan belongs to the water element, and she and Chen Mobai cannot directly cultivate together. Instead, they need Yin Qingmei, who belongs to the wood element, to act as an intermediary. Water nourishes wood, wood nourishes fire, and fire nourishes earth. Unfortunately, It's missing one metal element to form a perfect cycle of cultivating the 5 elements simultaneously. Holy Sun, I can simulate the power of gold to replace it. Grandma Ming suddenly emerged from Luo Yixuan's shadow and spoke. That completes the set. This is a good opportunity to verify our conjecture about the primordial Tao fruit. End of this chapter. Chapter 698, Attempting the Primordial Tao Fruit, bonus chapter for 22,400 monthly tickets. Chapter 698, Attempting the Primordial Tao Fruit, bonus chapter for 22,400 monthly tickets. The Summit of Mount Rako. Chen Mobai, the 4 humans, and the ghost formed a circle around the jade phoenix tree according to the angles of the 5 elements formation. Zhuo Ming sent a drop of myriad transformation thunder water into the trunk of the jade wudong tree. This drop, combined with the one that had been dropped earlier, finally triggered an advancement. The spirit tree, several meters tall, began to tremble slightly. Its bark slowly cracked open, revealing its trunk. A surge of rich spiritual energy from heaven and earth flowed in, which was continuously absorbed by the lush jade wudong tree, helping it refine the myriad transformations thunder water. At this moment, Yin Qingmei, who was to Chen Mobai's right, had already closed her eyes and was circulating the Azure Emperor longevity scripture. Her divine sense left her body and merged with the natal spiritual plant in front of her, and she began to wholeheartedly experience the process of this advancement. Subsequently, through the flow of spiritual energy generated by the 5 elements, Chen Mobai also sensed this feeling using the technique of cultivation. But for a cultivator of Chen Mobai's level, it was just like a slightly strenuous exercise. Although he felt some vibration, it was far less shocking than the 3 women. After the cultivation technique completed the 5 element cycle, Zhuo Ming and Luo Yixuan's consciousness, along with Yin Qingmei, transformed into this jade parasol tree that was undergoing its ascension. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth, instinctively absorbed by the jade phoenix tree, transformed into strands of rainbow light, illuminating the trunk, branches, and leaves. However, the jade phoenix tree's advancement this time was forcibly triggered by the myriad transformations thunder water. At the normal pace, it would probably only be able to trigger a breakthrough on its own after Yin Qingmei forms her core. So they felt a kind of uncomfortable fullness all over their bodies. Soon after the bark cracked, even the trunk couldn't withstand the pressure and began to crack open with a small fissure. This is a sign that the spiritual tree has not accumulated enough spiritual energy. Ming'er draws in the earth's energy, Xuaner performs the art of rainmaking, and Qingmei helps the tree refine itself. Chen Mobai's voice suddenly rang in the minds of the 3 women, and soon they began to act according to his wishes, like puppets on strings. Then this jade parasol tree, having reached Zhuo Ming's Earth Mother technique realm, caused the originally surging earth energy on the Liujia mountain to calm down and soften, actively helping the spirit tree to neutralize the spiritual energy and refine the myriad transformations thunder water that was gradually exerting its powerful effects. Then a dark cloud appeared in the sky. This was Luo Yixuan using the jade wudong tree to cast a rain spell. Since she controlled it herself, the amount of rainfall was just right for the spirit tree to feel most comfortable. Without worrying about the earth's energy or moisture, Yin Qingmei focused entirely on using the Azure Emperor's longevity scripture, beginning to overcome the bottleneck between the 2nd and 3rd tiers. Chen Mobai sensed all of this in his heart, and when he saw that the 3 women had so easily achieved the perfect state of the art of cultivation, he couldn't help but marvel. Since you, Holy Sun, occupy the pivotal position, your realm determines their realm. Grandma Ming, who was only involved as a minor character, saw things most clearly. When she was alive, she also practiced the art of joint cultivation with other members of the longevity cult, but at most it was only 3 people practicing together. This is because it would hand over the spiritual power to the one with the highest cultivation level. If the dominant entity were willing, it could plunder the spiritual power of the other cultivators with a single thought. Within the longevity cult, The art of fellow practitioners is only practiced by those who have shared life and death. Granny Ming felt deeply moved by Chen Mobai's leadership and the three women's complete trust in her. At this moment, Chen Mobai had already closed his eyes and began to verify his conjecture about the Hunyuan Dao fruit. After Zhou Yi taught this technique to the Wuxiang puppet, it was delivered to Chen Mobai as quickly as possible. He studied it for 2 days and, relying on the power of the Enlightenment tea, quickly grasped its essence. After understanding it, Chen Mobai felt it was very simple. Because the cultivation method of this primordial Dao fruit is to use earth element spiritual power as the central point, to contain and refine the other 4 elements spiritual power, to unify the 5 elements, and to cultivate primordial true qi. However, there are many methods and tricks to cultivating Hunyuan true qi. If Zhou Yi had not taught him completely, Chen Mobai would never have been able to figure them out. Even if he fully understood it, Chen Mobai still couldn't master it. This requires spiritual energy, condensed from the heavenly earth spiritual root. The detailed reasons are not written in the Hunyuan Dao fruit, but Chen Mobai, combining the knowledge of the immortal sects, roughly came to a conclusion. The spiritual power cultivated from the heavenly earth spiritual root contains the profound essence of innate earth element, which should be the key to cultivating the primordial Dao fruit. This made him very upset. Having finally obtained this primordial Dao fruit, I can only look at it, not practice it. It should be noted that even Zhuo Ming has only managed to find 21 strands of creation qi over the years, and even after refining them, he has not been able to synthesize a complete strand of innate earth element essence. In other words, even if you raise your earth spirit root to 80 points, it won't work. The moment Chen Mobai comprehended the primordial Dao fruit through the Enlightenment tea, he felt utterly disheartened, as if decades of hard work had been in vain. But under these circumstances, he suddenly remembered the Hunyuan stone that Mo Duguang had shown him at Jin Guang Cliff. There are 2 methods for cultivating the primordial Dao fruit. One method is Zhou Yi's orthodox cultivation method, and the other is the one passed down to Mo Duguang by the primordial ancestor, but the latter cannot be passed on due to the restriction of the Dao Heart Oath. But Mo Duguang had already made his point very clear. After receiving the primordial Dao fruit from Zhou Yi, Chen Mobai began to carefully recall every detail of his initial comprehension of the primordial stone. Perhaps it was because the merit of opening up the eastern wilderness plateau at the confluence of the 2 rivers had finally come to fruition. After 3 days of meditation, combined with the orthodox Hunyuan Dao fruit, he actually came up with another method of cultivating the Hunyuan Dao fruit. The primordial qi is the unity of the 5 elements. If we don't use earth elemental energy as the hub, but instead use fire elemental energy as the center, and use the same 5-element cultivation technique to accommodate and refine the other 4 elements' energy, then wouldn't it be possible to unify the 5 elements and cultivate the primordial true qi? Mo Duguang was close to having a heavenly metal spiritual root, so the primordial ancestor asked him to try using metal element spiritual power as the core. However, due to the lack of innate metal element essence, he wasted nearly 100 years and was unable to cultivate a primordial true qi. But Chen Mobai is different. Although his heavenly fire spiritual root was acquired, he obtained an innate fire spiritual body when he was building his foundation. There was a strand of innate fire elemental essence stored in his body. In other words, as long as Chen Mobai's understanding of the Hunyuan stone at Jingguang Cliff is correct, he can try to use his pure yang spiritual power as the central hub to contain and refine the other 4 elements of spiritual power and cultivate the Hunyuan Dao fruit. It just so happens that the Jade Phoenix tree has been upgraded this time, bringing together all 5 elements to cultivate together. Chen Mobai took the opportunity to verify his conjecture. With half his attention focused on Yin Qingmei and the other 2 women, Chen Mobai used the other half to intercept a wisp of spiritual energy that none of them noticed. Only Granny Ming noticed this. She saw that, in addition to the original fiery red spiritual energy, 4 more strands of golden, cyan, Black and earthy yellow spiritual energy shimmered on the part of Chen Mobai's 12th-floor tower. This is because the 5 elements of spiritual energy have reached a perfect balance, and then, with the fire element as the pivot, they begin to circulate and return to one. Chen Mobai had discussed the Hunyuan Dao fruit with Granny Ming several times, so she knew what the Holy Sun in front of her was cultivating. Although Granny Ming had some reservations about the Holy Sun's lack of focus on the Crimson Emperor's universal illumination scripture and his wasting of his talent, she still greatly approved of Chen Mobai's cultivation of this divine power, since the primordial Dao fruit was left behind by the One Yuan True Lord. After all, it is the strongest divine power of an ascended cultivator who founded a holy land. She understood the significance of ascension. It was a realm that all cultivators of the longevity sect had dreamed of. Under Granny Ming's observation, she soon discovered that Chen Mobai seemed unable to control the process of unifying the 5 elements, and was unable to unify the 5 spiritual powers to cultivate the primordial true qi. After several attempts, the wisp of spiritual energy that had been intercepted was finally exhausted. Chen Mobai opened his eyes with a hint of regret. He felt that his approach was correct, but he just couldn't master the Hunyuan true qi. After carefully recalling the Hunyuan Dao fruit taught by Zhou Yi, he realized that there was nothing wrong with his cultivation steps. He had simply transformed the earth element's spiritual power, which served as the core, into pure yang spiritual power. Does this mean that after this change, the process of absorbing and refining the other 4 elements of spiritual energy also needs to be changed and adjusted accordingly? However, this would require a lot of experimentation. Chen Mobai frowned as he thought of this. On the other side of the immortal sect, the artificial synthesis of earthly fiend qi requires thousands of experiments and comparisons to determine the change of even a single strand of the 5 elements' essence. If he were to modify the primordial Dao fruit on his own, using fire elemental spiritual power as the central element, then even drinking the entire jar of enlightenment tea given to him by Wenren Zuwei might not be enough. He sighed. Chen Mobai decided to put the Hunyuan Dao fruit aside for now. If this were a supernatural power of the immortal sects, I imagine we could find solutions to any problem online. Unfortunately, only Mo Duguang and Zhou Yi in the entire eastern wilderness have ever practiced this primordial Dao fruit. Among them, Mo Duguang is restricted by his Dao heart oath and is not yet able to communicate with Chen Mobai. Zhou Yi has always cultivated using orthodox methods, so asking him this question probably won't yield any answers. But we'll try anything, even if it's just a last resort. We'll have the formless puppet ask him when we deliver the jade pendant from the new river. Just as Chen Mobai sighed, the rich spiritual energy, earth energy, water vapor, and sunlight at the top of Liujia Mountain were suddenly absorbed by the jade wudong tree. This signifies that the jade phoenix tree has successfully advanced to the next level. At the 3rd tier, its efficiency in absorbing and refining these substances far exceeds that of the 2nd tier by more than 10 times. At that moment, the sky suddenly darkened. A chilling wind, carrying a sharp edge, swept down from the boundless western sky. The cold wind was like a knife, carrying a faint golden light. It swept across the jade-green parasol tree, immediately cutting off leaves and leaving deep, visible wounds on the branches. This is the most common tribulation for spirit trees and plants to advance to the next level. Golden wind calamity. Chen Mobai sensed the awe and fear in the 3 women and immediately comforted them, telling them not to be afraid. Following his instructions, Yin Qingmei immediately used the 1 leaf obscures the view technique that she had painstakingly cultivated. In an instant, the heavenly tribulation vanished. End of this chapter. Chapter 699, Subtle Infiltration and Destruction. Chapter 699, Subtle Infiltration and Destruction. This was also the first time Chen Mobai had seen the practical application of a leaf obscuring the view to conceal the heavenly tribulation. All I can say is that the longevity cult's great techniques are indeed very useful. Although the jade phoenix tree is not unable to undergo tribulation under the cultivation technique, wouldn't it be better to wait until its realm is consolidated and it is more confident before undergoing the tribulation? After the heavenly tribulation dissipated, Chen Mobai maintained the state of fellow cultivators for a while longer. The process was only initiated once the three women regained their senses. Luo Yixuan and Yin Qingmei opened their eyes one after the other and immediately stood up to bow to Chen Mobai. Only Zhuo Ming kept her eyes closed. Huh. Chen Mobai cared deeply for this precious disciple, and upon seeing this scene, he immediately prepared to use his spiritual eye technique to observe her aura. But soon, the pure earth energy surging from all around him made him realize something. Master, what's wrong with senior sister? Luo Yixuan looked at Zhuo Ming with great concern, expressing her care. Minger is about to break through to the late foundation establishment stage. That's wonderful. Chen Mobai laughed loudly and left with the two women, leaving the place to Zhuo Ming. Junior sister Zhuo has finally reached this point. Yin Qingmei was also delighted after hearing this. Over the years, she and Zhuo Ming have worked closely together in Hongguo and have become as close as sisters. The land of Liujia Mountain had long been assimilated into Zhuo Ming's domain by the spiritual connection of all things. In addition, the Jade Wudong, who had just broken through to the third level, was right next to her. The latter noticed that she was breaking through and immediately helped to sort out the spiritual energy, intercepting the spiritual energy that was not suitable for the Earth Mother technique. With the combined power of heaven and earth, Zhuo Ming only needed to sit quietly for 3 days and 3 nights to naturally overflow with spiritual energy and break through to the late stage of foundation establishment without any hindrance. 3 more days passed, and Zhuo Ming consolidated his cultivation level. He opened his bright, divine eyes, his face beaming with joy. Greetings, Master. After the breakthrough, Zhuo Ming naturally went to find Chen Mobai immediately. The latter seemed to be lecturing Luo Yixuan and Yin Qingmei, both of whom were sitting upright. Minger is here, so let's listen to it together. You'll need it sooner or later. Chen Mobai, who was sitting on a large rock, beckoned to Zhuo Ming, who immediately landed in front of him and bowed respectfully. Chen Mobai was talking about the process of forming the golden core. Of the 3 women present, Yin Qingmei had already reached the peak of foundation establishment. After this synchronization with the advancement of her natal spiritual plant, her essence, energy, and spirit were complete. She was just waiting for the golden elixir jade rejuvenation pill to be obtained before she could take the step of core formation. As for Luo Yixuan, she was already considered to have reached the core formation stage. Although it wasn't her original level, she only needed to accumulate and purify her spiritual power step by step and enhance her divine sense to easily and truly achieve core formation. The only worry is that the heavenly tribulation will be very powerful when she forms her core. However, these problems that can be solved with external objects are actually the easiest to solve for Chen Mobai. At worst, he can just lend her a 4th-tier defensive magic weapon with suitable attributes. Now that Zhuo Ming has broken through to the late foundation establishment stage, it's time to consider forming the core. After all, there are no bottlenecks in the late stage of foundation establishment. All that's needed next is to increase spiritual power. Thinking about improving his spiritual power, Chen Mobai remembered the immortal peach fruit. After the jade phoenix tree was upgraded, as he expected, there was still one last drop of myriad transformations thunder water left, which could ripen a 4th-order immortal peach. When it was diluted in the large vat of spiritual wine, there would be no poison. Zhuo Ming could drink it gourd by gourd according to his own progress to increase his spiritual power. If it were any other disciple, Chen Mobai would worry that his foundation was weak, but Zhuo Ming did not have this problem. Chen Mobai sometimes even felt that his apprentice's foundation was more solid than his own. This was the first time Zhuo Ming had heard about core formation, and he looked focused and serious. Minger, I am very happy that you have broken through your cultivation level. Consider this nirvana pill a gift for you. After finishing his explanation, Chen Mobai took out a bottle of pills from his own domain. Thank you, Master. This disciple is ignorant and does not know how to take this nirvana pill. Zhuo Ming was somewhat surprised to accept the pill from Chen Mobai's hand. The Xian ancient lineage only takes pills as an aid when breaking through a realm. Because of her solid foundation, Zhuo Ming's breakthroughs were usually natural, so this was the first time she had received a pill from Chen Mobai. This pill is a high-grade, third-tier pill. After Chen Mobai finished explaining the effects of the pill, Luo Yixuan and Yin Qingmei's eyes lit up, and they looked at the nirvana pill that Zhuo Ming was holding with envy. "Master, this is too precious, and it's a high-grade third-tier item. With my current level, I'm afraid I can't refine it." Zhuo Ming was also startled when she heard this, never expecting that there was such a mysterious elixir. "Keep it. I will teach you another technique called subtle annihilation. This technique is one of the 24 great techniques of the longevity sect. It can help you deal with things that you cannot digest or destroy on your own by gradually weakening them. For example, those vast mountains and rivers under the gradual erosion can first turn into boulders, then break into pebbles and finally turn into dust, dissipating into the world. This technique can also be used by low-level cultivators to take high-level pills. With your current level, you are naturally unable to refine the nirvana pill, but after using this technique, you can seal most of the pill's medicinal power and extract the part that you can digest first. This nirvana pill can directly elevate your 9-ren body to the 3rd level, making your core formation virtually guaranteed. Yibagui sent over 2 nirvana pills. Each person could only take one of these pills. Chen Mobai kept one for himself to perfect the 2nd level of the longevity body. After thinking for a long time, he decided to give the remaining pill to Zhuo Ming. After all, this apprentice had worked tirelessly and without complaint since becoming his disciple, and had been the most hardworking of all. Moreover, the subtle annihilation technique, which was created from the divine tree secret realm, is of the earth element. This technique is exactly the opposite of the transformation of Jia wood. One is a quantitative change that leads to a qualitative change, while the other is a reduction until it turns to dust. "Thank you, Master." Upon hearing this, Zhuo Ming stopped refusing and excitedly put the nirvana pill into her storage bag. Chen Mobai then reminded her that this pill contained elixir poison, and that she would need to drink green Chan spirit tea every day after taking it. Zhuo Ming nodded repeatedly upon hearing this. Afterwards, Chen Mobai taught Zhuo Ming the skill of subtle infiltration and annihilation. Yin Qingmei was about to get up to avoid suspicion, but Chen Mobai told her not to leave. It would be even better if she could master this great skill as well. Luo Yixuan was already used to it. No matter what Chen Mobai said, she listened attentively and never missed a single word her master said. After imparting this great technique, Chen Mobai hesitated for a while, wondering whether he should also pass on the Hunyuan Dao fruit to Zhuo Ming. After all, this precious disciple is very likely to gather enough qi of creation in the future to meet the requirements for cultivating the primordial Dao fruit. However, Chen Mobai quickly realized that Zhuo Ming was only in the late stage of foundation establishment, and it would be more harmful than beneficial to teach her the primordial Dao fruit too early. The title of the number 1 divine power in the eastern wilderness will definitely distract her, and she might waste too much time on the primordial Dao fruit, just like Mo Duguang. Let's wait until she forms her core before making any decisions. After figuring it out, Chen Mobai put the thought aside. By this time, everything on Mount Rocco had been resolved. Although Zhuo Ming and Yin Qingmei wanted to persuade Chen Mobai to stay a few more days and let him enjoy the various delicacies of Hangguo. But Chen Mobai, who was very career-oriented, refused outright. How can we be so complacent when the great cause is not yet accomplished? He took Luo Yixuan back to Beiyuan City and then called Luo Zuer over. After completing the opening of Mo, she could be said to have retired successfully. Next, she needed to earn contribution points to repay the debt she had incurred in exchanging this heretical golden pill. Chen Mobai directly assigned her a task to accumulate 8,000 contribution points. Liujia Mountain needs to transplant a peak stage third-tier Golden Sun spirit tree to prepare for its transformation into a long-lived tree after reaching the fourth tier of the longevity Earth. Transplanting the spirit tree from Giantwood Ridge to Rainbow Kingdom spans most of the eastern wilderness. Since teleportation arrays are unavailable, only core formation cultivators can accomplish this. Moreover, one needs to understand spiritual plants. It just so happens that Luo Zuer was formerly the head of the spirit plant department and also has the level of a third-tier spirit plant master. Among all the core formation cultivators in the sect, she is the most suitable candidate besides Chen Mobai. Yes, sect leader. Luo Zuer readily accepted the task, but Chen Mobai asked her to go to Hongguo and discuss it with Zhu Ming before setting off, so that the two of them could return to Jumu Ridge together. This matter concerns the foundation of the Divine Wood, sect's future great cause in the Rainbow Kingdom. After all, if there is a fourth-order longevity tree guarding it, then it can be used as a base to begin advancing into the entire boundless desert and try to solve this barren land that has been eaten by locusts for tens of thousands of years. This great act of merit was already part of Chen Mobai's plan. With Zhu Ming accompanying Luo Zuer, he could rest assured about everything, from selecting the Golden Sun spirit tree to its maintenance along the way. Luo Zuer was actually a little unconvinced when she heard this. She's already at the core formation stage, so asking her to go find Zhu Ming, who's only at the foundation establishment stage, would be beneath her dignity. But when she thought of Zhu Ming's identity, the words that were about to come out of her mouth became, okay. After Luo Zuer left, Chen Mobai went to see the top of the mountain in Baiyuan City. A piece of longevity soil had also been buried there, and he used the Yuangxi Yanwo technique to bury it. Unfortunately, the spiritual veins here were forcibly upgraded to the fourth rank, making them somewhat weaker compared to those of Liujia Mountain. In addition, due to his long-term seclusion and the absence of Zhu Ming's care, the evolution of the longevity soil here is much slower than that of Liujia Mountain. But this is good. We can conduct experiments on Mount Rocco first. After all, this place will be the center of the eastern wilderness as designated by Chen Mobai. If he fails to enlighten the Golden Sun spirit tree to advance its level, he, as the sect leader, will lose face. Because there is a fourth-tier mountain-suppressing stone here, and it will be needed as the core to upgrade the Sumeru 9 Palaces formation of Baiyuan City to the fourth tier in the future, Chen Mobai did not use top-grade spirit stones to replace it. After inspecting the spiritual veins of Baiyuan City, Chen Mobai noticed that Luo Yixuan was constantly in his sight, preventing him from having any peace and quiet. So, using the excuse that his cultivation was showing signs of a breakthrough and that he needed to go into seclusion, he sent her to the border to develop the Blackwater. Luo Yixuan could only reluctantly lead a large group of experienced Shenmu sect river-opening cultivators, who had finished resting after opening up the two rivers, on a flying boat towards the Rainbow Kingdom. Besides the cultivators of the Shenmu sect, various families who had made a fortune by contracting river channels in recent years also heard the news, raised their own provisions, and followed Luo Yixuan. After thousands of cultivators were taken away, the once bustling and lively Baiyuan city suddenly became much emptier. This also made Yun somewhat worried. A few days ago, the opening of the two rivers was completed, and the cultivators of Shenmu sect and various families who became rich because of the digging of the river channel were able to vent their hard work accumulated over the past 10 years here. They spent lavishly on daily spirit wine and food, as well as purchasing magical artifacts and elixirs, bringing the consumption of spirit stones in Baiyuan City to its highest point since the city's founding. Because there are still the opening up of the Blackwater and the development of the eastern wilderness plateau to come, these cultivators will be able to earn spirit stones as long as they are willing to work hard in the foreseeable future. Therefore, many far-sighted people have begun to think about ways to settle down in Baiyuan City. If you want to settle down, you naturally need to buy a house. However, without the external threat of Xuanxiao Dao Palace, the housing prices in Baiyuan City have been rising steadily. After Shenmu sect reclaimed Wuxing sect this year, the prices doubled again. Even so, people continue to flock to buy them. However, although the independent cultivators have earned a lot of spirit stones in recent years thanks to the Shenmu sect's super projects, they can only shake their heads and sigh in despair due to the ever-increasing housing prices. Faced with this situation, Song Huang made a move. It indicates that Zion and Shampoo is willing to lend spirit stones to independent cultivators with clean backgrounds and can help them take over the cave dwelling first, with repayment to be made in installments over several decades. Of course, since it's a loan and the risk is too high, there will be some interest. It's roughly between 3% and 8%. The shorter the installment period, the lower the interest rate. The longer the installment period, the higher the interest rate. Many independent cultivators did some calculations in response. The most basic first-tier cave dwelling currently costs around 5,000 spirit stones in full. If it's a 50-year installment plan, the monthly repayments aren't too much. As long as you work diligently on the various projects at the Divine Tree sect, you might even have a surplus of 1 or 2 yuan after paying it all off. This is a great deal. Even so, some rogue cultivators, whose caution was ingrained in their very being, decided to wait and see. Then, the day after Zion and Shampoo launched its mortgage program, the threshold was immediately flattened by the crowds. In just one day, Song Huangda lent out nearly 1 million spirit stones. This is because he eliminated many rogue cultivators who had no ability to repay their loans and only thought about taking the spirit stones and then leaving. These rogue cultivators who borrowed spirit stones were unaware that the cave dwellings transferred to them by the Divine Wood sect were all from Zion and Shampoo. These lent spirit stones, after circulating through the Shenmu sect, returned to the accounts of Zion and Chen shop. The transactions of these properties caused housing prices, which had just begun to stabilize, to rise again to a small peak. This made the hesitant independent cultivators restless any longer, and they flocked to Zion and Shampoo to apply for mortgages. End of this chapter.